Hi, this is Sam Barron, author of the book that you're about to listen to. If you enjoy listening to this audiobook as much as I enjoyed writing the book, please consider subscribing to my BookEmpathy channel on YouTube and also consider buying a copy of the book to help support the author. Thank you and happy listening.
BookEmpathy.com presents Catcher by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Sky. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books every day. Chapter 1. Gary's fist made a dull, repetitive thud against the wood of apartment 312, the sound flat and final in the stale hallway air. Silence answered, just like it had every other day this week. He waited, ear almost pressed to the door, listening for a shuffle, a breath, the creak of a floorboard. Nothing. Crouching, he squinted through the keyhole into a slice of empty darkness, the view blocked by the inside lever. He straightened, his knees popping with twin cracks that echoed in the quiet, and cursed the stupid tenant rights laws that meant he, the owner, didn't have a key to his own property. What a world! A world where you could sign a contract, take possession, and then just disappear behind a locked door, leaving him holding the bill. The hallway's single fluorescent light fixture buzzed overhead, casting a sickly, green-tinged glow on the scuffed beige walls. Somewhere down the hall, a television played a game show, the muffled applause a distant, tinny rhythm. "Lindsay, open up." "I know you're in there," he said, the lie feeling thin and brittle in the quiet hallway. He heard the false confidence in his own voice, the bluff of it. He cleared his throat, tried to inject some authority, the sound harsh. "This is Gary Tillman. Your landlord. We need to talk about the rent." The words hung there, absorbed by the cheap hollow-core door and the faded industrial carpet that smelled of old vacuum cleaner dust and lemon-scented disinfectant. A whole month of this. She'd been all charm and fast talk when signing the lease. A young professional, new in town, perfect credit on paper. But when the first rent was due, she'd vanished into a cloud of texted excuses, then radio silence. Calls went straight to a voicemail that was never checked. The formal eviction notice taped to this door might as well have been confetti. The tape had dried and curled at the edges, the paper yellowing slightly. He'd even parked his rust-spotted Ford F-150 down the street for the last few evenings, engine off, nursing a lukewarm coffee from a thermos, watching the building's entrance for any movement. The chill of the Pennsylvania fall had seeped through the truck's thin metal, turning his fingers stiff on the steering wheel. He'd sat through it, his eyes gritty from staring at the dark windows of 312, the drawn curtains like closed eyelids. He'd watched the other tenants come and go, the old woman from 309 with her grocery cart, the night shift workers from 307 with their tired, slumped shoulders, but never a glimpse of the woman who'd signed as Lindsay Harper. Nothing. No lights flicking on, no silhouette passing behind the fabric. Just a persistent, expensive darkness. If she'd just run off, he was looking at court dates, filing fees, sheriff's notices, and lost income he couldn't afford. The mortgage on this building didn't pause for deadbeat tenants. He had other units to manage, other leaks to fix, other complaints to field about noise and heat. This one woman in apartment 312 was a pebble in his shoe, a constant, nagging pressure threatening to become a full-blown limp. He could feel the tension of it in his jaw, a tight ache he'd been carrying for weeks. He walked to the end of the hall, the linoleum squeaking under his work boots with each step. The window there was grimy, streaked with years of rain and dust. The outside whirled a smeared impression of gray sky and bare tree branches. He shoved it open, the frame protesting with a shriek of painted-shut wood that made him wince. Cold, damp air rushed in, carrying the distant hum of traffic from the state road and the smell of wet asphalt. leaning out, the rough brick ledge digging into his palms. He gave a sharp, two-fingered wave to the figure leaning against a sedan in the parking lot below. Emmett looked up, his face a pale oval against his dark jacket. Gary jerked his thumb back toward the apartment door. "Get up here." Emmett stared for a second, then nodded once, a slow, reluctant dip of his chin. He pushed off the car, the movement heavy, and disappeared into the building's side entrance. Gary let the window fall shut with a thud that rattled the glass, the brief freshness already gone, replaced again by the hallway's close, stale atmosphere of old cooking and chemical lemon. He returned to the stubborn door of 312, running a hand over his close-cropped hair, the bristles rough against his palm. His options played in a tired loop in his head, a mental spreadsheet of loss and liability. Option 1, file a police report for suspected abandonment, wait for the bureaucratic wheels to grind for months, jump through a dozen hoops to prove she was gone, and finally get a court order to change the locks. He'd be out half a year's rent by then, maybe more with legal fees. Option 2, take matters into his own hands. The thought sent a familiar, anxious jolt through him, part dread, part grim resolve, a cold trickle down his spine. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other, the floorboards creaking softly beneath the thin carpet. Heavy, deliberate footsteps announced his brother coming down the hall. Emmett moved like a man trying to be quiet but built all wrong for it, broad-shouldered, thick in the middle, his boots landing with a weight that made the floor vibrate and the light fixture above tinkle faintly. A small, worn leather pouch swung from his grip, looking innocuous, like it might hold fishing flies or tobacco. His other hand was shoved deep in his jacket pocket. "You're really gonna do this?" Emmett asked, his voice low, barely above a whisper. He stopped a few feet away, his eyes darting to the other apartment doors, 311, 310, as if expecting them to fly open. He licked his lips, which looked chapped. "What choice do I have?" Gary said, keeping his own voice down, matching his brother's tense pitch. The hallway felt suddenly exposed, the ceiling lights humming faintly, the air still. "If she's gone, I need to know. I need to secure my property. If she's hiding in there, living rent-free, I need to face her. Get it on record," he gestured vaguely with one hand. "A visual record." Emmett held up the pouch like it was a live wire, letting it dangle from its drawstring. The leather was smooth and dark from years of handling. "This is a liability grenade, Gary. If anyone finds out you kept this master key all these years, after what happened with Donnie," he let the sentence hang, his eyebrows raised. "No one's going to find out," Gary cut in, sharper than he intended. He saw Emmett flinch slightly at his tone. He softened his voice, forcing a calm he didn't feel. "It's on me. All of it. You're just here to be my witness. Get your phone out and record it. We document everything. We state why we're entering. We show the place is empty, or we show her refusing to answer. It's a paper trail." A visual paper trail. He spoke slowly, as if explaining to a child the plan he'd rehearsed in his head 100 times. "This is legal, right?" Emmett fumbled in his jacket pocket for his cell phone, his fingers clumsy against the fabric. He pulled it out, a black rectangle with a cracked screen protector. "I mean, you're the owner but the door's locked. There's an expectation of privacy. I saw a thing on TV, one of those true crime shows." He trailed off, looking at the phone in his hand as if unsure what to do with it. "It's necessary," Gary countered, which wasn't an answer, and they both knew it. He met his brother's worried gaze, holding it. "Emmett, I'm bleeding cash on this unit. The mortgage company doesn't care about expectations of privacy. They care about the payment that was due 3 weeks ago. He could hear the strain in his own voice, the edge of desperation he was trying to hide. Emmett sighed, a heavy, resigned sound that seemed to come from his boots. He looked from the phone to the door, then back to Gary. His shoulders slumped a fraction. And if she's in there? Asleep. Or in the shower. Then we apologize and leave, Gary said, the words too quick to pat. We say we were concerned. Which we are. It's the truth. He didn't believe it, and from the skeptical twist of Emmett's mouth, his brother didn't either. Emmett stared at him for another long moment, his jaw working. Finally, he gave a short, sharp nod. Okay. Okay, fine. But this is your circus. He hit record on his phone, squinted at the screen to make sure the red dot was blinking, and bent down, his knees cracking audibly. He propped it carefully against the baseboard, angling it toward the door, adjusting it twice. The phone looked small and vulnerable on the dirty floor, a tiny sentinel. He straightened up, wincing, and unzipped the pouch, the sound of the zipper loud and deliberate in the hush. He reached in and pulled out a single, heavy brass key. It was longer than a standard key, its teeth complex and worn shiny in spots from use, the bow stamped with a manufacturer's logo he didn't recognize. For the record, Emmett said, speaking toward the phone, his voice formal and strained, this is a terrible idea. A monumentally stupid idea. Noted, Gary said, reaching for it. His fingers brushed his brother's. Emmett's hand was cold. The key felt cold and illicit in his own palm, heavier than its actual weight, a dense piece of metal that represented a line he was about to cross. He'd confiscated it from a shady super named Donnie years ago, back when he first took over managing this building, and 2 others for the actual owner, a silent partner in Philadelphia. Donnie had been running a side business, letting himself into vacant units for parties, maybe worse, storage, meetings, things Gary didn't want to think about. He'd found the key on Donnie during a confrontation, the man drunk and belligerent. Gary had fired him on the spot and taken the master key, telling himself it was for emergencies only. A fire, a burst pipe, a tenant screaming for help. A failsafe. He'd never used it. Keeping it in his desk drawer felt like a prudent safeguard. Holding it now, sliding it toward the lock, felt like stepping into Donnie's worn-out shoes, inheriting his shifty, violating gaze. Most of the buildings at work, Emmett said, as if trying to convince himself, his eyes scanning the silent doors again. He checked his watch, a bulky digital thing. It's 2:30 on a Tuesday. Mrs. Gable in 309 is at her daughter's. The guys in 307 work nights. They're probably asleep, but they sleep like the dead. He nodded toward the door, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. You get what you pay for with these cheap locks. They're basically a suggestion. This key is the suggestion box. Gary ignored the attempted humor. He slid the key into the deadbolt. It fit perfectly, gliding in without resistance, which somehow made it worse. This key belonged here. It was made for this. He took a shallow breath, held it and turned it. The mechanism gave with a smooth, oiled click that was somehow more violating than the scream of a drill forcing the lock. The sound was quiet, professional, intimate. A secret shared between the key and the tumblers. He pushed the door inward an inch. The edge met the resistance of the security chain, which was not engaged. It swung open another few inches on its own, revealing a slice of dark interior. A smell hit them then, rolling out through the narrow gap, thick, sweet, cloying, and profoundly wrong. It wasn't garbage. It was heavier, denser, a physical presence that coated the back of the throat and clung to the inside of the nose. It carried a high, sickly sweet note over a deep, rotten base, like spoiled fruit and raw meat left in a sun-warmed plastic bag. Emmett recoiled as if slapped, taking a full step back. He gagged, a wet, choking sound, and pulled the collar of his flannel shirt up over his nose and mouth, his eyes squeezing shut for a second before snapping open, wide and watering. "You smell that?" he mumbled, the words muffled and distorted by the fabric. His face had paled. "Damn it," Gary started, his own stomach lurching, a sudden cramp of nausea. He breathed shallowly through his mouth, but the taste seeped in anyway, metallic and foul. "If she clogged my pipes and let sewage back up," but even as he said it, he knew it wasn't right. The stench was too heavy, too organic, too meaty for a simple plumbing issue. Sewage had a sharper, more chemical edge. This was the smell of neglect, of something biological left too long in a warm, dark place to stew in its own decay. It was a smell that spoke of finality. "That's not a drain," Emmett muttered, taking another step back from the doorway, his shoulders hitting the opposite wall with a soft thud. He kept his shirt pressed to his face, his breath huffing against the cotton. His eyes, above the plaid collar, were fixed on the dark gap of the door. Gary looked back at his brother, whose expression had transformed. The casual worry from moments before was gone, the nervous skepticism erased, replaced by a sharp, animal alarm. Emmett's brows were drawn together, his nostrils flared even behind the shirt. "Keep the camera on," Gary said, his voice tight, his own throat constricting. He gestured to the phone on the floor. "For the record. Whatever this is, we need it on the record. Don't stop recording." The command was for himself as much as for Emmett. Emmett nodded jerkily, a spastic movement. He bent down, his movement stiff, and snatched up the phone, fumbling it for a second before getting a firm grip. He raised it again, pointing the lens at the door, then slowly panned it toward Gary's face. His knuckles were white where he gripped the plastic case. He held it steady, but Gary could see the slight tremor in his brother's hand, a fine vibration that made the image on the screen he couldn't see waver. Gary turned back to the door. He placed his palm flat against the wood, feeling the cool, painted surface. He pushed the door open wider, the hinges giving a soft, drawn-out creak. The smell intensified, washing over him in a warm, damp wave. He stepped into the gloom. The apartment was a tomb. The curtains on the single living room window were drawn tight, a heavy beige fabric, allowing only thin, razor-sharp lines of afternoon light to slice through the gaps at the edges, illuminating swirling motes of dust that danced in the beams like agitated insects. The air was a solid, rancid wall, warm and still. He breathed through his mouth, shallow sips of air, but he could taste the decay on his tongue, a metallic, sickly sweet flavor that made his saliva thicken and his gums feel coated. The temperature was noticeably warmer than the hallway, a stagnant, enclosed heat. "Christ, it reeks in here," Emmett whispered from the doorway. He hadn't crossed the threshold. He stood silhouetted in the light from the hall, a sentry refusing to enter the crypt, one foot still on the linoleum of the hallway. His voice was thin, strained. Gary didn't answer. He flicked the living room light switch by the door. A ceiling fixture with 3 bare bulbs buzzed, flickered once, then flared to life with a harsh, unforgiving white glare that made him blink. The space that greeted him was unnervingly tidy, which felt like a separate kind of wrong, a cognitive dissonance that tightened the knot in his gut. Beige couch cushions were neatly arranged, plump and square, not a dent or a depression in them. A cheap IKEA coffee table sat perfectly centered on a nondescript gray rug, its surface devoid of magazines, cups, remote controls, or dust. The kitchen area, visible through a pass-through counter, had laminate countertops that gleamed under the harsh light, empty and wiped clean to a sterile shine. No mail stacked by the door, no keys on a hook, no stray piece of fruit in a bowl. It was the cleanest, most impersonal he'd ever seen one of his rental units, a stark, sickening contrast to the putrid air that filled it. It looked staged, like a model apartment prepared for a showing, but one that had been sealed with a corpse inside. The silence was absolute, broken only by the faint hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen and the ragged sound of his own breathing. "Check the bathroom," Emmett suggested, still hovering at the threshold. He had one hand holding the phone out before him, the other still clutching his shirt collar to his face. His voice was tight with a rising panic he was trying to control, each word clipped. Maybe a pipe burst under the sink. A dead rat in the wall. Something. It's gotta be something like that, he said it like a prayer. Gary moved across the living room, his boots sounding too loud on the thin, synthetic carpet, each step a crunch of grit. He avoided looking at the closed bedroom door to his left, a plain white door with a standard brass knob. He focused on the bathroom. The bathroom door was ajar about 6 inches. He approached it, the smell seeming to shift and concentrate, leading him on. He shoved it open with the back of his hand, not wanting to touch anything more than necessary, his skin recoiling from the cool painted wood. It was pristine. The white tile grout was clean and white, no mildew. The shower curtain, a translucent plastic liner, was drawn back neatly on its rings, revealing an empty tub with a white rubber mat folded over its edge. The toilet bowl was scrubbed white, the lid down. The sink was dry and empty, the mirror above it spotless, reflecting his own pale, tense face back at him for a startling second. No leaking pipes under the sink, no overflowing toilet, no source for the horrific smell that now seemed to pulse from the very walls. The sterile cleanliness was more disturbing than a mess would have been. A mess would have been an explanation. This was a void. He backed out, returning to the living room. The smell seemed to pulse stronger here now, as if the room itself was breathing it out in waves. He went to the kitchen, his movements deliberate, each one feeling recorded, scrutinized. He opened the refrigerator, the rubber seal breaking with a soft, sticky pop. The interior light revealed empty, wipe-clean white shelves. A single, half-full bottle of ketchup stood alone in the door shelf, its red the only color in the monochrome space. The chill from inside did nothing to cut the smell. He closed it, the magnet latch clicking softly. He opened the cabinet under the sink. The white plastic trash can inside was lined with a fresh, white plastic bag, empty, not a single piece of crumpled paper or wrapper. He closed the cabinet door, the click echoing. He checked the other cabinets one by one, a few clean dishes stacked neatly, a single box of pasta, a can of soup. Nothing. No rotting food in a forgotten pot, no forgotten leftovers festering on a plate, no source. Nothing, Emmett confirmed from the living room. He had taken a few cautious steps in, his head swiveling as he checked the open cabinets Gary had missed, the phone held out like a talisman. Place is sterile. Like a hotel room after the cleaners leave. Where's the stink coming from? His voice was climbing, the tight control slipping. It's everywhere, Gary. It's in the damn air. Gary didn't answer. His attention was pulled, magnetically, to the closed bedroom door. As he approached it, the odor intensified, shifting from a general miasma to a palpable, choking cloud that seemed to emanate from the very wood of the door, seeping through the gap at the bottom. It was warmer here, too, the still air feeling thick and humid, pressing against his skin. He heard Emmett cough wetly behind him, a hand slapped over his mouth, the sound choked and miserable. Gary's own throat was tight, his esophagus constricting. He wiped his palm on his jeans, suddenly slick with a cold sweat. Swallowing hard, the taste of decay sharp and acidic in his mouth, he reached for the knob. It was cool under his fingers, a mundane piece of brass. He turned it, feeling the latch retract with a smooth, well-maintained click, and pushed. The bedroom was darker than the living room, the curtains here blackout material, a thick, dark fabric that sealed the room in absolute night, not a sliver of light escaping. But the smell told the story more completely than any light could. It was a physical force here, a taste, a pressure in the sinuses, a weight on the chest. It was the smell, fully realized. He fumbled along the wall inside the door, his fingers brushing over textured plaster until they found the plastic toggle of the light switch, slick under his fingertips. He flipped it up. An overhead dome light, frosted glass set in a cheap brass fixture, buzzed on with a flicker, then steadied into a dim, yellowish glow. The room was messy in an ordinary, lived-in way, a stark, jarring contrast to the surgical cleanliness of the rest of the apartment. A pair of women's jeans was piled on a wooden chair by a small, particle board desk. A stack of paperback novels, their spines cracked, sat neatly on the nightstand, next to a digital alarm clock displaying a dead, black screen, unplugged. A ceramic mug, the kind you get from a college bookstore, lay tipped on its side on the carpet near the foot of the bed, a dried brown stain coffee, tea circling it like a halo. His eyes skipped over it all, dragged inexorably to the bed, a vortex of horror in the center of the ordinary room. It was a standard double bed against the far wall, the headboard a simple wooden frame. The white comforter was bunched and twisted at the foot, as if kicked down in a fit of restless sleep or struggle. But it was soaked through with a large, dark, rusty brown stain that had spread in a ragged, topographical map across the fabric, the center almost black, the edges fading to a dull rust color. On the stained mattress, lying atop a fitted sheet that was the same dark brown, was a naked, bluish-gray body. The body lay on its back, one arm dangling limply over the side of the bed, the palm upturned, fingertips brushing the worn, oatmeal-colored carpet. The head was turned slightly to the left, the mouth slack and open, a dark cavity. The hair, dark and matted with something dried, fanned out on the pillow. The process of decomposition had begun its gruesome work. The skin had a waxy, marbled appearance, greenish in places, dark purple patches of lividity settled along the back and the underside of the remaining limbs where the blood had pooled. The torso was slightly bloated, distorting the human form into something alien and swollen, the skin stretched taut and shiny. The details were hyperclear in the dim light, the individual toenails on the one visible foot, the curve of a hip, the stark line of the collarbone. "Oh, hell no," Emmett choked out from the doorway, the words a strangled gasp, barely audible. The phone in his hand clattered to the floor, the plastic case hitting the carpet with a dull thud. He didn't move to pick it up. He stood frozen, one hand gripping the doorframe for support, his knuckles white, the other hand still pressed over his mouth and nose. His eyes were huge, unblinking. Gary's stomach clenched into a hard, cold knot of iron. He pressed a fist to his mouth, his teeth grinding into his knuckles, forcing down the hot, sour bile that rose in a sudden, violent wave in his throat. He couldn't look away. It was a monstrous still life, a violation rendered in flesh and decay, painted in shades of bruise and wax. His tenant, Lindsay Harper, wasn't skipping town. She was dead. And she'd been dead for a long, long time in this clinically clean tomb, rotting quietly while the world went on in the hallway outside. The sheer mundane horror of it, the unpaid bills, his petty frustration, his surveillance, crashed against this reality, making him feel small and foolish and deeply, profoundly stained. But his brain, scrambling to process the sheer visual horror, snagged on a visual disconnect, a detail that refused to fit, a piece of the puzzle that was missing from the picture. The body's silhouette was wrong. Something was absent, a negative space that screamed. His gaze, which had taken in the terrible whole, the bloat, the lividity, the stain, now darted to specifics, searching for the source of the wrongness. The legs. The legs weren't splayed or bent at natural angles. One simply wasn't there. His eyes tracked from the bloated torso, down the right leg, pale and waxy, the foot twisted inward at an awkward angle. Then he looked to the left side, following the line of the hip. From the hip down, there was only empty space, a clean, shocking line of absence against the stained sheet. The left leg was gone. Not severed in a ragged, traumatic tear from an accident or an attack. It had been removed with a clinical, horrifying precision. The line where the leg had been attached at the hip joint was a neat, circular demarcation, the flesh there looking almost sealed, as if cauterized or treated. The edge was defined, not torn. There was no mess on the floor beneath the empty space, no spatter on the wall or the headboard, no discarded bone or gristle, no blood-soaked towels. It had just been taken. Cleanly. Efficiently. As if it had never been part of the whole to begin with, a piece neatly unscrewed and removed from a mannequin. The void where the limb should have been was more articulate, more horrifying, than the limb itself could ever have been. The silence stretched, thick and viscous as the smell, broken only by Emmett's ragged, open-mouthed breathing behind him. Emmett didn't speak. He just stared, his face ashen, drained of all blood, his lips slightly parted, slick with saliva. He was breathing in quick, shallow pants, his chest hitching. Gary processed it himself, the clean horror of it, the surreal violation of the tidy apartment surrounding this single, brutal subtraction. The neat stacks of books, the tipped-over mug, the jeans on the chair, all normal, all mundane, the artifacts of a life interrupted, framing this act of monstrous surgical butchery. The two realities, the ordinary and the abominable, existed in the same space, and the contrast made his head swim. He took a step back, his boots scuffing on the carpet, the sound absurdly loud. Then another. His eyes remained locked on that impossible empty space, the smooth, dark-stained sheet where a thigh, a knee, a calf, a foot should have been. The void was more terrifying than any gore. It spoke of intent, of calm, of a process. He backed out of the room, his shoulder brushing the doorframe, the contact making him flinch. He moved past his silent brother, who didn't turn his head, who was still staring into the room as if hypnotized, his body rigid. Gary walked through the living room, through the wall of stench that now had a source, a location, a reason, into the relative freshness of the hallway. The cooler air felt like a slap, but it carried the lingering taint with him, in his clothes, in his hair, in his lungs. He turned, reached back into the apartment, his arm crossing the threshold into the warmth and the smell. He found the edge of the bedroom door, his fingers trembling against the wood. He pulled it quietly, carefully, shutting the horror away, closing the view of the bed, the body, the absence. The click of the latch engaging was the loudest sound he had ever heard, a final, definitive period at the end of a sentence he never meant to read. He stood there in the hallway, his back to the door of 312, facing his brother who still hadn't moved. Emmett's eyes slowly shifted from the closed door to Gary's face. They held each other's gaze, a wordless communication of sheer, unadulterated shock. The phone lay on the floor inside the apartment, its red recording light still blinking, a tiny, unwavering eye witnessing it all. In Chapter 2, the morning air was cold, and carried the scent of damp earth and something sharper beneath it, the chemical tang of rust and old, wet concrete. Katie Ford stood at the edge of the Barrens, a forgotten stretch of wild ground within the capital's limits. Her breath plumed in front of her, a transient ghost in the still dawn. 30 acres of scrub and ruin, hemmed in by chain link and bureaucratic neglect. Yesterday, it had been a battleground. She could still hear the echoes of it in her head, the staccato reports of gunfire relayed over the radio, Nina's voice tight with pain and fury. Her partner, Nina Shaw, had finally cornered Calvin Calloway here. Their long-awaited clash had left its mark on the dirt and the decaying structures, a violence that seemed to have seeped into the very soil. Katie's boots, scuffed and still dusty from yesterday's chaos, sank slightly into the soft ground at the perimeter. Calloway, the serial killer with a cult-like following, had escaped prison to finish his war with the agent who put him away. He'd also made it his mission to destroy Katie, to peel back her life layer by layer until there was nothing left but the raw nerve of failure. Authorities hadn't moved in yet. The flashing lights and sirens of the previous night were gone, replaced by a single patrol car parked a quarter-mile down the access road, its engine off. An old chemical spill decades prior had the place flagged as a potential hazard zone, requiring assessments and permits. The red tape of containment and environmental safety created a window of eerie stillness between the violence and the investigation. Katie stepped through it. The crunch of her boots on the frost-rimed dead grass was obscenely loud in the silence. She moved with deliberate care, her eyes scanning the trampled paths in the weeds, the broken stalks where many feet had passed. The sky was a flat, pale gray, leaching color from the landscape. To her left, the skeletal frame of a derelict warehouse stood against the skyline, its windows like empty eye sockets. The air was colder here, away from the city's thermal mass, and it carried the smell of decay, rotting wood, stagnant water, and beneath it all, the faint, coppery hint of old blood. A gust of wind snaked through the ruins, making a low moan as it passed through a gap in the warehouse's corrugated metal siding. It sounded like a sigh. She kept her hands out of her pockets, her shoulders tense, her hearing straining to separate the natural sounds of a derelict place from something that didn't belong. Her path led toward the amphitheater. It was a skeletal thing, bleached wood and rusted metal that had once, in Calloway's twisted mythology, housed his traveling carnival. His twisted idea of home. As she drew closer, the scale of its decay became more apparent. The roof over the stage had partially collapsed, sagging like a broken spine. Tattered remnants of faded red and yellow canvas fluttered from beams, the last ghosts of the big top. She moved through a gap where a door had rotted away from its hinges, the wood splintered and soft under her gloved touch. The edges of the broken frame were jagged, and she had to turn sideways to slip through, the rough wood catching on the sleeve of her jacket. Inside, the light was dim and dusty. She descended cracked concrete steps, her hand skimming the cold metal of the railing, her fingers coming away gritty with rust. Each step was a decision, her weight testing the concrete before committing. The stage floor was littered with debris. Shattered glass that glittered like ice in the weak light, empty bottles with labels peeled away by time, the charred remains of a small fire in a metal drum. The silence was absolute, a thick, pressing weight that made the pulse in her own ears sound like a drumbeat. She could smell the ash from the old fire, mixed with the pervasive damp and a sweet, sickly undertone of something that had died and dried out in a corner unseen. Then she saw him. A shape slumped in the middle rows of seating, a shadow that didn't belong. From this distance, it was a dark blotch against the gray, weathered wood of the bench. She stopped, her body going still. Her right hand drifted instinctively to her hip, where her service weapon would normally be, but it wasn't there. The absence was a physical ache, a hollow feeling where the weight of the Glock should have been. Director Vance's stand-down order had teeth. She was here as a ghost, not an agent. She forced her hand to relax, to drop to her side, fingers flexing once before curling into a loose fist. She climbed up through the rows, her steps measured, her eyes never leaving the shape. The benches were strewn with more trash. Fast food wrappers bleached by the sun, a crushed pack of cigarettes, cigarette butts ground into the wood grain, a single mud-caked sneaker lying on its side. The closer she got, the more details resolved. The posture was all wrong, the head lolled back at an unnatural angle against the seat behind it, as if he'd been thrown there. Half his head was gone. The damage was catastrophic. A close-range blast that had painted the seat back with matter, dark, dried spatter and flecks of white bone caught in the grain of the wood like gruesome confetti. The force had torn the fabric of the balaclava he wore, a plain black knit now soaked and stiff with blood. One of Calloway's disciples. A foot soldier who had followed his prophet into the dark and been consumed by it. Flies, sluggish in the cold, crawled over the ruined fabric, their buzzing a low, intermittent drone. Katie felt a cold detachment settle over her, a familiar clinical numbness that started behind her eyes and spread down her spine, locking her emotions away. Her face became a still mask, her breathing slow and controlled. She stopped 2 rows below, studying the scene. These weren't people to her anymore. They were extensions of Calloway's will, hollowed out and reprogrammed. She thought of the ones she'd encountered before, their eyes flat and fervent, speaking his words as if they were their own. Pity was a luxury she couldn't afford for fanatics who'd die for him. It was a currency that bought nothing but hesitation, and hesitation got you killed. Ending Calloway was the only mercy she could offer them, the only way to break the circuit. But the detachment was a thin veneer. Beneath it, other emotions churned, a roil in her gut that tightened her diaphragm. Nina was in a hospital bed right now, with 2 cops outside her door. Katie had seen her just hours ago, pale against the white sheets, her arm in a cast, her face a roadmap of bruises and cuts from the brutal hand-to-hand fight with Calloway. The memory made Katie's jaw clench, the muscle ticking under her skin. The cops were a formality. It wasn't enough. Calloway had infiltrated the FBI before, turning agents into his pawns. He could get to her. The fear was a constant knot in Katie's gut, a tight, cold ball of dread that had taken up permanent residence. Every quiet hallway, every unfamiliar face was now a potential threat. She found herself scanning the shadows between the rows of seats, not just for movement, but for the glint of a watch, the cut of a suit, any sign that the threat wore a badge. And Glenn, her chest constricted, a sharp, inward pull that made her take a quick, shallow breath. Reconnecting with him yesterday, allowing herself that moment of normalcy, of warmth, might have signed his death warrant. She could still feel the phantom pressure of his hand on her back, the solid reality of him in his kitchen. She had seen the look in Calloway's eyes in old interview tapes, the delight he took in threading connections between people, and then severing them in the most painful way possible. Calloway loved to inflict maximum pain. He didn't just kill, he engineered sorrow. Glenn, with his steady hands and his quiet apartment full of books, was now a piece on the board, whether he knew it or not. The thought was a cold stone in her stomach. She needed a lead. Something the official evidence teams would bag and tag, something that might get lost in the shuffle of a multi-agency cluster. She needed a thread to pull. Her eyes moved over the corpse again, not seeing the horror but the details. The clothing, the positioning, the lack of a visible weapon. She turned from the corpse, her gaze sweeping the amphitheater. Behind the stage was the dark mouth of a low tunnel, a utility access leading to a storage chamber. She picked her way across the stage, her boots crunching on broken glass, avoiding a warped board that groaned under tentative pressure. She ducked into the tunnel entrance, the temperature dropping several degrees as she left the weak gray light behind. The air changed immediately, becoming thick with the smell of decay, mold, damp earth, and something organic and spoiled, like forgotten meat. It was cold enough to see her breath again, the vapor hanging in the beam of her phone's flashlight. She moved the beam slowly, cutting through the gloom. The walls were rough concrete, sweating beads of moisture that caught the light. Dark stains mottled the floor, irregular splashes and smears that could only be blood. But whose? Nina S. Calloway S. Followers. There were drag marks, long scuffs in the dust and grit, and smaller, chaotic scuffles frozen in place. It was an impossible puzzle without luminol and a forensics team, a story written in violence where she could only read the punctuation. She crouched, bringing the light closer to the floor. In one drag mark, she saw a partial tread pattern, the zigzag of a boot sole. She committed it to memory. One particular stain caught her eye, a larger pooled area near a stack of rotten wooden pallets. The wood was soft and spongy, black with mold. She crouched beside it, the cold of the concrete seeping through the knees of her jeans with an insistent bite. The blood was dry, black and cracked in the beam of her light. Nearby, a length of rusted pipe lay on the ground, one end darkened with the same black residue. Seeing the evidence of the fight, the tangible proof of how close it had been, hardened her resolve into something diamond-sharp and cold. Her throat tightened. This was where Nina had almost died. This was where Calloway had slipped away. Her fingers, holding the phone, were white at the knuckles. Director Robert Vance had ordered them both to stand down, to let other teams handle the hunt. His voice had been firm, final over the phone. "You're too close, Ford. It's personal now. That's when mistakes happen." He wasn't the one with a target on his back. He wasn't the one lying in a hospital bed, or the one whose loved ones were now in the crosshairs. He dealt in protocols and probabilities. She was dealing in blood and consequences. She had to do this herself. The thought was not rebellious but factual, a simple equation of survival. She moved deeper into the chamber, the beam of her light revealing stacks of decaying carnival props. A cracked mirror from a funhouse, throwing back a distorted, fragmented image of her own face. A wooden cutout of a strongman with faded paint peeling away in curls. A cluster of wooden rings for a toss game, their bright colors now dull and grimy. It was a graveyard of cheap illusions. A quick, methodical sweep confirmed she was alone. She checked behind each stack, her light probing the deepest shadows, her own breathing the loudest sound. The place was a tomb, silent except for the distant, rhythmic drip of water from a leak somewhere in the ceiling. No rustle of fabric, no intake of breath. Calloway was long gone. The emptiness felt heavier than any presence. She returned to the dead man in the seats. The morning light was a little stronger now, a thin, watery beam breaking through a hole in the roof and casting long, sharp shadows through the broken structure. It made the scene even more stark, more real, highlighting the stark contrast between the vibrant red of dried blood and the dead gray of everything else. Using the cuff of her jacket to cover her hand, she reached out and lifted the stiff, blood-caked edge of the balaclava. It peeled away with a slight, tearing sound, like Velcro but wetter. An old man stared back with milky, unseeing eyes. His face was lined, deeply weathered like old leather left in the sun, with a stubble of gray beard on his jaw. His hair, also gray, was matted with blood on the right side where the wound was. Of a stranger. Not one of the followers from the earlier files. Calloway was recruiting new blood, or digging up old, buried loyalties. She let the fabric fall back, the mask settling into place with a finality that seemed to swallow his identity whole. She then carefully, using 2 fingers of her still-covered hand, lifted one of the corpse's limp, cold hands. The skin was waxy and cool, the fingers stiff, already locking into the early stages of rigor. She turned the hand over, the weight of it surprising, exposing the inner wrist. There in the pale skin was a small, dark brand, a stylized looping knot like a tangled noose or an endless maze. She'd seen it in evidence photos from the takedown of Calloway's network years ago, but never this fresh, this clearly defined. The skin around it was raised and red, an old burn that had healed into a permanent mark of ownership. She pressed the pad of her thumb gently against the brand through her jacket cuff. The skin was smooth and hard, like polished stone. She pulled out her phone, switched off the flashlight, and opened the camera. The screen's glow lit her face from below. She took several close-up photographs of the mark from different angles, leaning in, holding her breath to keep the image steady, making sure the focus was sharp. She captured the context, a wider shot showing the brand on the wrist with the torn balaclava and the man's weathered knuckles in the frame. The electronic shutter clicked softly in the silence, a tiny digital sound that felt out of place. This was her thread. A symbol. Symbols had meanings, and meanings had origins. Someone had applied this brand with a hot iron. Someone might know who this man was, where he came from, how Calloway found him. A sound from outside, the distant, metallic groan of a heavy vehicle door shutting. Time was up. The official crews would arrive soon, trucks rolling down the access road, bringing generators and lights and the chatter of a contained operation. She couldn't be found here. Disobeying a direct order would mean suspension, or worse, being shut out completely, her credentials pulled, her access revoked. The thought sent a spike of genuine panic through her chest, a flutter behind her ribs. She couldn't help Nina from a desk. She couldn't protect Glenn from a desk. She needed to be in the field, in the dark places where Calloway moved. She needed the authority to act when she found him. She slid the phone back into her pocket, the hard edge of it a comforting weight against her thigh. She took one last look at the dead follower, at the ruin of him, and turned away. The image of the milky eyes and the branded wrist was already searing itself into her memory. She retraced her steps through the amphitheater, up the cracked steps, her movements quicker now, less cautious. She pushed back through the rotten doorway, the splintered wood catching again, and emerged into the flat gray light. The morning seemed brighter now, harsher, the sky a sheet of polished steel. She trekked back across the barren field, the dead grass whispering against her legs, the sound like dry paper rustling. In the distance, the hum of the city was a constant, low-grade fever, the sound of life moving on, oblivious. A siren warbled, miles away, for some other emergency. Calloway was out there, somewhere in that urban maze, licking his wounds, plotting his next move. The hunt was now personal, a deadly game of hide-and-seek across Washington's streets and shadows. He wouldn't leave until he'd won, or until he was dead. She understood that now, with a clarity that chilled her more than the morning air. This wouldn't end with an arrest. It would only end with a bodies. The realization settled on her shoulders, a tangible weight. Her own or his. But first she had a meeting. A promise she intended to keep. Brooke Vance, the rookie, was waiting. And Katie needed someone who could still operate in the light, someone with clean hands and an untarnished badge, someone who could access the databases and run the traces while Katie moved through the darkness. She picked up her pace, her boots striking the hard-packed earth with purpose. The city drew her back in, its skyline a jagged silhouette against the gray. The weight of the dead man's milky eyes and the branded knot on his wrist was a new burden she carried with her, a silent companion. The game was already in motion. She just had to find the next move. She crossed the final stretch to the chain-link fence, slipped through the same gap she'd used to enter, and merged with the waking city, a ghost returning to the world of the living, marked by what she'd seen in the dead. In Chapter 3, the scent of his cologne was clean, like citrus and soap, with a faint, familiar undertone of the cedar shampoo he used. Katie Ford kept a careful distance on the bar stool, close enough to catch it but not so close it felt like a promise. The polished wood of the stool was cool through her jeans. She rested her elbows on the lacquered bar top, the surface sticky in patches from spilled beer long since wiped away, the varnish worn smooth in arcs where countless others had leaned. After everything with Mark, the idea of letting someone in again felt like walking onto a frozen lake, testing each step for the telltale crack, the sudden plunge into icy black. But if the ice was going to break for anyone, it would be for Glenn. The Checkpoint Tavern was all dark wood and worn leather, a refuge for federal agents who needed a drink without the glare of industrial lighting. Low-hanging pendant lamps with amber glass shades cast pools of warm light over the booths, leaving the corners in deep shadow. The air smelled of decades of spilled whiskey, wood polish, and the faint, greasy aroma of fried food from the kitchen. Beneath it was the scent of damp wool from coats hung on hooks, and the crisp, clean smell of winter air that clung to new arrivals. The quiet hum of conversation, murmured shop talk, the low rumble of a baseball game on the TV above the bar with the volume muted, the clink of glassware, the solid thunk of a heavy mug on wood, was a relief after the screaming silence of the last few days. It was a sound that absorbed you, asked nothing of you. A jukebox in the corner played a classic rock song at a respectful volume, the bass line a steady, distant heartbeat. Glenn looked exactly as she remembered from 6 weeks ago. That easy smile that started in his eyes, the kind of tousled brown hair that seemed perpetually windswept even indoors, eyes the color of a summer sky just after dawn. He wore a simple gray Henley, the sleeves pushed up to his elbows, revealing forearms corded with the functional muscle of his trade, a faded tattoo of a grappling hook on his left forearm. He made the chaos of the last 72 hours feel temporarily distant, held at bay by the solid, normal bulk of his shoulders, and the way he occupied his space without seeming to claim it, one boot resting on the stool's foot rail. In 3 days she'd been suspended, reinstated, hunted, and had watched her home become ash. Time had stretched and snapped like a rubber band, leaving her disoriented, her internal clock broken. Sitting here felt like stepping off a treadmill that was still moving, the world tilting as her momentum tried to carry her forward into a space that was suddenly, unnervingly still. "It's Saturday," Glenn said, his voice cutting through the fog of her thoughts. It was a neutral observation, an anchor dropped into the present. She blinked, pulling her gaze from a water ring on the bar, her focus snapping back from a 1,000-yard stare. Was I talking out loud? Muttering, he smiled, a small crease appearing at the corner of his eye. He tapped his own temple with a finger. You do that when you're running scenarios in your head. Your lips move just a little. Right side mostly. A server approached, a young woman with tired eyes and an efficient manner, her apron stained with coffee and something reddish-brown. Katie ordered a black coffee. Glenn asked for the same, but in a bigger mug. He held his hands apart to indicate a comically large size, his expression deadpan. The server didn't smile, just nodded, her pen scratching on her pad. "Big coffee," she repeated flatly and turned away. Katie found herself grinning at the pointless clarification, at his need to inject a little absurdity into the mundane. The grin felt strange on her face, muscles unused, pulling at the tender skin near the healing cut on her cheekbone. "I have something for you," Katie said, needing to bridge the awkwardness to discharge the debt she felt before they could even start. She reached into her bag at her feet, her fingers brushing past the hard plastic of her service weapon, the cool metal of her badge, a crumpled packet of gauze, before finding the soft, worn cotton. She pulled his faded baseball cap from her bag. The navy blue was faded to a soft gray in patches, the bill permanently curved from use, a small tear in the fabric at the seam. The man who tried to kill her had somehow gotten hold of it, had used it as a prop in his nightmare theater. She slid it across the smooth wood of the table, pushing it toward him with 2 fingers. "I'm sorry. He must have been watching you because of me. It was in my apartment." Glenn took it, his fingers closing over the fabric. He turned it over in his hands slowly, as if checking for damage, inspecting the stitching on the brim, the sweat-stained interior band, the faint outline of a logo that had peeled away. His expression was unreadable, a careful neutrality, but his jaw tightened just perceptibly. "I thought this was gone for good. Left it on a bench at the gym months ago." He pulled it onto his head, where it sat slightly crooked, the way he always wore it. He adjusted it once, a practice tug at the brim. Still perfect. He leaned over the small table, the wood creaking under his weight, and wrapped her in a quick, one-armed hug. His arm was solid across her shoulders, his chin brushing her temple, the rough fabric of his Henley against her neck. Her muscles tensed. A wire of pure instinct tightened down her spine, locking her joints, her breath catching high in her chest. She didn't pull away, but she didn't lean in. She became a statue in the circle of his arm, her hands remaining on the table, palms flat. They both felt it. The hug lasted a second too short. He pulled back, settling back onto his stool, the legs scraping on the floor. His eyes searched her face, noting the slight widening of her eyes, the way she had stopped breathing. "You okay?" She let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. It shuddered slightly on the way out, a faint tremor she couldn't control. "Yeah. Sorry." "It's not you." She looked down at her hands, one palm up on the table showing the shiny pink patches of new skin, the other clenched in her lap, knuckles white. "My last situation ended badly. Violently. The man I was seeing. It's left a residue." She flexed the burned hand, watching the new skin stretch, feeling the tight, hot pull of it. Glenn's playful expression sobered, the light in his summer sky eyes clouding over. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, giving her his full attention, his gaze steady and patient. "Do I need to have a word with someone?" His tone was light, but there was a steel thread running through it, a genuine offer of violence wrapped in a joke. His hands, resting on his knees, curled slightly into loose fists. "He's dead." The words were flat, factual, devoid of inflection. She kept her eyes on her palm. "The man they found in my apartment. That was him." "Oh," the sound was a soft exhalation, a release of air. Glenn's shoulders dropped, the prepared tension draining out of them. He ran a hand through his hair, dislodging the cap slightly, then resettled it. "Katie, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I mean, I saw the news about the fire, the body, but I didn't connect it." He shook his head slowly, a frown etching lines between his brows. "They just said an associate, not." Don't be. You didn't know. She picked up a spoon as the server set 2 mugs of coffee before them with a dull clack. Hers was standard diner issue, white ceramic with a chip on the handle. His was, indeed, noticeably larger, a heavy tan mug. She stirred her coffee, watching the dark liquid swirl, the steam rising in a thin curl, needing to change the subject to steer them back to safer, shallower water. The spoon clicked rhythmically against the ceramic. How's the wrestling life? Still taking falls for a living. He accepted the shift, his posture relaxing as he picked up his oversized mug, wrapping both hands around it for warmth. He blew across the surface, sending ripples across the black liquid, then launched into a story, his voice taking on a storyteller's rhythm, a cadence meant to entertain. So there's this guy, the Baltimore Bruiser, 280 pounds of pure ego and bad tattoos, Glenn began, a grin tugging at his mouth. I'm his scheduled opponent for the night. The finish is supposed to be me hitting him with a running knee. He sells it, goes down for the 3 count. Simple, clean, crowd goes home happy. He set his mug down and used his hands to frame an imaginary ring, his fingers tracing the ropes in the air. But Bruiser decides mid-match that he wants to get his shit in. Wants to look strong, you know. So he calls an audible, tells me he's going to reverse my knee into a body slam. In the middle of the damn match, he just grunts it at me. Glenn stood up slightly from his stool, demonstrating a grappling stance, his feet planted wide, his arms coming up. I go for the knee, he catches me, or he's supposed to catch me and hoist me up. But he's gassed, Katie. 3rd match of the night, and he's breathing like a steam engine. I can hear it wheezing in my ear. He gets me up okay, but his grip is slipping. I can feel his fingers sliding on my tights. My weight is not centered over his hips, it's all on his arms. And instead of falling back to drive me down, he just buckles. Glenn mimed a staggering collapse, dropping back onto his stool with a thud that made the glasses on the bar rattle. He let his head loll back, mouth open in a silent gasp. He goes straight down, knees first onto the mat. I come down on top of him, elbow right into his diaphragm. Knocked the wind out of him so bad he couldn't get up for the pin. Ref's counting, audience is booing, throwing popcorn, and I'm lying there on this mountain of a man whispering, "Breathe, man, just breathe." Had to roll him over, he weighed a ton, and slap his back like a choking infant. Finally he gasps, this huge, wet sound, I cover him, 1, 2, 3. Most pathetic victory of my career. Got a standing ovation for medical incompetence. It was a world of staged violence and real pain, of pulled muscles and bruised egos, utterly foreign to her world of the real thing, where the pain was permanent and the victories felt like ashes. But his telling was so vivid, so self-deprecating, his hands painting the scene in the air between them, that she felt a genuine smile tug at her lips, the tension in her neck easing a fraction. Hang on, he said, his eyes lighting up with remembered amusement. He fished in the pocket of his jeans and pulled out his phone, his thumb swiping and tapping with practiced ease. You have to see this. It's from a show last week in Scranton. Different guy, same principle of gravity being a merciless bastard. The guy was supposed to get thrown out of the ring, a basic over-the-top rope spot. But he misjudged the spring in the ropes, tripped over the damn turnbuckle on his way up. Here. He turned the screen toward her, leaning in so she could see, his shoulder brushing hers. The video was shaky, shot from the crowd on a phone. The arena was half full, the lighting harsh and flat. A hulking man in neon green spandex scrambled toward the ropes, launched himself upward, caught his foot on the top turnbuckle pad, and executed a slow, graceless forward pitch. He flailed, arms windmilling, and landed face first on the ring apron with a comical, audible thud that was picked up by the microphone. The crowd emitted a unified groan that quickly dissolved into laughter. The referee's shoulders shook as he turned away to hide his face. On the video, Glenn's voice off camera could be heard saying, "Oh, buddy, no." A genuine chuckle escaped Katie, a short, rusty sound that was foreign even to her own ears. It felt good. It felt like a crack in the shell, a brief leak of pressure. She covered her mouth with her good hand, the laughter surprising her. "See," Glenn said, pocketing the phone with a satisfied grin, like a magician who'd performed a successful trick. "It teaches you to respect physics. Every time you think you're the exception, the universe reminds you you're not. Usually on live television." "Mine teaches me to check my corners," she said, her mood lightening a fraction, the weight on her chest easing just enough to take a full, deep breath that didn't hitch. "And to never assume the floor won't give way. Or that your date isn't a homicidal psychopath." The last part slipped out, darker than she intended, and the slight ease vanished. The conversation lulled for a second, settling into a more comfortable silence. The noise of the bar filled the space. The sharp click of pool balls from a table in the back, the rise and fall of a conversation about pension plans at a nearby table, the low thrum of the jukebox switching to a new song. Katie traced a finger around the rim of her mug, the ceramic warm against her skin. She looked at him, really looked at him, seeing the fine lines at the corners of his eyes that hadn't been there a year ago, the small, pale scar on his chin from a misplaced chair shot, the shadow of stubble along his jaw. He was watching her too, his expression soft, waiting. "Are you really all right with all this?" she asked, her voice lower, almost lost in the ambient sound. She forced herself to meet his gaze, to hold it. "With me. I basically painted a target on your back. He had your hat. That means he knew who you were, where you might be. Because of me," she gestured vaguely with her burned hand. "All of this, it leaks. It gets on people." Glenn didn't answer immediately. He took a long, slow sip of his coffee, his eyes holding hers over the rim of the mug. He set it down with a soft, definitive click on the wood. He shrugged, a roll of his shoulders that was more resigned than casual, and his smile returned, but it was softer now, less performative, reaching his eyes. "Katie, the most dangerous thing in my life is usually a poorly tightened ring rope or a partner who doesn't know his own strength. This," he gestured vaguely, encompassing the danger that clung to her, the unseen watchers, the violence that followed. "It's the most exciting thing to happen to me since I got a concussion from a folding chair that was supposed to be foam core. And that was a hell of a story." "More exciting than that?" she asked, nodding toward his phone, where the memory of the falling wrestler was stored. "By a mile," he said it simply, without bravado, his gaze steady. "And it's real. You're real. The other stuff is just a job. A fun job, but it's playfighting. This matters." He took another sip, then cradled the mug in his hands. "So where are you living now?" "Since your place is?" He left the sentence hanging, not wanting to say the words, his eyes flicking to her burned palm and then away. "Gone." "A fire." She held up her palm again, the new skin gleaming under the bar lights like plastic wrap. "Another souvenir from my fan club. I lost everything. Clothes, furniture, pictures. All of it." She let her hand drop to the table with a soft tap. "I'm staying with my partner, Nina. In her guest room. For now. It's temporary. Her place smells like lavender and cat, and there's a crocheted blanket on the bed that itches. Well, the offer stands. Has always stood." He leaned back, hooking his thumb over his shoulder in the general direction of his apartment. I've got a couch that folds out. It's about 70% springs. I can feel every single one of them digging into my back, but it's free. And there's a lock on the door. A decent one. Deadbolt. I installed it myself. That's sweet. Truly, she felt a pang of longing for that simple, stupid, springy couch, for the normalcy of his apartment with its mismatched furniture and wrestling posters on the walls, the fridge covered in takeout menus, the faint smell of his cedar shampoo in the bathroom. It was a powerful, almost physical pull. But Glenn, that's the problem. If he knows I'm with you, if the person who did this or someone like him is still out there, then your place becomes a location. You become a person of interest. A leverage point. She spoke slowly, emphasizing each word, willing him to understand the gravity she felt. They don't play by rules. They don't care about collateral damage. He already knows we're together right now, Glenn finished, his tone pragmatic, almost clinical. He gestured around the bar with his chin, his eyes doing a quick, casual scan of the room. If he's watching like you say he was, then this meeting is already a risk. A calculated one, maybe. You're here. I'm here. We're in a public place frequented by federal agents. If his goal was to hurt me to get to you, he's had opportunities. The gym, my apartment building. This isn't new intel for him. It's old news, he met her eyes again. The risk isn't new. It's just acknowledged now. He was right. The realization was a cold splash of water on the back of her neck, trickling down her spine. She'd been selfish, wanting a slice of normalcy. A few minutes where she was Agent Ford, victim or hunter, and in doing so she had dragged him into the open anyway. She had assessed the tavern as a safe enough location for her, well-lit, populated by armed colleagues, but had she truly assessed it for him? Or had she just wanted to see a friendly face so badly she'd accepted the risk on his behalf, rationalized it away? Her cheeks grew warm with a flush of shame. You're right, she said, the words tasting bitter, like the dregs of her coffee. This was stupid of me. I shouldn't have called. I should have just disappeared for a while. Let everything cool down. Let you be safe. Maybe. He reached across the small table and covered her burned hand with his. His palm was warm, dry, calloused in places from gripping ropes and weights. Her instinct was to pull away, a sharp, electric reflex born from recent betrayal, from the memory of Mark's touch that had been a lie, a prelude to violence. She forced herself to be still, to let the heat of his hand seep into her skin, to feel the solid, reassuring pressure. But the hesitation, that fractional second of flinch, the slight stiffening of her fingers hung in the air between them, tangible as smoke. I've got baggage, she said flatly, looking at their joined hands, his tanned skin against her pink, shiny palm. The lot of it. And not the nice kind with wheels. The heavy, sharp-cornered kind that spills open at the worst times. The kind that leaves marks. She flexed her fingers under his. Glenn didn't remove his hand. His thumb moved, a slow, gentle stroke across her knuckles, over the ridges of bone. Katie, remember our first date? That terrible Italian place, where the garlic bread was literally just toast with garlic powder. And the red sauce came out of a can that probably had a picture of a chef on it. A faint, unwilling smile touched her lips at the memory. The place had been almost empty, the lighting too bright. You ordered spaghetti and meatballs and wore half of it. There was a meatball stain on your shirt for a week. I did. And over that culinary disaster, I told you my deep, dark secret. He leaned in a little, his voice dropping to a mock conspiratorial level. That I was the king of the 90-day fling. 3 months max. That was my limit. Too boring, too needy, too something. I had a system. A mental calendar. It was clean, it was easy, no one got hurt. He shook his head, a look of mild wonder on his face, as if recalling a foolish, younger version of himself. We blew past that timeline months ago. You blew up the system. You've already nearly got me killed, or at least, put me in the vicinity of people who want to kill you. A little jumpiness, some heavy baggage, that isn't going to scare me off. It just makes you real. He squeezed her hand gently, his fingers tightening for a second. Just try to be here, okay? In this bar, on this stupid stool. For the next hour, the world is this coffee and this terrible ambient music. He tilted his head, listening to the jukebox's soft guitar solo. Can you do that? 1 hour. She opened her mouth to answer, to try and articulate the churning mess of gratitude and fear and fragile hope in her chest, when her phone vibrated on the table with a sharp, insistent buzz that made the wood hum. The sound was like a needle scratching across the moment, a physical intrusion. She glanced at it. The screen lit up, casting a blue-white glow on the dark wood, illuminating the grain. The caller ID read Robert VANCE. Not a call. A text notification. The message preview was brief, stark against the background. Call me when you have a moment. New case to discuss. Her body reacted before her mind could. Her spine straightened, her shoulders squaring automatically, her head coming up as her eyes lost their soft focus and sharpened. Her gaze flicked from the phone to Glenn's face, noting his reaction, then to the exits in a swift, practiced sweep. The front door with its frosted glass, the hallway to the restrooms, the fire door marked exit in the back with its push bar. A threat assessment completed in under a second, angles of approach, cover, potential hostiles. Her breathing shallowed. Work, Glenn asked. He had seen the change, the subtle armor sliding into place, the woman receding and the agent emerging. His hand was still on hers, but she was no longer in the room with him. She was already evaluating, planning, responding. Yeah, her voice was tighter, clipped. But it can wait, she meant it. She wanted it to wait. She wanted to reclaim the moment, to answer his question, to be here. But the text was a hook in her attention, pulling her back to the world of blood and consequences, of puzzles that needed solving and monsters that needed catching. The vibration seemed to echo in her bones. You sure? He withdrew his hand slowly, giving her space, his own posture shifting to something more observant, less intimate. He picked up his mug again, a barrier. So I don't mind. Really. Do what you need to do. So I'll be right here. She looked at his open, understanding face, the concern in his eyes utterly devoid of resentment. Then she looked back at the phone, the screen now dark but seeming to pulse with latent urgency in her mind's eye. Vance was not a man who sent casual texts on a Saturday night. He was a man of formal emails and scheduled briefings. A direct text from his personal phone meant something specific, something he wanted to handle personally and quickly, outside of official channels. It meant it was sensitive or urgent or both. Give me 2 minutes, she said, the decision made, her voice all business. She scooped up the phone, her fingers closing around the cool, hard case. She stood, the stool legs scraping loudly. Take 10, he said, picking up his mug and taking a long swallow, his eyes following her. I'll guard the coffee. And the fort. She offered him a tight, apologetic smile that didn't reach her eyes and slid off the stool. She wove through the bar, her movements economical, her eyes cataloging the patrons without seeming to, a couple arguing in low voices in a booth, the woman twisting a napkin into shreds, a solitary man reading a newspaper at the bar, his posture relaxed, a group of three laughing too loudly, their faces flushed with alcohol. No immediate threats, no one paying her undue attention. The hallway to the restrooms was narrow, lit by a single, flickering fluorescent tube that buzzed overhead. The floor was linoleum, cracked and stained. She passed the doors marked with stick figures and pushed through the heavy, metal fire door at the end, the bar latching with a loud clunk as she stepped out into the rear alleyway. The cool night air was a shock, a slap after the tavern's cloistered warmth. It smelled of damp brick, rotting garbage from a nearby dumpster overflowing with black bags, and the distant, oily scent of the city, of exhaust and concrete. A single, flickering security light above the door cast long, distorted shadows that jumped and wavered. The sounds of the street, a distant siren winding down, the rumble of a bus shifting gears, a snatch of bass-heavy music from a passing car, were muffled here, filtered through the thick walls of the buildings. She leaned against the cold brick, the roughness snagging the fabric of her jacket. She took a deep breath, the air chilling her lungs, clearing the smell of beer and fried food from her nose. She tapped Vance's name in her recent contacts, her thumb leaving a smudge on the glass. She put the phone to her ear, listening to the ring, watching her breath fog in the yellow light. It was picked up on the second ring. Katie, Director Vance's voice was its usual measured baritone, but there was an undercurrent of something, haste, perhaps, or suppressed energy, a slight tightness. Director, she answered, her voice tight, professional, the alley walls seeming to bounce the tone back at her. I'm on personal time, sir. Is this about Calloway? Do we have him? She realized she was holding her breath, her free hand clenched at her side. Calvin Calloway, the man who had put Nina in the hospital, who had turned her life into a running battle, who was still out there. The hope was a sharp, painful thing, a blade she couldn't help but grasp. It's not Calloway. The hope died, replaced by a dull, familiar throb of frustration that settled behind her eyes. The search is ongoing, but he's vanished. Comms dark, no sightings, no financial trails. This is a new matter. A peculiar double homicide in Pennsylvania. Local PD is out of their depths. I wanted to brief you personally before the morning tasking. Katie pinched the bridge of her nose between her thumb and forefinger, squeezing her eyes shut. A headache, previously lurking at the edges of her awareness, announced itself with a dull, insistent pound behind her left eye. The cold brick was leaching warmth from her back. Sir, with respect, you ordered me to take 2 weeks. Medical and psychological. The paperwork is probably on your desk. I'm covered in bandages. I look like I lost a fight with a woodchipper. And Nina is in a hospital bed with a collapsed lung and more stitches than a quilt. My answer is no. I'm not available for consultation, for briefing, for anything. My place is here. She opened her eyes, staring at the stained asphalt, a puddle of oily water reflecting the flickering light. He's still out there. He could come for her family. There was a beat of silence on the line, the kind Vance used to let unreasonable statements hang in the air until they sounded as foolish as they were. She could hear the faint sound of his pen tapping on a desk. I'm not asking for fieldwork, he said, his tone patient, explanatory. I need your mind on this. There's another agent already assigned to the scene. A good one. Young, sharp, but green on this kind of thing. With Nina out for the foreseeable future, I'm considering a new partnership structure. This case could be the test run. A wave of fatigue hit her, so profound it felt like a physical weight on her shoulders, pushing her deeper into the brick. She sagged against it, the rough texture digging in. I don't want a new partner. I work with Nina. I trust Nina. My place is here, making sure she's safe, making sure her family is protected. And finding the man who put her there, she thought, the anger a hot coal in her gut, burning through the fatigue. I can't split my focus. Not now. You misunderstand, Vance said, and now his voice took on a different quality, one she'd heard rarely, the tone of a mentor laying out a chess move, showing her the board from his elevation. I'm not offering you as a student. I'm offering you as the teacher. The mentor. To the agent on scene. Remote consultation. You guide, you advise, you shape the approach. From a distance. The word landed like a stone in still water. A mentor. Ripples of absurdity spread out, touching every part of her. She was 32. She had been a field agent for a handful of years. She had a reputation, yes, for tenacity, for catching monsters, for attracting chaos. But a mentor. That was for veterans like Nina, for agents with 20 years and a calm, steady wisdom, who had seen everything and knew how to temper fire with patience. She was barely past being a rookie herself, still bleeding from the last fight, her nerves raw, her trust shattered. The idea of guiding someone else, of being responsible for their decisions and their safety, with Nina vulnerable and a killer like Calloway hunting her, felt not just absurd but dangerously irresponsible. It felt like being asked to perform brain surgery while her own hands were shaking. I appreciate it, Director, really, she said, forcing her voice to be level, pushing down the bubble of near-hysterical laughter that threatened. But I'm not the right person. Not now. My head isn't in a place to guide anyone. It's barely in a place to keep myself functional. I'm compromised. She used the clinical term deliberately, hoping it would carry weight. There was a longer silence this time. She could picture him in his office, the tidy desk, the framed photos of his family, the secure line blinking. He would be weighing her words, measuring her stability against his need. After a brief, disappointed silence that felt heavy in her ear, Vance relented. She could almost hear him making a note in a file. Ford K. It declined. Status unstable. Very well. The offer remains open. Get your rest, Katie. Check in with medical on Monday as scheduled. I'll have Agent Brooks handle the Pennsylvania case. The line went dead with a soft click. She stood in the alley for another minute, the phone cold against her ear. The sounds of the city seemed louder now, more intrusive. A dog barking, a shout from a nearby street, the relentless hum of traffic. The flickering light made her headache pulse in time. She pushed off the wall, her body feeling heavy, drained, as if the conversation had physically cost her. She walked back through the flickering hallway, the buzz of the fluorescent now grating, the smell of disinfectant from the restrooms sharp in her nose. The noise of the tavern swelled as she opened the door, a wave of warmth and sound that felt alien. She found her way back to the booth, sliding in across from Glenn. The coffee in her mug had a thin, oily film on the surface, congealing. His mug was half empty. Sorry, she said, placing the phone face down on the table with a deliberate motion. Work sounded important. Glenn studied her face, his eyes tracing the new tightness around her mouth, the way she held her shoulders, slightly hunched as if against a cold wind. He nudged her mug toward her. A mentor. That's a big word. Capital M. She gave him the condensed version, stripping out the emotion, leaving just the facts. A double homicide in Pennsylvania, the director wanting her to consult remotely, his idea of pairing her with another agent as a mentor, her refusal. She kept it clinical, but her voice was flat, drained. Glenn listened, his brow furrowing. He stirred his coffee absently, the spoon making a slow circuit. "Why would you say no?" he asked when she finished, his head tilted. That's a huge vote of confidence. From the director of the Critical Incident Response Group, no less. That's not a pat on the head. That's a hand on your shoulder, pushing you forward. Or a shove, even. She shook her head, looking away toward the baseball game on the silent TV, watching the players run in mute pantomime. Nina's in the hospital. My head isn't in it. I'd be distracted, second-guessing, looking over my shoulder for Calloway every 5 minutes. I'd be a liability to another agent. I could get someone killed because I'm not present. She turned back to him, her eyes earnest. It wouldn't be fair to them. You're not at the hospital right now, he pointed out gently, his voice low, meant only for her. You're here. With me. And from what you've said, Nina's stable, she's got protection, she's got family. She's a fighter. A stubborn one. He leaned forward, his elbows on the table, closing the space between them. And wouldn't she be the first person to tell you to take the shot? You once told me on our third date, I think, that you joined the FBI for a simple reason: to save lives. Not to get revenge, not for the puzzle, but to stand between people and the darkness. He paused, letting that sink in. This seems like a way to save more of them. To teach someone what you know, how you see things. That multiplies your effect. Instead of being one person in one place, you become a force multiplier. Isn't that the term? Katie stared into the dregs of her coffee, a dark sludge at the bottom of the cup. His logic was irritatingly sound. It cut through the fog of guilt and fear and obligation like a laser. Nina would shove her out the door. She'd use words like opportunity and growth and stop babysitting me, Ford. I'm not a damn invalid, go be useful somewhere else. The knot of concern for Nina in her chest was real and painful, a constant ache, but Glenn's argument was a careful finger, slowly loosening the strands, introducing reason where there had only been protective panic. I could keep an eye on things here, he offered, his tone casual, as if suggesting he'd water her plants or collect her mail. I'm around. My schedule is flexible. I could check on your partner, be an extra set of civilian eyes at the hospital. Call you if anything seems off. You wouldn't be leaving her unprotected. You'd just be extending the perimeter. I'd be part of the perimeter. He gave a small, self-deprecating shrug. A very low-tech, springy couch part of the perimeter, but a part. The plan had a dangerous appeal. It was a compromise, a way to split the difference, to have her cake and eat it too, which in her experience was usually a recipe for disaster. But it was so tempting. She could consult, not commit fully to being in the field. She could use her mind on a new problem, do some tangible good elsewhere, while not feeling like she was abandoning her post. And Glenn's offer, while it sent a fresh spike of anxiety through her, don't pull him in deeper, don't make him a target, also meant she wouldn't be flying completely blind about Nina's situation. He was a reliable observer. He noticed things. He had, after all, noticed the way her lips moved when she was thinking. She thought of Vance's words, a peculiar double homicide. Her mind, despite her exhaustion, snagged on the adjective. Peculiar. In Vance's vocabulary, that could mean anything from bizarre staging to a signature that made no sense, to a victimology that was a puzzle box. It was a hook. Her curiosity, that relentless engine that drove her through crime scenes and case files, was already turning over the word peculiar, already building a mental file for a case she hadn't even agreed to take. Her concern for Nina was a knot in her chest, tight and constant, the kind of worry that sat behind every other thought like a low hum. But Glenn's argument had slowly loosened it. He was right. Nina would shove her out the door for an opportunity like this. She'd call it cowardice to stay, call it sentimentality, and then she'd change the channel and pretend the conversation had never happened. "Okay," Katie said, and the word felt decisive, like a door swinging open. She picked up her phone and typed a message to Director Vance. "It's on my way. ZTA 1 hour. Chapter 4. The J. Edgar Hoover Building felt different as Katie Ford walked through its halls. The polished marble floors, usually a blur beneath her purposeful stride, now seemed to stretch endlessly, each step echoing with a hollow finality. The low hum of activity, the murmur of conversations from open office doors, the rhythmic clicking of keyboards, it all felt amplified, as if she were walking through a tunnel of sound directed solely at her. A few agents glanced her way as she passed their cubicles or crossed the lobby. Their eyes didn't linger, but they didn't need to. She caught the micro-expressions, a slight pause in a conversation as she entered a sightline, a head tilted just so in her peripheral vision, a pair of eyes that met hers for a fraction of a second too long before darting away to a computer screen. Their faces were a mix of curiosity and withheld judgment, a silent tribunal conducted in glances. News of her suspension had spread like a virus through the building's ventilation system. The update about her reinstatement, apparently, had not caught up yet. She kept her own gaze fixed on the middle distance, her posture rigid, her jaw set so tight a muscle flickered in her cheek. Let them look. She had earned every bit of their scrutiny, and she would bear it without flinching. She rode the elevator to the top floor alone, the silence inside the car thick and heavy, broken only by the soft, mechanical chime of passing floors. The mirrored walls showed her a version of herself she barely recognized. Pale, shadows like bruises under her eyes, her dark hair pulled back in a severe knot that emphasized the sharp angles of her face. She looked like someone who had been through a war. She had. Glenn had been the one to push her out the door that morning. After the call from Vance, she tried to apologize for the interruption, her words stumbling over the sudden, jarring shift from the quiet intimacy of the Checkpoint Tavern to the cold demands of duty. But his sense of duty was as rigid as her own. He'd simply nodded, his hand giving hers a final, firm squeeze before releasing it. "Go," he'd said, his voice low, his eyes holding hers with an understanding that felt like a physical anchor. They need you. He believed in the mission, even when it meant sacrificing their time, their hard-won moments of peace. She found it noble, and as the elevator ascended, she wondered, not for the first time, if such nobility was compatible with anything resembling a normal life. Or if normal was just a story they told themselves between crises, a fragile fiction that shattered the moment the phone rang. The doors slid open onto the executive floor with a soft sigh. The carpet here was a deeper, more absorbent blue swallowing sound. The lighting was softer, recessed, casting a gentle glow on wood-paneled walls lined with framed commendations and portraits of former directors. The air was cooler, crisper, carrying a faint, sterile scent of filtered air and lemon polish. Director Robert Vance's large frame filled his office doorway, a silhouette against the bright, gray light of the Washington morning, filtering through the vertical blinds behind him. He wasn't wearing a tie, his crisp white shirt open at the collar, his suit jacket unbuttoned and hanging loosely, a departure from his usual corporate armor that spoke of long hours and mounting pressure. He saw her approaching and silently pushed the door open wider, an invitation that felt more like a summons. His face was drawn, the lines around his eyes more pronounced, etched deep with fatigue. "Morning, sir," Katie said, stepping inside. The familiar scent of his office, rich leather from the chairs, the dusty, vanilla smell of old paper from overstuffed bookshelves, and that underlying hint of lemon wood polish, washed over her. It was the smell of power and precedent. She automatically moved toward the familiar white leather chair across from his massive oak desk, a chair she'd occupied during countless briefings, strategy sessions, and reprimands. Her body knew the paths. She stopped short. A woman was already sitting there. She sprang to her feet with a fluid, athletic grace that spoke of training, not just instinct. "Agent Ford." "It's an absolute honor." The woman's handshake was firm, almost competitive in its grip, her nails a sharp, polished crimson that caught the light. She was strikingly tall, easily matching Katie's own height, even in flat-heeled leather loafers. Sun-streaked blonde hair, the kind that spoke of actual time outdoors rather than a salon, brushed her shoulders, framing a narrow, earnest face with high cheekbones and intelligent blue eyes that were fixed on Katie with an intensity that was almost physical. Her outfit, a perfectly tailored tan blazer over a simple black shell and black trousers, was crisp and professional, but new, the fabric still holding a store-bought stiffness, the creases sharp. She radiated a contained energy, like a coiled spring held in check by sheer willpower. "Have we met?" Katie asked, extracting her hand and letting her own gaze travel over the woman in a quick, assessing sweep. Fit but lean, more marathon runner than brawler. The blazer hid her frame, but the set of her shoulders suggested discipline, not raw power. Her posture was perfect, almost unnervingly so. "No, ma'am." "I'd remember." The woman's smile was bright, almost dazzling in its enthusiasm, but it didn't quite reach her eyes, which remained watchful, analytical. "I've studied the Callaway Task Force files extensively." The behavioral analysis of his early patterning, the geographic profile you constructed for the DC. "Abductions, sorry, I'm babbling." She gave a slight, self-deprecating shake of her head, a strand of blonde hair falling across her cheek, which she immediately tucked back behind her ear. "I'm Brooke. Brooke Vance." The name landed with the weight of a dropped anvil. "Vance." Katie's eyes flicked to the director, who had settled behind his desk with a sigh that seemed to come from the very bones of him. He massaged the bridge of his nose beneath his glasses, his fingers pressing hard into the flesh. "Agent Ford," he began, his voice a gravelly rumble that filled the quiet room. "Brooke is from our Criminal Justice Division in Quantico. Top of her analyst cohort for the past 3 years. Fluent in 2 languages, holds a Master's in forensic psychology. She's the second recruit for our new field agent initiative." He paused, letting the words hang in the air between them, heavy with implication. He removed his glasses and set them carefully on the desk blotter. "And you're the first. Which makes you the logical mentor." Katie's mind processed the information with a cold, swift clarity that left no room for warmth. "An initiative. A pet project from upstairs to fast-track analysts into the field, to inject fresh, theoretical perspectives into gritty reality." She'd heard the rumblings in the cafeteria, seen the memos about interdisciplinary skill integration. She'd hoped they were just bureaucratic noise, another flavor-of-the-month management strategy that would fade. She looked back at Brooke, who was watching her with an expression of open, eager anticipation, her hands now clasped formally in front of her. She looked fit but lean, not like someone built for physical confrontations. Her hands, now that Katie looked, were long-fingered, elegant, more suited to a keyboard or a microscope than a firearm or a struggle. Then again, Katie thought, a familiar grim memory surfacing, neither had she been at first. The academy built a foundation, but it was the fire inside that counted, not the muscle. The problem was, you couldn't see the fire until it was tested. And the tests out here had a habit of being fatal and final. "I'm ready to learn, Agent Ford," Brooke said, retaking her seat as if given a silent command, her movements precise. Her posture was perfect, spine straight, not touching the back of the chair, hands now folded neatly in her lap. Katie found another chair, a less comfortable wooden one usually reserved for larger meetings, and dragged it closer to the desk. The scrape of its legs on the polished floor was loud and grating in the quiet room. Teach her what? Katie thought, the question a sharp internal spike. How to not get stabbed in an alley. How to ignore the sweet, cloying smell of decomp when you open a car trunk on a hot day. How to deliver a death notification and keep your own face a blank, neutral slate while a family shatters into a million irreparable pieces in front of you. How to live with the ghosts that followed you home, that sat on the edge of your bed at 3 a.m. The lessons that mattered weren't found in manuals or Quantico case studies. They were written in blood and regret, learned in moments of sheer terror and profound failure. They were scars, not certificates. Vance seemed to read the skepticism etched into the line of her shoulders, the tightness around her mouth. He leaned forward, elbows on the desk, the wood groaning softly under his weight, and slid 2 identical, slim manila folders across the polished surface toward them. Case File 311B4. Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Local PD requested federal consultation this morning. I want your initial impressions. Both of you? His gaze included Brooke, a deliberate gesture that underscored this was a test for her as much as a briefing for Katie. Katie opened hers, the familiar weight and texture of a new case, file a tangible anchor in the surreal moment. But she kept her eyes partly on Brooke, watching her process, her methodology. The rookie opened the folder with deliberate care, her movements precise, almost reverent. She went page by page, disciplined, starting with the dry administrative summaries, the victimology reports, the initial officer statements. Katie remembered her own first major case file, a decade ago. She dived straight for the glossy, horrific photos, a mistake that had left her reeling and compromised her analytical focus for hours. She wouldn't repeat it, and she noted, with a grudging flicker of approval, that Brooke seemed to have been taught the same hard lesson. Or she was just that disciplined by nature. 2 female victims, Vance stated, his voice cutting through the rustle of paper. He didn't need to look at his own copy. First, 3 nights ago. Apartment on Derry Street. Second, last night. Different complex on North Front Street. Same jurisdiction, different precincts. The link wasn't made until this morning, when the second body was discovered and the ME spotted similarities in the wound patterns. He paused, letting them absorb the timeline. Local PD is competent but overwhelmed. They saw 2 separate horrific crimes. We're looking for the connection that makes it a pattern. Katie's eyes found the relevant details, skimming past the dry text to the brutal facts beneath. The first victim's left leg was removed from the scene, she read aloud, her voice flat, clinical, a shield against the image the words conjured. No sign of it. No blood trail leading out. He took it with him. It was a rare signature. Taking a trophy was common, jewelry, a lock of hair, a piece of clothing. But keeping a body part was different. It was the ultimate trophy, A piece of the victim he could keep, revisit, possess completely. But it was also the ultimate risk. Forensics on a severed limb could be a goldmine. Trace evidence, tool marks on the bone, maybe even the killer's own DNA transferred in the struggle. Only the most confident, or the most deranged and impulsive, would attempt it. The logistics alone, transport, storage, spoke of significant planning and a secure location. The cooler. A freezer. A dedicated space. The second victim was also missing a leg, Vance continued, his eyes on Katie, gauging her reaction. Left leg, same as victim 1. But the limb was recovered at the scene. It was left behind, placed at the foot of the bed. Deliberately positioned. Katie's brow furrowed. She looked up from the file, her mind clicking through possibilities like a lock tumbling. He altered his ritual. Significantly. Why? Her eyes went back to the page, searching for a detail she'd missed. Interruption. Loss of nerve. Or was leaving it part of the new ritual? She glanced at Brooke, who was now holding 2 photographs side by side, her gaze darting between them, a faint, vertical line of concentration appearing between her eyebrows. She was completely still, absorbed, the rest of the room fading away for her. Initial profile? Vance prompted, his eyes still on Katie, but his attention subtly shifting to include the silent analyst. Katie leaned back in the hard wooden chair, the posture at odds with the tension in her neck. She began tapping a single finger against the edge of the folder, a steady, metronomic beat. Organized. He gains entry without signs of forced entry. Both victims' doors were locked from the inside, no damage reported. He subdues them quickly, quietly. Neighbors heard nothing. He brings tools capable of a crude but effective amputation. The preliminary ME notes say the bone cuts aren't surgical, but they're clean, single-strike separations, suggests significant strength and the right equipment. A power saw of some kind, heavy-duty, something that wouldn't bind. Probably white male, 25 to 45. Comfortable with violence, works with his hands. A tradesman, maybe. The taking of the leg suggests a psychosexual component, a need for possession, but the change, she trailed off, her finger still tapping. She looked back at Vance. Forensics are still processing the second scene, I assume. The limb itself. Toxicology. They are. Full rush. And the local ME. It is sharp. She noted something off about the skin tone on the severed leg versus the body, but couldn't articulate it beyond a gut feeling. She's the one who pushed for the consult. Vance leaned back, steepling his fingers. What else? This isn't right. Brooke's voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it cut through the room's analytical atmosphere like a scalpel. She looked up from the photographs, her expression hesitant, her eyes seeking permission to continue, first to Vance, then to Katie. It was a look Katie knew intimately. The moment a new idea forms, fragile and uncertain, vulnerable to the slightest dismissal or derision from a senior agent. The moment before you either found your voice or learned to keep your mouth shut. Explain, Vance said, his tone carefully neutral, giving nothing away. Brooke swallowed, her throat working. She glanced down at the photos again, as if for reassurance. Sigh, it might be nothing. A trick of the light or the photography. The resolution isn't perfect. Say it, Katie said, her tone leaving no room for doubt. It was the same tone Nina Shaw had used on her 100 times in her early days. Firm, expectant, creating a space for the thought to exist without prejudgment. She wouldn't be the skeptic who stifled a fresh perspective, even if it came from a rookie in a stiff new blazer. If it's nothing, we'll know. But say it. Out loud. Brooke took a deep, visible breath, steadying herself. She held up one of the crime scene photos, a wide-angle shot of the second victim on a blood-soaked mattress, the scene lit with the harsh, flat light of police flashes. The second victim. This tattoo here, on her right side. She pointed with a careful, precise finger, her nail not touching the image. It's a landscape. Trees, a stream, maybe some rocks. Its custom work flows from her ribcage down over her hip. It's detailed, a lot of ink, probably several sessions. Katie checked her own copy of the photo. She'd seen the ink, a dark, swirling forest scene with a thin ribbon of blue cutting through it, but had cataloged it as a simple identifying mark, a piece of victimology, nothing more. Her focus had been on the wound, the absence, the grotesque, almost ceremonial placement of the severed leg at the foot of the bed. She looked at the whole, not the parts. If that were her leg, Brooke continued, her voice gaining a thread of confidence as she laid out her logic, step by measured step. She picked up a second photo, a close-up of the severed limb lying on a beige carpet, the foot twisted at an unnatural angle. If this leg belonged to this torso, the tattoo would continue. The stream would flow down from her hip onto the thigh. It should be visible here, on the proximal femur, just below the hip joint. She used the clinical term without affectation. It doesn't. It just stops at the hip bone in the torso shot. The leg is clean. No ink. This leg doesn't belong to her. Silence filled the office, deep and absorbing. The only sounds were the faint, persistent hum of the computer tower under Vance's desk, and the distant, muffled whine of a vacuum cleaner somewhere down the hall. Katie's mind, already primed by Brooke's observation, didn't just hear the words. It connected the dots with a sudden, electric clarity that made the hair on her arms stand up. She didn't just look, she compared. She laid the full-body shot next to the limb close-up on the desk, leaning over them, her own shadow falling across the glossy surfaces. She blocked out everything, the room, the people, her own fatigue, and just looked. The skin tone, the torso had the pale, bluish-white hue of recent death and catastrophic blood loss, while the leg's skin had a slightly grayer, waxier cast, as if it had been without circulation longer, had begun the slower process of decomposition. The hair pattern on the thigh was finer, sparser than the faint hair visible on the victim's arm in the wider shot. And then she saw it, the detail that sealed it. The polish, Katie said, her voice low, almost to herself. She tapped her own photo of the victim's intact right foot, still on the bed, peeking out from under a rumpled sheet. The left foot, the one still attached to the body, has red polish. Chipped, worn at the edges, but unmistakably red. She shifted her finger to the close-up of the severed limb's foot. The image was clearer, the flash highlighting every detail. The right foot on this leg has green polish. Faded, old, grown out, but distinctly green. They don't match. She looked up first at Brooke, then at Vance. A woman might paint her toes different colors as a style choice. A pattern, but not one red, one green, on the same pair of feet. Not like this. These are two different manicures, weeks apart. Red and green should never be seen, Brooke blurted out, the old rhyme escaping before she could cage it. Then she immediately flushed a deep, mortified pink that crept up her neck to her hairline. She pressed her lips together into a thin, white line, her eyes widening in horror at her own words. Oh God, I didn't mean, that's a stupid nursery rhyme. That was incredibly insensitive. I'm so sorry. She dropped her gaze to the folder in her lap, her shoulders curling in slightly, the picture of professional shame. It was accurate, Katie said, dismissing the apology with a slight, impatient wave of her hand. The social faux pas was irrelevant, the observation was gold. She looked from the damning photos to Vance, who was now leaning so far forward his chair creaked in protest. And she's right. He left the first victim's leg at the second scene. Oh, it's the message. You're a transfer. He's not just taking trophies, he's exchanging them. Linking them, the implications spiraled out, dark and intricate. It changed the signature from simple possession to something more complex, more communicative, more ritualistic. It linked the victims in a more intimate, grotesque chain, a chain of parts. Why? To what end? A beat of heavy, thoughtful silence hung in the room. Vance leaned back in his chair, the leather sighing, and steepled his fingers again, his gaze moving from Brooke's mortified face to Katie's focused one and back again. Katie felt a flicker of respect, sharp and undeniable, cutting through her general wariness. The rookie hadn't just seen a detail, she'd questioned a fundamental assumption, that the body part found belonged to the body it was with. It was a basic forensic principle, the first thing you were supposed to verify, but in the visceral, overwhelming horror of a dismemberment scene, it was one that could easily be overlooked, taken for granted. She had sharp eyes and, more importantly, a mind that could step back from the horror, compartmentalize the grotesquerie, and see the pattern in the pieces. It was a rare and valuable skill. "Good work, Agent Vance," the director said finally, a note of genuine, unforced approval in his gravelly voice. He gave a single, firm nod, a punctuation mark. "You can review the rest of the file en route. You'll need to consult with Agent Ford on protocol and approach. You can call her from..." "Oh, wait." Katie cut in, the word out of her mouth before her conscious mind could fully vet it. It was pure instinct, a cold, hard knot tightening in her gut, a primal alarm bell clanging. She looked from Vance's tired face to Brooke's, which was trying valiantly to school her features back into neutral professionalism, but still glowed with the pleased warmth of the praise. "You're sending her out there alone. To an active double homicide scene with a limb-swapping psychopath. To coordinate with a local PD that's already overwhelmed. To be the sole federal point of contact on this." Vance removed his glasses and pinched the skin between his eyes, a gesture of profound weariness. He looked for a moment, every one of his years. "I'd prefer not to, Katie. You know I would. In a perfect world, I'd send a full team. But we don't live in that world. We need eyes on this, a federal presence to coordinate with local PD and smooth the forensics pipeline. The budget for this initiative is contingent on demonstrated utility. Immediate, tangible utility. Brooke needs a field assessment. She needs to gain some experience, start her clock. If she can observe, ask the right questions, and move the case forward even an inch, all the better for her, for the initiative, and for those victims." "I can handle it, sir," Brooke said, her voice firm, resolute. She lifted her chin, meeting Katie's skeptical gaze head-on. But as she said it, her right hand, which had been resting on her knee, curled slightly into a loose fist, the knuckles whitening. Her expression, for just a fraction of a second, betrayed a flicker of uncertainty, a shadow of doubt that crossed her clear blue eyes before she banished it, replacing it with determined confidence. She believed she could. She wanted to, fiercely. But she didn't know. She had no referent for the reality of a fresh kill scene, for the politics of a local investigation, for the weight of being the only Fed in a room full of skeptical cops. And in their world, not knowing wasn't just a handicap, it was a vulnerability that could get you, or someone else, killed. Is there literally no one else? Katie pressed, her voice rising a notch, edged with a frustration she couldn't fully suppress. She spread her hands. No other agent, even a junior one, who can ride along. A consultant from behavioral. Anyone from the Philly field office who can meet her there. Anyone. The Callaway aftermath has every experienced agent stretched thinner than cellophane, Vance said, his tone dropping into a final, unyielding register. He put his glasses back on, the gesture definitive. We're running down 100 leads that go nowhere, managing a press corps that smells blood, coordinating with Capitol Police on security reviews. The Baron's scene alone is a logistical and forensic nightmare that's eating resources. And Nina's condition, he paused, his eyes meeting Katie's, acknowledging the shared weight of that. Nina requires an armed security detail that's pulling directly from our own available agent pool. No, there is no one else who can be reassigned. Not for a consultation in Pennsylvania. Not today. Katie's eyes dropped back to the open file on her lap. The photos seemed to glare up at her, accusatory and desperate. 2 young women, one brunette, one blonde, butchered in their own homes, in their supposed sanctuaries. A killer with a fetishistic, gruesome signature, confident enough to play a macabre game of mix and match with human remains, treating them like interchangeable components. Sending a rookie, a tall, blonde, attractive rookie who matched the victimology in age and general appearance, into that environment, into the killer's potential hunting ground, wasn't just risky, it was borderline negligent. It was offering a potential third victim on a silver platter, with a federal badge pinned to it. It was asking for a disaster. Her mind raced, a torrent of conflicting obligations pulling her in different directions. Nina Shaw was under armed guard, but guards could be complacent, could be bypassed, could be corrupted. Glenn had all but pushed her out the door, believing in the work, but she'd just gotten him back, just felt the solid ground of them beneath her feet again. And Calvin Calloway, he was out there, licking his wounds after the confrontation in the Barrens. He was a predator, and predators when injured retreated to their den to heal, to plan. He wouldn't move again so soon. He needed to regroup, to reassess his strategy with her. She had a narrow window, a breath of space between one monster and the potential emergence of another. A duty to the past and a duty to the future, colliding in the present. The decision crystallized, cold and hard, formed in the furnace of that collision. It was the only choice. There never really had been another. Then I'm going with her. The words hung in the air, simple and absolute. Brooke's face lit up with undisguised, profound relief, her professional mask slipping completely for a moment. Her shoulders, which had been held in a tense, straight line, dropped half an inch as if a physical weight had been lifted. A quick, shaky exhale escaped her. Really? The word came out as a breath, hopeful and young. Katie ignored her, her eyes locked on Vance. Her mind was already racing through the consequences, the logistical nightmare of disengaging from the Callaway hunt, the personal cost of leaving D.C., of being hours away from Nina's hospital room. But the alternative, waiting for a phone call that Brooke Vance had become a statistic, that a third woman was dead, that she'd stood by and let it happen because she was focused on her own monster, was unthinkable. It was a betrayal of the job and of herself. Are you certain? Vance asked, his gaze intense, probing. Your focus, your priority has been Callaway. Exclusively. This is a distraction he could exploit. If he moves while you're in Pennsylvania. On one condition, Katie said, her voice dropping into a low, firm register that brooked no argument, that carved the terms into the space between them. She leaned forward, planting her hands flat on the edge of his desk, her body a line of tension. Nina Shaw gets Fort Knox-level protection, 24/7. I'm not talking about a guy at the door reading a newspaper. I'm talking about a rotating 3-agent detail, experienced agents, vetted by you personally. Hospital security is to be fully briefed and compliant. Her room is a no-fly zone for anyone not on a pre-approved list that you and I sign off on. No exceptions for hospital administrators, no exceptions for friendly faces. I will be checking. Hourly. I will call the guard post. I will video call Nina if she's awake. If I hear one guard sneezed at the wrong time, if a janitor looks sideways at her door, if there is one single, solitary breach in protocol, I'm on the next flight back with Agent Vance in tow, and you won't like the conversation that follows. This case in Pennsylvania goes dark until Calloway is back in a cage or in the ground. Understood. A ghost of a smile, thin and weary, touched Vance's lips. It wasn't amusement, it was recognition. He was seeing the Katie Ford he needed, the one who took ownership, who built fortresses around her people. He gave a slow, deliberate nod, his eyes never leaving hers. Understood. Every word. Consider it done. Shaw's security is paramount. You have my word. I'll handle it myself. And now there are two, Katie thought, the irony not lost on her, a dry, humorless twist in her mind. First Nina, now Brooke. Another partner, another person to watch, to train, to protect, to carry. The weight of it settled on her shoulders, familiar and heavy, an old burden in a new shape. She scooped up the case file, the manila folder cool and smooth against her palm, and stood. The movement was decisive, pulling the room's energy with her, shifting the axis from deliberation to action. Let's go, rookie, she said to Brooke, not looking back as she headed for the door. We've got a flight to catch and a car to rent. You can brief me on everything else in the file on the way. The victim backgrounds, the apartment layouts, the witness statements, all of it. And lose the ma'am, it's Katie. Save the ma'am for Vance when you're asking for a raise. Brooke scrambled to her feet, gathering her own folder and a slim leather satchel with slightly less grace, a new, galvanizing sense of purpose animating her movements. Yes, see, okay. Katie. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, Katie said, the words tossed over her shoulder as she pushed through the heavy oak office door. You haven't seen what we're walking into. Brooke fell into step beside her in the hushed, carpeted hallway, her longer legs easily matching Katie's brisk pace. The elevator ride down was silent, but the silence now was different, charged with anticipation, with the unspoken beginning of a new dynamic, with the gravity of the task ahead. As the floors ticked by with soft chimes, Katie glanced at the young woman's reflection in the polished metal doors. Eager, sharp, untested, trying to compose her face into something stern and capable. A potential asset or a liability waiting to happen. A question mark. Only the field would tell. The field always told. The more things changed, the more they circled back to the beginning. To a new case file, a new killer hiding in the shadows of ordinary streets, and the old, relentless duty of standing between the darkness and the innocent. The elevator chimed a final time, the doors opened onto the bustling, noisy lobby, a wave of sound and movement hitting them. And without hesitation, Katie Ford stepped out, her temporary rookie a half step behind, heading straight into the gathering storm. Chapter 5. The sedan ate up the miles of Pennsylvania highway, the cityscape giving way to rolling hills and skeletal winter trees. The tires hummed a steady, monotonous rhythm on the asphalt, a white noise that filled the cabin. In the back, Brooke Vance hadn't stopped talking since they'd left D.C. 4 hours ago. Katie Ford stared out the window at the blur of gray bark and brown earth, the decision to drive instead of fly now feeling like a tactical error. Planes were too predictable, too easy to sabotage if Calloway was watching. The road kept her feeling connected, like she could U-turn and race back to Nina's hospital bedside if needed. But it also meant 4 hours of Brooke's unbroken life story, a torrent of words filling the stale, recirculated air that smelled of old coffee and synthetic upholstery. The monologue had begun as a nervous stream of consciousness somewhere near Rockville, and had flowed unabated through the gray valleys. Katie had learned about Brooke's childhood in a military family, the constant moves, the solace found in library books and true crime documentaries. She'd heard about her undergraduate thesis on geographic profiling, her top-of-her-class finish at Quantico, her 6 months in the counterterrorism division analyzing communication patterns. And then Director Vance himself called me into his office, Brooke was saying now, her voice bright with remembered awe. She leaned forward, her seatbelt straining, as if to get closer to Katie in the front. Said my work on the Albuquerque cell profile showed field intuition, his exact words. Can you believe that? I mean, I'd read all your BAU papers on terrorist psychographics. They were my blueprint. So when he asked if I wanted to try my hand at behavioral, I just said yes. Didn't even think. Was it like that for you? Just this leap. Katie watched a billboard for a truck stop whip past, advertising hot coffee and clean showers. She took a slow breath, the air catching in her throat, dry from the heater. She could lie. She could give the rookie a polished, inspiring story. But Nina's ghost in her ear wouldn't allow it. Start as you mean to go on, Ford. With the truth. It's the only thing that's armor. Terrified, she said, her voice flat against the road noise. Convinced I'd drown. That's how you know you're taking it seriously. The fear means you care. If you're not scared, you're not paying attention. Brooke was quiet for a moment, processing. Her knee, which had been bouncing a frantic rhythm against the back of Katie's seat, stilled. Wow. That's deep, then the bouncing resumed, a steady thump-thump-thump against the leather. Do you ever miss it? The analyst work. The quiet. The safety of the desk. Not having to see things. Katie thought of Nina's gravelly warnings, always served with a shot of cynicism. The job gives you purpose, kid. Just don't expect a personal life to survive the process. She glanced in the rear view. Brooke was glowing with first-day zeal, her eyes bright, hands animated as she spoke. Why smother it? The cynicism would come soon enough, carved in by the things she'd see, the smell she'd carry in her hair. Let her have the shine while it lasted. It was a battery she'd need to draw from later. Never, Katie said, turning her gaze back to the unspooling highway. Once you're out here, you can't go back to the screens. You won't want to. The quiet starts to feel like a lie. The data points become faces. You can't unsee them. You start hearing the voices in the crime scene photos. The desk becomes a cage. God, I hope so, Brooke breathed, then corrected herself. I mean, I hope I feel that way. This is all I've wanted. Please, if I screw up, just tell me. Straight up. No sugarcoating. What's the protocol for hotel rooms? Do we share I don't want to assume, but budget-wise and security, I read the manual, but it was vague on partner accommodations, and I just want to make sure I'm not overstepping or... Katie reached over the center console, without looking, and placed a firm hand on Brooke's forearm. The chatter cut off mid-syllable. Brooke's skin was warm, the muscle tense and wiry beneath Katie's grip. She could feel the rabbit-quick pulse against her palm. "Brooke," Katie waited until the younger woman's wide, anxious eyes met hers in the mirror. "Breathe. In through your nose. And out through your mouth. Do it," she demonstrated, a slow, audible inhale and exhale. Brooke mimicked it shakily. "Good. Focus on the case, not the periphery. The rest figures itself out. One thing at a time. Your job right now is the file in your lap. Not hotel logistics." Brooke went statue, still, her breath held again after the single cycle. The sudden quiet was a physical relief, broken only by the road noise and the soft, relentless rush of the heater fan. Katie saw the driver's shoulders slump slightly in the rearview, a subtle release of coiled tension. She waited a 3 count, then grabbed the thick, accordion-style case folder from the passenger seat and dropped it into Brooke's lap with a soft, decisive thud. "Your read. Go. Out loud. Walk me through it. Start with victimology, move to scene indicators. Pretend I'm the dumb local chief, and you have to explain why the BAU is here." Brooke fumbled the file open, the metal clasp snapping, the pages rustling like dry leaves. Her eyes, wide and seeking, scanned the top sheet, the initial missing persons report, before diving to the photos beneath. She swallowed, the sounded dry click audible over the engine. A victim 1. Lindsay Harper. A 28. Worked as a paralegal. Found in her apartment in Harrisburg 10 days ago. He's organized. Highly, Brooke's voice gained a thread of strength, clinging to the procedural facts. The removal of the body parts. The clean entry. No sign of forced entry at the Harper scene either. This is a planner. He's not stopping. He's escalating. The second victim is close in age, the mutilation more focused. "Why do you say sexual predator?" Katie asked, keeping her eyes on the road, forcing Brooke to articulate the theory without the crutch of eye contact. "The proximity of the dismemberment. To the, Brooke's voice dropped, her fingers tracing the edge of a photograph she wasn't quite looking at. "The genital region. Doesn't that imply a fetish? A sexual focus?" Katie nodded slowly, a single dip of her chin. Maybe. It's a common, almost reflexive leap. But we categorize mutilation into 4 broad types: defensive, aggressive, offensive, psychotic. Defensive is to hide evidence, to make identification or cause of death harder. Not this is display. He leaves the torso. Aggressive means the wounds are part of the kill itself, the violence of the murder. These are post-mortem, based on blood evidence at the first scene. So we're left with offensive or psychotic. "Offensive?" Brooke asked, leaning forward again, the file crinkling in her lap. She was engaging now, the nervous energy channeling into intellectual pursuit. "The dismemberment is the goal," Katie said, her voice taking on the cadence of a lecturer. It was easier than thinking about the specific images. It's not a means to an end. It's an act of power, of possession, of rewriting the victim into components. Taking a trophy is part of it, but the act of taking is the primary driver. Often, but not always, tied to sexual sadism. Psychotic means he's operating from a break with reality, voices, delusions, a compulsion that makes sense only to him. He can be both organized in his execution and insane in his motivation. The two aren't mutually exclusive. Our job is to find which engine is driving him. It tells us how he picks them and where he might keep them. Brooke chewed her lip, worrying the chapped skin. She pushed a strand of dark hair behind her ear, her fingers trembling just slightly before she balled them into a fist. She stared at a crime scene photo of the empty bed in the first victim's apartment, the dark, Rorschach-like stain. "I don't know what else to say," she admitted, her voice small, defeated. "Sorry. I feel like I'm just parroting the textbook." "Don't be," Katie said and meant it. She adjusted her grip on the steering wheel, the leather cool and smooth. "It's good to admit the gaps. Essential. When I started, I forced every clue to fit my first theory. I never said I don't know, it cost us time. Sometimes witnesses lie. Sometimes evidence is misleading. Sometimes murder is just chaos. No grand design. Just a hole in the world where a person used to be. Our job is to stand at the edge of that hole and look down until we can see a shape in the dark." The car fell silent for a few miles, the only sound the tires on the seams of the concrete. Brooke watched the landscape change, the hills growing steeper, dotted with bare-limbed orchards. She closed the file, holding it tightly against her chest like a shield. Her gaze drifted to the back of Katie's head. "Your partner, Agent Shaw. What's she really like?" "I've only heard legends. The takedown in Phoenix. The profile that cracked the I-95 strangler. Is she, how do you work with someone like that?" Katie watched a tanker truck blur past in the opposite lane, a streak of silver and hazard stripes. Summarizing Nina was impossible. You couldn't capture the way she could read a room with a single sweep of her cold, cop's eyes, or the way her rare, gravelly laugh could cut through the darkest tension like a knife through fog. You couldn't explain the solid, unshakable weight of her presence at your back. The memory of it now was a physical ache, a phantom limb. "She's the shove that makes you learn to keep your balance," Katie said finally, the words feeling inadequate. "She doesn't give you the answer. She points at the question you're too scared to ask." It sounds like a hard-ass. Katie pictured Nina in the hospital bed, small against the white sheets, a target in a sterile room, machines beeping a fragile, electronic rhythm where her voice should be. The image was a cold knife twisted in her gut. Her own hands tightened on the wheel, knuckles paling. "She needs to be," Katie said, her tone low and final, leaving no room for further questions. She cleared her throat, a rough sound. "We'll be meeting local PD and the witness who found the second victim in about 20 minutes. Start thinking of your questions. Not just the obvious ones. Think about what they might be trying not to tell you. What they're embarrassed by. What makes them look negligent. Listen for the gaps in their story, not just the story itself." As Brooke nodded and flipped open her notebook, the pen scratching furiously against the paper, Katie checked her phone where it lay in the cup holder. The screen was clean, dark. No new alerts from the hospital, no updates from Glenn. The silence from both fronts was its own kind of noise, a high-pitched hum of anxiety. She unlocked the screen, the light harsh in the dim car, and sent a quick text to Glenn, her thumbs moving by memory. "Miss you. It's on the road. The scene ahead." She didn't wait for a reply, couldn't bear the wait. She locked the screen and tucked the phone away, a tiny, daily ritual of connection to a sane world before stepping back into the void. The Orchard Grove apartment complex sat at the end of a potholed access road, a 3-story U-shaped building of faded yellow brick that had probably been mustard-colored in the 1970s. The parking lot was a patchwork of cracked asphalt and stubborn weeds poking through the fissures. A few dented sedans and a work truck were scattered about. The air outside the car was cold and carried the damp, mineral scent of impending snow, undercut by the distant, greasy smell of a fast food dumpster. Katie killed the engine, and the sudden silence was profound. She took a moment, her hands resting on the wheel, her eyes scanning the building. Apartment 312. 3rd floor, middle of the U. A uniformed officer stood sentry outside a door wedged open with a doorstop, his breath pluming in small, regular clouds in the cold air. The scene was contained, quiet. No gawkers. Good. Ready? Katie asked, not looking at Brooke. Brooke was staring at the building, her earlier chatter completely evaporated. She gave a sharp, single nod. Ready. Gloves and booties are in the trunk. We suit up here. They climbed out, the cold immediately seeping through Katie's blazer. She popped the trunk and pulled out 2 sets of disposable booties and her kit. Brooke followed her movements exactly, mirroring her as she slipped the blue elastic over her shoes. Katie snapped on a pair of latex gloves, the sound crisp and official. Brooke did the same, then reached for a paper mask. You might want to skip that, Katie said, her voice low. Brooke paused, the mask unfolded in her hands. The smell. It muffles sound. Blurs your peripheral vision. You need all your senses open. The smell, you get used to it. Or you learn to breathe through your mouth and think of it as data. Brooke hesitated, then slowly refolded the mask and tucked it into her pocket. Her face was pale, her lips pressed into a thin line. I'm okay. And stay close. Watch where you step. Listen. Your first time in a fresh scene, your brain will try to protect you. It'll want to blur the details. Don't let it. Force yourself to see everything. The horror is in the specifics. They crossed the parking lot, their footsteps crunching on gravel. The uniformed officer at the door straightened as they approached, his young face carefully neutral. Agents. Chief S. inside. Thank you, officer, Katie said, and led the way over the threshold. The air inside was worse. It was thick and warm from the building's heat, heavy with the sterile chemical smell of fingerprint processing spray, cyanoacrylate and ninhydrin, and the underlying, sweet-rotten decay of death that no chemical could mask. It hit the back of the throat, a cloying taste as much as a smell. Katie stayed close to Brooke's shoulder as they entered the small foyer, a physical buffer against the visual shock. It was often the peripheral details, a fine spray of blood on a cheap, beige lampshade, a single discarded ballet flat lying on its side in the hallway as if kicked off, a half-empty glass of water on the coffee table, a lipstick stain on the rim that hit harder than the main event. They spoke of interrupted life, of mundane moments violently severed. Agents, the voice was young, confident, cutting through the low murmur of the scene. Katie turned to face a uniformed chief. He had a strong jaw, clean-shaven, and close-cropped dark hair going gray at the temples. His eyes were a pale, assessing blue that took them in with one swift glance. His posture was straight, his uniform crisp. And Chief Doyle, you're the BAU team. We are. Agent Katie Ford. This is Agent Brooke Vance. Katie shook his hand, his grip was firm, dry, and brief. You're running the scene. Darren Doyle. Mac to most. He nodded at Brooke, his gaze lingering for a half-second on her fresh face, the nervous energy she was trying desperately to contain. First field assignment, it wasn't really a question. Brooke flushed slightly, a wave of heat rising from her neck to her cheeks. She forced herself to meet his eyes, her chin coming up a fraction. Is it that obvious? Only to anyone with eyes, Katie said, a gentle mimicry of Nina's bluntness. She offered Brooke a slight, almost imperceptible nod. It's okay. Hold your ground. She turned back to Doyle. Walk us through it, Chief. From the beginning. What time was the call? Doyle led them past the small living area. It was sparsely furnished. A sagging plaid sofa with a faded Afghan thrown over one arm, a flat-screen TV on a stand, a laminate coffee table littered with takeout menus, a remote, and a hairbrush tangled with long, brown hair. The carpet was a worn beige, stained in places with darker patches. He nodded to a pair of techs in bunny suits who were dusting the doorframe to the kitchen, their movements slow and methodical, like monks at prayer. 9:17 this morning. Came in as a welfare check from the property owner, Gary Tillman. My first unit arrived at 9:32. Victim is Lindsay Harper. A 28. Sole tenant. Landlord found her after she fell behind on rent. My guys are with him and his brother in the hallway near the stairwell. They're impatient to leave. Owner or renter? Katie asked, her eyes cataloging the room. No signs of struggle here. The TV was off. The Afghan was neatly folded. The hairbrush on the table, a morning ritual, interrupted. A renter. Place is owned by Tillman's company. Not a happy camper, from what I gather. More pissed about the mess and the devaluation of his unit than the murder, if you ask me. One of the techs looked up from the doorframe, caught Doyle's eye, and gave a clear, gloved thumbs up. The bedroom door was open. Katie pulled a second pair of nitrile gloves from her pocket and pulled them on over the first, the double layer snapping loudly in the quiet apartment. Brooke followed suit, her movements hurried but precise. She then, almost reflexively, touched her pocket where the paper mask was tucked. You good? Katie asked, her voice low just for Brooke. A sharp, jerky nod. Brooke's eyes were fixed on the dark rectangle of the bedroom doorway. Her breathing was shallow and quick, a faint whistle through her nose. I need to see, she said, the words tight. Rough first day, Doyle observed from behind them, his voice dropping to a grim murmur. 20 years in, and this is a first for me. Brutal. My first officer on scene puked in the hallway trash can. Looks like he sawed through the femur while she was still with us. The blood, the positioning. Katie stepped into the room first, her boots silent on the thin, industrial carpet. The bedroom was small, dominated by a double bed with a scrolled, wrought iron headboard. The scene was a study in contrast. Pale pink bedsheets, now stained with large, rust-brown blooms of blood that had soaked through to the mattress beneath. The smell was concentrated here, that coppery, organic scent of iron and voided bowels cutting through the chemical overlay. Katie pushed everything down into the cold compartment and let her training take over. She crouched by the side of the bed, her knees popping softly, and examined the stains up close. They were dark, almost black at the center, lighter at the feathered edges where the blood had seeped outward through the fabric. No, Katie said, her voice calm, analytical, cutting through Doyle's assumption. She pointed a gloved finger at the largest stain, tracing its outline in the air. If the heart was pumping, if she was alive during the dismemberment, you'd have arterial spray. Fan patterns, drips on the headboard from a swinging blade, high-velocity impact spatter on the wall and ceiling. This is seepage. Passive flow from a stationary source. Less than a pint total, pooled here and here. She indicated 2 primary saturation zones on the sheet. This was done after she died. Circulation had stopped. Probably well after. Doyle let out a slow breath, the sound heavy with a reluctant kind of relief. Right. And of course. Christ. Makes it worse somehow. More cold. It changes the timeline, Katie corrected, standing. Her joints protested. She scanned the visible skin of the torso and neck. The body was covered to the waist with a thin, white sheet, courtesy of the first responders trying to preserve some dignity. The exposed shoulders, collarbone, and neck were pale, waxy, with the beginnings of marbling along the sides. No visible trauma here. No ligature marks, no bruising on the neck. No defensive wounds on the arms or hands. She leaned closer, careful not to touch. No petechiae in the eyes that I can see. No foam at the mouths. Coroner's got her. We're pushing it through priority. You should have a prelim within the hour. My guess is asphyxiation, maybe an overdose. Something quiet. Let's not guess, Katie said, though not unkindly. She was looking past the bed now, at the rest of the room. A small, particle board dresser with a jewelry box and a few framed photos. A closet door slightly ajar, revealing a sliver of darkness and hanging clothes. A window with dusty polyester curtains. Guesses make us lazy. Let's talk to the landlord. See what his story is. Then we'll need the full file on Cassie Sullivan and access to this victim's electronics, phone records, the works. Doyle led them back to the hallway, a narrow space with peeling beige paint that smelled of mildew and old cooking grease. 2 men in matching red and black plaid work shirts stood near the stairwell, a pocket of agitated energy. One, older with a lined, weathered face and thin, gray hair combed over a bald spot, was smoking out the open window, blowing the haze into the cold afternoon air. The younger one, heavier set with thick arms crossed over his chest, leaned against the wall, his eyes fixed on the floor. I'll handle this, Katie told Doyle quietly. Brooke, you're on witness observation. Watch their hands, their feet. Where they look when they answer. She approached with Brooke trailing a step behind, a shadow with a notebook poised. Agents Ford and Vance, FBI. Which of you is the property owner, Gary Tillman? The smoker took a final, deep drag and flicked the cigarette butt out the window with a practiced flick of his thumb. He turned, his eyes bloodshot and weary, the skin around them etched with deep lines. That's me. Gary Tillman. This is my brother Emmett. His voice was gravelly, worn thin. Emmett offered a silent, grim nod, his eyes darting between the agents and the open apartment door as if it were a dangerous animal. You discovered the victim this morning? Katie asked, pulling out her own small notebook, a signal for Brooke to do the same. She kept her body language open, non-confrontational. Both of us, Gary said, rubbing the back of his neck with a calloused hand. The motion was tense, jerky. But it's my building. My name on the papers. My problem. My insurance nightmare. This must have been a terrible shock, Katie said, watching his face. She kept her tone neutral, inviting confidence, offering the opportunity for him to perform the expected social script of horror. Gary's expression twisted, more annoyed than horrified, a deep crease of frustration forming between his brows. Shock. Not really. That girl was a walking headache from day one. All charm and big promises up front, smile and a handshake, then nothing but empty mailboxes and ignored calls. A ghost. Brooke's eyes narrowed. Her pen, which had been flying across the page, stopped moving. She looked up, her gaze direct. You're speaking about a murder victim, Mr. Tillman. A young woman who was dismembered in your apartment. Gary shot her a look, a flash of anger in his tired eyes. He took a half step forward, and Emmett uncrossed his arms, a subtle shift in stance. I'm speaking the God's honest truth, Agent. She hadn't paid a cent in 2 months. I've been by here half a dozen times, knocking till my knuckles were raw, no answer. Phones went to voicemail. Served her an eviction notice taped right to this goddamn door. He jabbed a finger toward the splintered frame. And nothing. Radio silence. So today I'd had it. I brought my drill and I drilled the lock. Legal with notice served. With your brother as a witness? Katie asked, her gaze shifting to Emmett, who looked at the floor, his jaw working. Damn right. In this business, you gotta cover your ass. Tenants cry foul, say you stole something, damaged property. Plus, he shrugged, a defensive, rolling motion of his shoulders. For all I knew, she was running a meth lab in there or skipped town and left a pet to die. Emmett's the muscle if things get western. Had a tenant last year pull a knife. Katie noted the reasoning. It was legally cautious, pragmatic, and utterly devoid of empathy. She wrote financial stress, repeated attempts, legal CYA in her notebook. You entered and found the body immediately. Walk me through the exact sequence. Gary sighed, the sound exasperated. Yeah. Place was quiet. Cold. Heat was on, but it felt empty, you know. Bedroom door was shut. We called out. Lindsay. Anyone home? Nothing. Not a sound. Emmett pushed the door open. And there she was. Just like that, he made a vague, sweeping gesture with his hand, as if swatting away a fly or erasing a whiteboard. What did you touch? The doorknob. The light switch. That's it. Saw that, and we backed out and called 911 from the hallway. I'm not an idiot. What did you know about Lindsay? Her job. Friends. Boyfriend. Any conflicts with neighbors? Did you ever see anyone coming or going? Gary held up his palms, rough and stained with what looked like motor oil or grease. Her name was on the lease. She claimed to be a line cook somewhere downtown, said the tips were good. I don't do background checks, can't afford M. I check bank statements from 2 months prior to verify income. Hers were in the black. That's all that matters to me. The rest is not my business until it becomes my business. And it became my business when she stopped paying. Agent Ford, Brooke's voice was tight, controlled, pulling Katie's attention. She was no longer by Katie's side. She stood by the apartment's front door, having drifted there during the interview, running a gloved finger along the splintered frame near the deadbolt. Her head was cocked, her entire body focused. Katie excused herself with a nod to the Tillman brothers, stay put, and joined Brooke. What do you see? Look, Brooke pointed, her finger hovering an inch from the wood. The deadbolt strike plate was torn completely loose from the doorframe, 2 long screws dangling by their threads. The brass bolt itself was still fully extended, unretracted, as if someone had thrown it and then forced the door open against it. He drilled the lock to get in. But this damage... Katie leaned in, her nose close to the wood. She examined the splinters. Fresh, pale yellow wood against the old, dirty white paint. The force had come from the inside, pushing out. He didn't leave this way, Katie murmured, more to herself. She looked at the corresponding damage on the door itself. This was forced from the inside. Someone was locked in. Or someone locked something out and then had to break their way back in. The scenario didn't fit. She stood back up. Good catch. First rule of a scene, the door tells a story. This one's lying. They moved back through the living room, past Chief Doyle, who watched them with folded arms, a curious frown on his face, and returned to the bedroom. Katie went straight to the only window. It was grimy, streaked with years of dust and rain, overlooking a 3-story drop to a concrete parking area and overflowing dumpsters below. She yanked the dusty polyester curtains aside along the rod. A small cloud of dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light. The window was a standard double-hung. She pressed her palms against the cold, grimy glass, tried to slide the lower pane upward. It didn't budge. She pushed harder, putting her shoulder into it. Nothing. A thick line of old, cracked paint sealed the seam between the sashes. It hadn't been opened in years, maybe decades. She turned to Brooke, who had followed her in and was now standing a few feet from the bed, her face pale but set in a look of intense concentration. The initial shock was hardening into focus, the analytical mind engaging to wall off the horror. Starting to form a picture, Katie said quietly, for Brooke's ears only. She moved away from the window, back toward the center of the terrible room. Our guy didn't break in. He had a key, or he convinced her to let him in. Social engineering. A ruse. He kills her by means unknown, quiet, fast, no struggle. He performs his post-mortem ritual. Takes his time. Then he leaves. She glanced back at the door. But he leaves, locking the door from the inside, maybe out of habit, maybe part of the ritual, and somehow forces the bolt to break the frame on his way out. Which takes significant strength and makes a hell of a noise. Or she let the alternative hang. Brooke's eyes widened slightly. He never left through the door at all. Katie nodded. And the window is sealed shut. So either he's still here, which he's not, or we're missing another exit. Or the door damage is a staged distraction. She looked around the room again, her gaze sweeping the ceiling, the walls, the closet. He's organized. He's deliberate. He's operating on a plane of reality, with rules we haven't figured out yet. The dismemberment is the point. It's the signature. He took the parts with him. Why? Brooke hugged her notebook to her chest, her gloves making a soft squeak against the cardboard cover. A trophy. To relive. Do possess. That's the why of the type, Katie said. But what's the why of the choice? Why the left leg and the right arm? Why not the head? Why not the heart? The selection means something to him. It's a message. Or a collection. She turned her back on the bed deliberately. Let's go hear what the coroner has to say. And I want to see the first victim's file, side by side with this one. We need to find what links them, beyond the obvious horror. There's a thread. We just have to find the end of it. She led the way out, giving the bed one last, long look over her shoulder. The stain seemed to pulse in the dim room, a dark flower on the pale fabric. A hole in the world. She pushed the image down, compartmentalizing it into the cold, steel vault where she kept all case details. There would be time to feel it later, in the dark, in the silence of a strange hotel room, with the hum of the highway a distant reminder of motion. For now, there was only the work. The next question. The next step. She walked out of the apartment, Brooke a silent shadow behind her, and closed the door on the smell, pulling the glove from her hand with a snap that sounded like a gunshot in the quiet hall. In Chapter 6. The chairs in the county medical examiner's lobby were rigid plastic, the color of old bone, molded into a shape that promised discomfort. Katie Ford shifted, the edge of the seat digging into her thigh. The air was still and smelled of industrial cleaner, and underneath it, a faint, sweetish odor she tried not to identify. A wall-mounted television played a local news channel on mute, the flickering light the only movement in the room. Beside her, Brooke Vance sat with a posture so stiff it looked painful. Her shoulders were hunched nearly to her ears, her hands clasped so tightly in her lap that the knuckles were white islands in a sea of tense skin. Her gaze was fixed on a faded public health poster about flu vaccinations, but her eyes were unfocused, seeing nothing in the present room. Katie recognized the look, the thousand-yard stare, the shallow breathing, the prelude to a first encounter with the violated dead. It was a particular flavor of dread, one that sat in the gut and chilled the extremities. Katie let the silence stretch for another minute, listening to the hum of the fluorescent lights overhead and the distant, muffled clang of something metallic from deeper in the building. Brooke's right foot began to jiggle, a rapid, nervous tremor that made the leg of her trousers shiver. That was sharp work, catching the deadbolt detail, Katie said, her voice cutting through the static quiet. It sounded louder than she intended. Brooke flinched, then turned her head slowly, as if moving through water. Details like that, Katie continued, keeping her tone low and matter-of-fact, they're the bricks. You notice enough of them, you build a wall around your suspect. Can't get over it, can't get around it. Brooke shook her head, a strand of dark hair falling across her forehead. She didn't brush it away. Someone would have seen it eventually. The text, maybe. Maybe. But you did. Today. Don't shrug off the win. They're rare enough. Katie leaned back, the plastic chair creaking in protest. She watched Brooke's profile, the tight jaw, the rapid blink rate. The wins get you through the rest. Brooke's fingers unclasped and began to tap a frantic, silent rhythm on her thigh. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, 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 tap. Is it that obvious I'm dreading this? A bit, Katie offered a small, grim smile. It's written in the shoulders. And the breathing. It's a hard sight. A different category of hard. She let that sit for a beat. If you need to sit this one out, wait here, I'll handle it. No judgment. Not from me, not ever. Brooke's eyes finally met hers, wide and a little glassy. And have Director Vance think I can't stomach the job. I'd be processing interoffice mail by tomorrow. Back in a basement with a headset on, she tried to smile back, but it was a weak, twitching thing that didn't reach her eyes. He pulled strings to get me this assignment. To get me with you. He wouldn't hear it from me, Katie said, her voice firm. What happens in the field stays in the field. That's partner protocol. I get it. I analyzed photos and reports for years before I ever stood in a room with a victim. You think you're prepared. You've seen the pixels, read the descriptions. It's a different world up close. The scale of it. The smell. The presence. She looked toward the reinforced door that led to the examination suites. It's okay not to be okay with it. The day you are completely okay with it is the day you should turn in your badge. Brooke swallowed, her throat working. She nodded, more to herself than to Katie. I have to see it. I have to know what I'm getting into. For real. Then you will. Katie's acknowledgement was simple. There was no pep talk left to give. The preparation was over. Footsteps echoed on the linoleum, sharp and purposeful. Both women looked up. A woman in pale blue surgical scrubs and clogs appeared at the far end of the hall, pushing a cart laden with covered trays. She glanced at them, gave a curt nod, and disappeared through a swinging door. A moment later, a different woman emerged from the same corridor. She was older, with a sharp, intelligent face framed by graying hair pulled into a severe bun. Her scrubs were green, and she wore a white lab coat open over them. She stopped before them, her hands tucked into her coat pockets. Agents Ford and Vance, her voice was clipped, devoid of warmth. I'm Dr. Quill. We're ready for you. Katie stood, her knees popping softly. Brooke followed a half-second later, unfolding herself from the chair like a marionette with stiff strings. She came to stand a half-step behind Katie's shoulder, a shadow in a navy pantsuit. You good? Katie asked, not turning around. She heard Brooke take a deep, deliberate breath. Not even a little. But let's go. They followed Dr. Quill down a sterile, echoing corridor. The walls were a glossy, easy-clean beige, the floor a speckled linoleum that squeaked under their shoes. Every sound was amplified. The hiss of a distant air vent. The drip of a faucet. The low, omnipresent hum of refrigeration. The chemical scent grew stronger with every step, a cocktail of formalin, antiseptic, and something else, a coppery, organic smell that lay beneath the cleaners like foundation under paint. Dr. Quill stopped at a heavy steel door with a small, wire-reinforced window. She punched a code into a keypad. A magnetic lock disengaged with a loud thunk. She pushed the door open, and a wave of cold air washed over them, carrying the smells into full, brutal focus. The examination room was brutally bright. Overhead surgical lights, currently off, hung like alien insects from the ceiling. The walls were tiled from floor to ceiling in white. In the center of the room were two stainless steel autopsy tables, sloped and grooved, with faucets and drains at one end. The room was spotless, but the cold wasn't just temperature. It was a physical presence that seeped through Katie's blazer and shirt, raising goosebumps on her arms. A side table held a stack of blue paper gowns, face masks, and clear plastic face shields. Dr. Quill moved to a sink and began scrubbing her hands with methodical precision. Katie waved a hand at the protective gear. I'm fine. Brooke, however, moved to the table with hurried, almost panicked movements. She fumbled with a gown, trying to find the armholes, her fingers clumsy. She got it on backwards first, cursed under her breath, and tore the ties. Katie watched, saying nothing, as Brooke finally got the gown on correctly, then tied a mask so tightly it dug into the bridge of her nose and the backs of her ears. She picked up a face shield, looked at it, then put it back down, as if deciding it was a barrier too far. Dr. Quill finished drying her hands and pulled on a fresh pair of latex gloves, the snap of the rubber loud in the quiet room. I'm Dr. Tess Quill, she said again, as if the introduction in the hall hadn't counted. Her tone was brisk, professional, a guide reciting facts. She gestured with a gloved hand toward the far wall, which was lined with 6 large stainless steel doors, each with a numbered handle. Both your victims are here. Which would you like to see first? Katie glanced at Brooke. The rookie's eyes were huge above the mask, the skin around them pale. She gave a tight, almost imperceptible nod, her body rigid. Start with Lindsay Harper, Katie said. Dr. Quill moved to Unit 3. She gripped the handle, a long, curved piece of steel, and pulled. The door opened with a sigh of cold air and the rumble of rollers. Inside, on a sliding tray, was a long, human-shaped form covered by a crisp white sheet. The cold that emanated from the compartment was profound, carrying with it a deeper, more intimate version of the room's smell. Quill took the edge of the sheet in 2 fingers. Ready? Katie nodded. Brooke made a small sound in her throat, a swallowed gasp. The sheet rustled, a dry, papery sound, as Dr. Quill drew it back, folding it neatly down to the waist. The pale form beneath was a stark study in absence. The woman's skin was the color of old marble, waxy and translucent in places, showing the faint tracery of purple-blue veins. Her hair was dark, fanned out on the tray. Her eyes were closed, her features peaceful in a way that was utterly disconnected from the violence done to her. The left leg terminated in a brutal, sutured stump just below the hip. The sutures were large, black, and precise, holding together skin and muscle that had been cut through with clinical efficiency. The stump was slightly angled, the flesh concave where the femur was no longer present. Katie felt the familiar, grim acceleration in her chest, a tightness behind her sternum, a quickened pulse that thudded in her ears. She took a slow, controlled breath through her nose, forcing the cold, chemical air into her lungs. A life stolen mid-stride. A young woman who had gone out for a run and ended up here, on a cold slab, incomplete. Lindsay Harper, 28, Quill stated, as if reading from a ledger. She moved to the head of the table, adjusting a flexible overhead lamp on a gooseneck arm. The bright, white light fell directly on the body, eliminating shadows, revealing every detail with cruel clarity. External examination complete. Primary findings are the traumatic amputation of the left leg at the proximal femur and evidence of a chemical agent introduced via injection. She picked up a small, handheld UV light from a nearby instrument cart. The chemical agent is succinylcholine, a depolarizing neuromuscular blocking agent, a paralytic. She switched off the overhead lamp for a moment, plunging the immediate area around the body into gloom. The UV light clicked on, emitting an eerie, purplish glow. Quill directed the beam to the area behind the victim's left ear, just below the mastoid process. Injection site is here. The needle was very fine, likely insulin gauge. It causes rapid respiratory failure and leaves minimal trace. No defensive wounds, no signs of a struggle. Very clinical. He knew what he was doing, and he wanted it quiet. An impersonal kill, Katie thought. Hands off, like administering a vaccine. Yet the dismemberment was intensely personal, hands-on. The dichotomy was jarring. The overhead lamp came back on. Quill continued, her gloved hands hovering over the body without touching it. No evidence of sexual assault. No recent sexual activity noted. Toxicology is clean aside from the succinylcholine metabolites. She was healthy. The leg, Katie said, moving closer to the stump. The cold radiating from the body was palpable. Tell me about the cut. Quill leaned in. Removed with a reciprocating autopsy saw. A commercial mortuary instrument, not a construction tool. The blade teeth are finer, designed for bone. The cut is clean, efficient. No hesitation marks, no false starts. He chose the femur, the thickest bone in the body. That wasn't stubbornness or poor planning. It was part of the ritual. He wanted that specific bone. Her gloved finger traced the air an inch above the sutured line. This required knowledge, not just brute strength. He knew how to position the body, how to brace the limb, where to apply the saw. It's practiced. Brooke had inched forward during the explanation, drawn by a morbid curiosity that was fighting a losing battle with her revulsion. She stood about 3 feet from the table, her eyes wide above her mask, her color fading. A pallor was spreading upward from her neck, washing out the usual warm tone of her skin. A slight sheen of cold sweat glistened on her forehead, just below the line of her dark hair. Katie wrapped up her questions on the first victim quickly, seeing the tremble in Brooke's clasped hands. The timeline between death and dismemberment was, Quill insisted, impossible to pin down with any real accuracy in the absence of specific tissue degradation markers, which were compromised by the freezing. Hours, possibly a day. Not weeks was her best estimate. "Let's see the second," Katie said. Dr. Quill closed the sheet over Lindsay Harper with the same careful, respectful motion, then pushed the tray back into the wall. The thud of the door sealing was final. She moved to Unit 4, repeated the process. The door sighed open. Cassie Sullivan. Also 28. The sheet was drawn back. The body was a mirror image. Same waxy pallor. Same peaceful, empty face. Same brutal, sutured stump on the left leg, just below the hip. The replication was chilling in its exactness. The sutures looked identical in size and pattern. Katie leaned in, comparing the two in her mind's eye. The same saw. The same knowledge. The same lack of rage in the cutting, just cold, focused execution. The wounds are a perfect match, Quill confirmed, watching Katie's examination. Your killer is following a script. He's done this before, or he's rehearsed it to the point of muscle memory. This wasn't just method, it was compulsion. A mind locked in a ritual loop, finding comfort or purpose in the precise repetition of horror. The leg found at the second scene, Katie prompted. Cassie Sullivan's apartment. You matched it. It belongs to Ms. Harper, Quill said. She walked to a different, smaller stainless steel table against the wall. On it was a long, opaque plastic bag. As she unzipped it, inside, looking surreal and grotesque out of context, was a human leg. It was pale, desiccated, the skin shriveled and tight over the muscle and bone. The foot was slightly curled. The cut end was clean, a match for the stump they had just seen. Quill lifted the limb carefully, supporting it under the knee and ankle, and placed it on the examination table under the lights. It was subjected to a drying process, desiccated with applied heat, likely in an enclosed space, then frozen. This was preservation with purpose. Not just to store it, but to prepare it. She paused, using her fingers to point to a specific area on the thigh, about midway between the hip and knee. There is a discrepancy here. A section is missing. She took a ruler from her cart and laid it alongside the limb. Approximately 1/2 inch in width, a rectangular prism of tissue was removed from the anterior thigh here, post-severance. The cuts to remove it are clean, deliberate, made with a very sharp blade. A scalpel or a fillet knife. Katie leaned in close. The missing section was indeed a neat, rectangular void in the flesh and underlying muscle. The edges were straight and precise. It wasn't about disposal or trophy taking. The shape of the removal was unmistakably utilitarian, like portioning meat from a butcher's block. A specific cut, taken for a specific reason. Brooke had moved closer, drawn again by the forensic detail, by the puzzle. She was staring at the rectangular gap in the leg, her brow furrowed in concentration beneath her mask, as if trying to solve a math problem. Her breathing had gone shallow and rapid. "Why take a piece?" Brooke whispered, her voice strained and muffled by the mask. "If he kept the whole leg, why cut that out?" Katie's phone vibrated in her pocket, a jarring intrusion. She ignored it. The answer to Brooke's question had clicked into place with cold, logical certainty. All the pieces, the clinical kill, the precise dismemberment, the preservation, the neat removal of a specific portion, aligned into a horrifying whole. "Because he consumed it," Katie said flatly, her voice devoid of inflection. It was not a question. The words hung in the cold air. For a second, Brooke didn't move. As she blinked, then the meaning penetrated. The academic puzzle shattered, replaced by a visceral, physical image. Her body reacted before her mind could catch up. Her eyes, already wide, dilated further, the black swallowing the hazel. A violent tremor ran through her shoulders. Her hand flew to her mouth, pressing the mask hard against her lips. Her breath hitched, a sharp, wet, involuntary sound. Then she spun on her heel, her movements suddenly uncoordinated and frantic. She stumbled, her shoe slipping slightly on the slick floor, before righting herself and bolting for the heavy steel door. She fumbled with the handle, yanking it open, and disappeared into the corridor. A moment later, the sound reached them. A raw, gagging retch, followed by a series of painful, hollow coughs that echoed back down the tiled hall. Dr. Quill slowly lowered the severed leg back into its bag. She raised one eyebrow above her glasses, looking from the empty doorway to Katie. "A new partner." Katie sighed, a long exhalation that fogged in the cold air for a second. She watched the doorway where Brooke had vanished, listening as the sounds of sickness gradually subsided, replaced by the shaky, metallic groan of a water faucet being turned on full blast. The text in her pocket from Chief Doyle, cleared to interview the Sullivan family, felt like a message from another, simpler world. Maybe pairing with a rookie on this particular case, with this particular horror, hadn't been the wisest call. The education had just become brutally, unforgettably real. Chapter 7. The rental car hummed along the suburban streets of Susquehanna Woods, the sound of the tires on the asphalt, a steady, hypnotic rhythm. Brooke Vance kept her eyes fixed on the open file in her lap, but the words blurred into a gray smear. All she could see was the stark white of the morgue, the unforgiving fluorescent lights reflecting off the stainless steel table, the pale, severed limb laid out like a butcher's cut, and the memory of her own humiliating, stumbling retreat to the sink, the cold porcelain biting into her palms. The smell of industrial disinfectant and something underneath, a coppery, organic scent she couldn't name, seemed to have followed her into the car, clinging to the fibers of her blazer. Katie Ford drove with a quiet, focused efficiency, one hand resting lightly at the bottom of the wheel, her gaze methodically scanning the passing houses, the parked cars, the empty sidewalks. The silence between them felt thick, a verdict still being written. Brooke could feel the weight of her failure pressing down on her lungs, making each breath feel shallow and insufficient. She watched the neat, identical mailboxes slide by, each one a testament to normalcy she felt utterly disconnected from. "I'm sorry about earlier," Brooke finally said, the words tight and too loud in the quiet cabin. She cleared her throat, the sound harsh. The raw meat things. And I lost it. I know it's unprofessional. I know it's not what you need. Katie glanced over, her expression unreadable for a long 3 count, just a cool assessment in the dim light of the car. Then it softened marginally, the lines around her eyes easing. It happens, she said, turning her attention back to the road as they passed a playground, its swings moving slightly in the wind. I've decorated more morgue floors than I care to remember. So has Shaw. She adjusted her grip on the wheel, her knuckles pale. It's not the gore, not really. It's the violation. The body out of context. Your brain looks at a human leg and it knows what it should be, attached, moving, alive. Seeing it like that, divorced from everything that makes it a person, your brain rebels. It's a systems error. The first time is always the worst. The trick is to not let the error become the operating system. The logic was a small, cold comfort, but it couldn't erase the vivid footage playing on a loop behind Brooke's eyes. The Y incision, the waxy pallor of dead flesh, the clinical detachment of the pathologist's voice as he pointed out the clean margins of the excision. She took a deliberate breath, inhaling the stale, recirculated air of the rental, and filed the memory away under career-ending moments, a mental folder she vowed to never open again. From now on, no weakness. No flinching. She had to grab this chance with both hands and prove, to her father, to Katie, to herself, that she wasn't just a trainee who folded at the first real horror. She could be an agent. She would be. The cannibalism angle, Brooke said, forcing her voice into a steadier, analytical register as she shifted to professional ground. She looked down at the file, at the notes she'd scribbled in the morgue lobby, her handwriting shaky and slanting. She smoothed the page with her palm. How did you land on that? The ME didn't confirm it. He said the tissue removal was consistent with it, but not definitive. Could be a trophy. Could be something else. Katie was quiet for a block, turning onto a quieter street lined with mature oak trees, their bare, black branches clawing at the gray, woolen sky. The houses here were slightly older, with bigger yards. It's about connection, she said finally, her voice low and measured. He's not discarding these women. He's keeping parts. The injection site behind the ear, it's intimate, precise. He has to get close, he has to hold them still, probably cradles their head. Taking the legs is possessive. It's about removing their ability to walk away from him, literally. But eating the flesh, she paused, her fingers tapping once, twice on the steering wheel, a soft tap-tap against the leather. That's about making them a permanent physical part of him. It doesn't get more permanent than that. It stems from a profound, bottomless loneliness. A need to absorb something he believes they have that he lacks. Brooke frowned, turning the idea over. She watched a man in a puffer jacket scrape leaves from his driveway, the rhythmic scratching sound fading as they passed. And absorb. Like a quality. You think he's targeting them for specific traits. There are precedents in the case files, Katie said, her tone shifting into that of an instructor now, precise and detached. Not many, but they exist. Killers who consumed victims' hearts to take their courage or their strength. Others who focused on specific body parts they associated with beauty or vitality. It's a pathology of lack. Of emptiness, she glanced at Brooke. Our unsub believes these women possess something, an essence, a trait, a history, that he needs to ingest to feel whole. He's not just killing them. He's collecting them, cataloging them. And the consumption is the final step in the acquisition. So the leg, it's not just a leg. It's a container for whatever trait he's after, Brooke said, the concept chilling in its clarity. Exactly. And we need to find out what that trait is. The link between the victims. Katie pulled the car to a smooth stop at the curb outside a neat, single-story home with beige siding and dark green shutters. The lawn was trimmed, but littered with a skittering carpet of brown oak leaves that danced in sporadic gusts of cold breeze. Every curtain on the front of the house was drawn tight, the fabric hanging heavy and still. A single, forgotten child's bicycle lay on its side in the grass near the porch, a bright pink splash against the dormant lawn, a relic of a happier time. We're here. Brooke looked at the house. It looked like every other house on the block, but it felt different. It felt still, like a held breath, a pocket of silence in the mundane afternoon. She unbuckled her seatbelt, the click loud and definitive in the silence. Katie cut the engine. The sudden quiet was absolute, broken only by the faint tick of the cooling engine and the distant bark of a dog. She didn't move to get out immediately. Instead, she turned slightly in her seat, the leather of her jacket creaking softly. Her eyes on Brooke were intent. Okay. Before we go in, walk me through it. Not the legs, not the mutilation. Look past the horror show. What's the core behavioral principle at work here? What's he telling us with his actions? Brooke's mind raced, hitting walls of gore and procedural questions. She closed her eyes for a second, pushing past the image of the stainless steel table. She thought of the crime scene photos, the empty apartment, the lack of struggle, the bed neatly made. Control, she ventured, opening her eyes. Total, absolute control. The paralytic ensures they can't fight, can't even scream. The clean, surgical cuts suggest meticulous planning, the acquisition of the right tools. He's in charge of every moment, from entry to exit. He dictates the terms of their death. Good. That's the how, the mechanics. Katie's gaze was patient but unyielding, a physical pressure. Now what's the why? The emotional core. Control is a means to an end. What's the end? Brooke's frustration spiked, a hot, sharp feeling in her chest. She hated not knowing. She hated the blank spaces. I don't know, she admitted, the words tasting like failure. It feels random, different women, different ages, different backgrounds. A student, a waitress, but the linking of the scenes, the identical method, says it isn't random at all. It's deliberate. It's curated, she met Katie's eyes. What's your read? You have one. I can tell. You've had one since the morgue. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Katie's lips, there and gone in an instant, like a crack in ice. They're connected to each other. And they're connected to him. This isn't hatred. There's no overkill, no rage in the violence. It's surgical. It's a corrupted form of obsession. Maybe even a warped kind of affection. He's preserving them. In his mind, he might even be honoring them. She looked past Brooke at the closed-up house. The violence is quiet. Intimate. That's the key. He doesn't want to destroy them. He wants to keep them. Katie opened her door, letting in a rush of cold, damp air that smelled of decaying leaves and distant wood smoke. We'll tag team the mother. Your show as much as mine. Listen more than you talk. Watch her face, her hands, where her eyes go when she's remembering. The truth isn't always in the words. It's in the pauses. Brooke nodded, clutching her notebook like a shield. This was her shot. Not at a corpse, but at a living, breathing piece of the puzzle. A person, not a victim. She got out, the winter air biting through the thin wool of her blazer, raising goosebumps on her arms. She followed Katie up the concrete walkway, her low heels clicking softly. The pink bicycle's handlebar grip was worn, the plastic cracked. The porch was clean but felt unused, the welcome mat perfectly aligned, no scuff marks. The air was several degrees colder in the shadow of the house. Katie rang the bell. A muted, two-tone chime sounded inside. They waited. Brooke could hear the faint, tinny sound of a television from deep within the house, a low murmur of a daytime talk show audience laughing on cue. She shifted her weight, her eyes tracing the fine grain of the painted white door, the tiny chips in the paint near the handle. Katie knocked, 3 firm, respectful raps of her knuckles on the solid wood. The tap. The tap. The tap. They waited longer. Brooke's breath formed a faint mist in the air. She glanced at the drawn curtain on the front window. The fabric didn't stir. Just as Katie raised her hand to knock again, a heavier, more insistent series of raps, the lock clicked with a sound like a breaking bone, and the door opened a few inches, stopped by a security chain. A woman peered out through the gap. She was wrapped in a faded terracloth bathrobe, the belt pulled tight, her hair pulled back in a messy ponytail with strands escaping around a face that was all sharp angles and shadows. Her eyes were raw and puffy, the skin around them blotchy and thin, stretched tight over her cheekbones. She looked decades older than the smiling photo of Cassie Sullivan in the file. Yeah, the single word was sandpaper on stone, drained of inflection. A Mrs. Sullivan, Katie said, her voice softening, losing its analytical edge and taking on a tone of genuine, weary sympathy. She held up her credentials, letting the badge catch the flat gray light. I'm Special Agent Katie Ford with the FBI. This is my colleague, Special Agent Brooke Vance. We're so sorry for your loss. We know this is an impossible time. Could we speak with you for just a few minutes? The woman's eyes, a pale, washed-out blue, flicked over the badges, then over their faces, assessing, suspicious, lingering on Brooke's youth. Vanessa, she corrected, her voice flat. And you can't come in. Her shoulder leaned against the doorframe, making her body a solid, weary barrier. Behind her, Brooke caught a glimpse of a dim hallway, a console table with a chaotic pile of unopened mail, and a vase of dead flowers, their petals brown and curled on the wood. Brooke stepped forward slightly, not crowding, but entering Vanessa's direct line of sight. She kept her own expression open, earnest, trying to project a calm she didn't feel. We'd just like to understand Cassie a little better, Vanessa. Her routines, her interests, the person she was. Anything you can tell us, even small details, might help us find who did this. We want to get it right. Vanessa's jaw tightened, a muscle leaping and trembling beneath the thin skin. Her knuckles, where she gripped the edge of the door, were white and bloodless. Let me save you the trip, she said, her voice gaining a brittle edge. I know why this happened. Not the who, but the why. You don't need to come in and poke around her room, look through her things to figure it out. I can tell you right here. Brooke felt a flicker of surprise, a quickening in her pulse. She kept her voice level, gentle. You have a theory. It's not a theory. Vanessa's eyes, red-rimmed and fierce, locked onto Brooke's with an intensity that was almost physical. 2 years ago, my girl was in community college. She had friends. She had a future. She was happy. Then she fell in with that trash, Roxy. Started using. That's the why, it's always the why. It's the only why that matters. Everything else is just details. Drugs, Katie clarified softly from beside Brooke, a quiet prompt. Everything she could get her hands on, Vanessa spat, the words gaining heat. Pills, whatever. Ended up living in some hellhole with that girl. Stopped calling. Stopped coming home for holidays. That's when her life ended, Agent. That's when I lost her. This, she gestured vaguely behind her, into the hushed, darkened house of mourning. This was just the paperwork. The final filing, a bitter, broken sound escaped her, not quite a laugh, more like a choke. You want a motive. Look there. Don't waste your time anywhere else. Brooke's mind raced to her notes. No narcotics in Cassie's recent talks screened from the autopsy. She'd been clean for a while, according to the ME. The last known address wasn't a hellhole. It was a modest, if somewhat run-down, apartment complex on the other side of town. She chose her words carefully, weighing each one. We're looking at every possibility, Vanessa. I can assure you of that. Roxy has been interviewed by the local police. So far, they haven't found anything tying her directly to this. Cassie's recent toxicology report was clean. They're good at hiding it, Vanessa snapped, the anger flaring hot and sudden, like a gas jet igniting. She pushed off the doorframe, her body language becoming more confrontational, the chain on the door pulling taut. That whole world is. Cassie got into money trouble. Probably owed the wrong people. You want your killer. Start with that life. Start with the dealers, the users, the parasites she called friends. Don't come here asking me about her favorite color or what music she liked. That's gone. That person is gone. Brooke felt a surge of pity so sharp it was almost physical, a tightening in her own throat. This woman's grief had curdled into a focused, burning rage, because it was easier than the vast, silent void of helplessness. It gave her a target, a story she could understand, a reason that made a terrible kind of sense. Brooke's hand moved almost of its own accord, an instinctive gesture of connection, her fingers aiming to lightly brush Vanessa's wrist where it rested, trembling on the door. We're truly sorry to have to ask you these questions. We can't imagine what you're going through, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't. Vanessa jerked her arm back as if burned, recoiling into the shadow of the doorway with a sharp intake of breath. The chain rattled. I don't want sorry, she hissed, her voice cracking under the strain. Tears welled but did not fall, held back by sheer fury. I want you to do your damn job. Go talk to Roxy. Go shake down that whole rotten scene until someone talks. My daughter's life story, her favorite songs, what she wanted to be when she grew up that won't find him. That's gone. That's all gone. All that's left is this. She slapped her own chest, the sound muffled by the thick robe. The rebuff stung, a sharp public humiliation. Brooke felt the heat of a blush rise from her neck into her cheeks, a physical manifestation of the rejection. Her professional facade cracked for a second, her carefully composed expression of empathy faltered, her lips parting slightly. She took a half step back, her heels scraping loudly on the rough concrete of the porch. She looked down at her shoes, at a crack in the pavement where a weed had died, regrouping, swallowing against the hard, hot lump in her throat. Her fingers tightened around her notebook until the cardboard cover bent. Katie didn't move. Her calm was an anchor in the turbulent space between them. She didn't look at Brooke, her focus entirely on the woman in the doorway. Vanessa, she said, her tone steady, devoid of judgment but also of false comfort. What specifically do you think Roxy did? Or caused to happen? You said corrupted her. What does that mean to you? Vanessa's anger seemed to deflate as quickly as it had ignited, leaving behind a crushing, visible exhaustion that bowed her shoulders. She sagged against the doorframe again, her head dipping forward. The fierce light in her eyes guttered and clouded with pure, unadulterated pain. Who knows, she whispered, the fight gone out of her voice. Introduced her to it. Was there when I was. My girl was struggling, with school, with her dad leaving, with just being 20 and feeling lost, and she was too damn proud, too damn stubborn to call her mother. And that girl was there. That's all it takes. She wrapped her arms around herself, a tight, self-hug in the worn bathrobe, holding herself together. Her gaze drifted past them, to the empty street. And she was there. And I was. Katie nodded slowly, an acknowledgement of the pain, not necessarily the truth of the accusation. She let the silence sit for a moment, let the raw confession hang in the cold air. Thank you, Vanessa, for talking to us, for being honest. She reached into her inner jacket pocket and produced a crisp white business card, holding it out between two fingers, offering it through the gap in the door. If anything else comes to mind, anything at all, even if it seems small or unrelated, please call. Day or night. Vanessa didn't take it. She stared at Katie's hand, at the small rectangle of cardstock, as if it were a foreign object. Then her eyes lifted, meeting Katie's. They were filled with a dread, so profound, it seemed to change the very quality of the light on the porch. Her voice dropped to a whisper, barely audible over the sigh of the wind in the bare oak branches. Her leg, she swallowed, her throat working. Did you find it? The police, the detective, he was vague. He said they were pursuing all evidence. Did you find her leg? Brooke's breath caught in her chest, a sharp hitch. She saw Katie's posture shift almost imperceptibly, a subtle settling of her weight, a deepening of her stillness. Brooke gave a tiny, confirming nod, a dip of her chin she knew Katie would sense in her periphery. Katie didn't look away from Vanessa. Yes, ma'am, she said, her own voice low and even, a flat plane of fact. We recovered it. This morning. A harsh, choked sob escaped Vanessa, instantly stifled. She pressed a clenched fist hard against her mouth, her shoulders shaking silently for a long moment. She fought for control, her eyes screwed shut, tears finally escaping to track through the pale powder on her cheeks. When she opened them, they were swimming, the blue almost swallowed by black. Can I, she began, then stopped, gathering herself. She dropped her hand, which was trembling violently. Can I see it? Just a picture. I need to see. I need to know it's really her. Katie hesitated, a genuine conflict flashing in her eyes, a tightening at the corners, a slight press of her lips. Vanessa, she said, the name gentle. These are crime scene photographs. They're very graphic. They're clinical. They're not how you want to remember your daughter. They're not hers. Please, the word was a raw, stripped-bare plea, torn from somewhere deep. Vanessa's trembling hand reached out, not for the card, but hovering in the space between them, fingers curling helplessly. I need to see the top. Her thigh. The place where it was cut. Please. The silence stretched, thick and cold. Brooke watched Katie's face, seeing the rapid calculation, the weighing of compassion against procedural coldness, the understanding of a mother's desperate need for confirmation, and then the dawning, terrible realization of why this specific request was being made. The missing flesh. The precise excision. Katie's eyes flicked to Brooke for a millisecond, a silent communication, then back to Vanessa's ravaged face. After a long, suspended moment, Katie gave a single, slow, grave nod. "I'm okay." She pulled her phone from her pocket, the movement deliberate. She unlocked it with a tap, her thumb moving surely across the screen, navigating through layers of security to the encrypted case folder. She moved to stand closer to Vanessa, angling her body so the screen was fully shielded from Brooke's view, a small, deliberate mercy. Brooke fixed her eyes on Vanessa's face instead, a map of anguish being redrawn in real time, every shift a seismic event. Katie tilted the phone. The glow of the screen illuminated Vanessa's face from below, casting deep shadows under her eyes and chin. Vanessa's eyes, wide and desperate, scanned the image. Brooke saw her flinch, a full-body recoil as if struck, a sharp intake of breath that hissed between her teeth at the sight of the pale, severed limb on the stark metal table. Then Vanessa's brow furrowed, deep lines etching her forehead. Her eyes darted over the same patch of skin, the outside of the thigh again and again, scanning, searching. The confusion was immediate, total, wiping away even the grief for a second. The color drained from her face, leaving her ashen, ghostly in the phone's light. "Where is it?" she breathed, the sound barely more than an exhalation, clouding the cold air. "Where is what, Vanessa?" Katie asked, her voice gentle but firm, a guide rope in the dark. "Her tattoo." Vanessa looked up at Katie, her expression utterly lost, a child's bewilderment. "It was right there. On the outside of her thigh, about halfway up. She got it when she was 18. A stupid age to get a tattoo, I told her. A ghost of a smile, painful to see, touched her lips and vanished. It just said Mom, in simple black script. "Where is it?" Her gaze flicked back to the phone, as if the word might materialize if she stared hard enough. She blinked rapidly. Did she get it covered up? Lasered off. She wouldn't do that. She wouldn't. She promised. Brooke's stomach tightened into a cold, hard knot of pure dread. The pieces slammed together in her mind with a physical force that felt like a punch to the diaphragm, stealing her breath. The missing section of flesh, the clean, precise, rectangular excision noted in the autopsy report. Not a jagged tear, not a savage hack. A removal. The killer hadn't just taken meat. He hadn't taken a random pound of flesh for some grotesque hunger. He had taken the word Mom. The horror of it was so specific, so intimate, so viciously targeted, it felt like a violation aimed at everyone on that porch, at Vanessa, at Cassie, at the very concept of that bond. Brooke's hard-won professional detachment shattered completely. She stared at Vanessa Sullivan's crumbling face, at the dawning, horrific understanding replacing the confusion, and for a second, she wasn't an FBI agent. She was just a daughter, witnessing a mother's universe collapse in on itself for the second time in a week, this time with a cruelty so precise it was almost artistic. The chill in the air seeped deep into her bones, into the marrow, and settled there. Vanessa's hand came up again, not to her mouth, but to her own thigh, pressing hard over her robe as if she could feel the absence on her own skin. Her eyes, wide with a new kind of terror, found Katie's. He took it, she whispered, the truth settling on her with unbearable weight. He cut it out. He cut Mom out of her. Katie slowly lowered the phone, her own face a mask of grim confirmation. She didn't speak. There were no words for this. Vanessa's legs seemed to give way. She didn't fall, but she slumped, her forehead coming to rest against the edge of the door with a soft, dull thud. Her body was racked with silent, shuddering sobs that had no sound, only the violent tremor of her shoulders under the thin robe. The chain on the door quivered. The wind picked up, swirling the dead leaves on the perfect lawn into a frantic, meaningless dance. The pink bicycle lay still, a silent witness. The house stood silent behind her, a tomb of memories now forever stained by this new, unspeakable knowledge. In Chapter 8, the building was a tired brick rectangle, 2 blocks from where Cassie Sullivan's mother lived. The February air had a damp, metallic bite that seeped through layers of wool and tactical nylon. The sky was the color of old dishwater, a flat, uniform gray that promised nothing but more cold. Katie Ford stood on the cracked sidewalk, her hands buried in the pockets of her coat. Her gaze moved methodically, from the graffiti-tagged dumpster overflowing in the alley to the rusted fire escape clinging to the building's side like a skeletal afterthought, to the windows, some shaded with blankets, others revealing the blue flicker of televisions. This was a place of transience, of short-term leases and cash payments, where people passed through without leaving a mark. She scanned the list of buzzers beside the scarred metal door. Names were handwritten on peeling labels or scratched directly into the plastic with a knife point. Apartment 23. She pressed the button, hearing the dull buzz echo somewhere deep in the building's gut. A tinny voice crackled through the speaker, laced with sleep and irritation. Yes. Roxy. The FBI. We need to speak with you about Cassie Sullivan. There was a beat of silence, then a sharp, I talked to the cops already. The intercom went dead with a final, static click that sounded like a period at the end of a sentence. Brooke Vance sighed beside her, her breath forming a small, quick cloud in the cold. She shifted her weight from one foot to the other, the soles of her boots scraping against grit on the concrete. Helpful. Try again, Katie said, her eyes still on the building's facade, noting the cracks in the mortar, the way one second-floor window was patched with duct tape and cardboard. She pressed the buzzer twice more, holding it longer on the second attempt, letting the insistent drone fill the vestibule. No response. Through the smudged, wire-reinforced glass of the door, she could make out a cluttered foyer. A dead potted plant, its leaves brown and curled. A stack of unclaimed flyers and pizza coupons spilling across the floor. Grimy, checkerboard tile worn down to the backing in the center. We need to get in. On it, Brooke stepped forward, pulling off her right glove with her teeth. She ran a bare finger down the entire column of buttons, feeling the plastic dimples. She didn't hesitate, jamming each one in rapid succession, a staccato rhythm of intrusion that echoed in the quiet street. A chorus of confused, tinny voices erupted from the speaker, overlapping in a blur of hello, and who is it, and one annoyed what the hell. A second later, the door's electromagnetic lock disengaged with a heavy, satisfying clunk that vibrated through the metal frame. Buzz and run, Brooke said, a hint of triumph warming her voice as she grabbed the cold handle and pulled the heavy door open. A wave of warm, musty air rolled out, carrying the smell of old carpet and cooked cabbage. A classic. A useful classic, Katie conceded, stepping into the dim hallway. The smell was specific, layered. Old carpet cleaner that hadn't fully rinsed out, underlying mildew from a persistent leak, and beneath it all, the faint, sweet-sour trace of garbage that had sat too long. They started up the stairs, their footsteps muffled by the worn, olive-green carpet runner, held down with tarnished brass rods that were loose in their fittings. You never did that as a kid? Brooke asked, keeping pace a step behind, her hand skimming the sticky, varnished banister before she thought better of it and wiped her palm on her coat. My childhood was more about avoiding bulls in pastures than buzzing strangers' apartments, Katie said, her eyes tracking the water stain blooming across the ceiling of the first landing. Virginia farm girl. I never would have guessed. Brooke's voice was light, trying to puncture the grimness of the location. I'm strictly concrete and subway grates. The most nature I saw was the sickly tree in our apartment complex's courtyard. It shows, Katie said, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching her lips before fading. Brooke's energy was a live wire, a sharp contrast to the building's pervasive exhaustion, the sense of lives being lived on hold. They reached the second-floor landing. The hallway was narrow, the ceiling low, lit by a single, flickering fluorescent tube that buzzed like an angry insect trapped in the fixture. The light gave everything a sickly, greenish cast. Apartment 23 was at the end, the numbers 2 and 3 nailed to the door slightly crooked, as if hung in a hurry or by someone who didn't care. Katie knocked, the sound sharp and authoritative in the confined, carpeted space. Roxy. The FBI. Open up, please. Go away. The shout was muffled by the door but clear, edged with a tremor of fear more than true anger. Katie leaned closer to the wood, lowering her voice so it would carry through the barrier but not boom. We can do this here, where your neighbors can listen, or we can have a conversation about the marijuana I'm fairly certain is in there. Your choice. Silence stretched for several seconds, thick and tense. Katie could picture the calculation happening on the other side of the cheap hollow core door. The risk assessment, the panic, the resignation. She heard a faint shuffling, then the sound of a chain rattling in its track, followed by the solid click-clack of a deadbolt being thrown. The door opened a few inches, stopped by the security chain. A single wary eye peered out from a pale face framed by a chaotic mane of dyed red hair, dark roots showing an inch long. A black velvet throw was clutched around thin shoulders, pulled tight like a shield. The eye, a pale blue, darted from Katie's face to Brooke, S and back, blinking rapidly. We're not here about drugs, Katie said, her tone level matter-of-fact. She held up her credentials, letting the shield catch the bad fluorescent light. We're here about Cassie. Let us in. Another pause. The eye blinked, the lashes clumped with old mascara. Then the door closed. The chain rattled again, a metal-on-metal scrape, and the door swung wider inward. The young woman, Roxy, scuttled back into the gloom of the apartment, a small, retreating figure. She allowed them entry into a space that hit them with a wall of smell. Stale cigarette smoke, unwashed laundry, the cloying, artificial sweetness of a cheap air freshener plugged into an outlet, and underneath it all, the faint, skunky scent of old marijuana. The living area was a disaster of clothes, mostly black band t-shirts and ripped jeans, draped over the back of a sofa, piled on a single kitchen chair, spilling from an open suitcase in the corner. Takeout containers, some with forks still sticking out, were piled on a scarred coffee table, alongside empty soda cans, and an ashtray that overflowed with cigarette butts and the twisted, greenish remains of hand-rolled joints. The furniture was mismatched. A sagging plaid armchair facing a low sofa with exposed stuffing at one arm, all looking salvaged from the curb on bulk trash day. It was a stark, depressing contrast to the ordered, suffocating grief of Vanessa Sullivan's home. This was the chaos of a life unraveling in real time, with no one to tidy it up. Sit, Katie instructed, gesturing to the stained armchair that was the only clear seating. Roxy obeyed, perching on the very edge of the cushion like a bird ready to flee at the slightest movement. She pulled the velvet throw tighter around herself, tucking her bare feet underneath her. I was at my boyfriend S, she blurted out before any question was asked, her words tumbling over each other in a rehearsed rush. All night. There were like 8 people there. We were playing video games, just hanging. I didn't get back until morning, and that's when I found her. Her eyes, a pale, washed-out blue, were wide and fixed on a point on the dirty beige carpet between her feet. She wouldn't look at them. "We'll need all their names," Brooke said, pulling out her notebook with a soft rustle of paper. She remained standing, subtly positioning herself near the doorway to the kitchen, her body angled to observe the apartment's layout and Roxy's reactions simultaneously. "And contact information if you have it. The sooner we can verify your whereabouts, the sooner we can focus on finding who did this." Cassie's mother suggested she had a drug problem, Katie stated, watching Roxy's reaction. She kept her own posture relaxed, leaning slightly against the arm of the sofa buried under clothes, trying to reduce the physical pressure of two standing figures looming over her. But her eyes missed nothing. The fine tremor in Roxy's hands as they clutched the throw, the way she chewed nervously on her lower lip, the rapid pulse visible in her thin neck. A derisive snort escaped Roxy. She finally looked up, a flash of defiance in her gaze. Her mom thinks aspirin is a gateway drug. She thinks caffeine is a moral failing. Roxy's voice gained a brittle, rehearsed strength. "We smoked a little, sure. Who does? Cassie didn't do the hard stuff. That was me. Last year. I'm clean now." She said it with a defiance that didn't quite reach her eyes, which flickered away again. But she wasn't some junkie. She went to work. She paid her half of the rent. On time. Roxy's defiance seemed to wilt slightly as she said it, her shoulders slumping under the heavy throw. She looked down at her hands, picking at a chipped black nail polish. She was a good person. She listened. She didn't judge. Not like everyone else. "Where did she work?" Katie asked, her voice softening a degree. She needed the facts, but pushing too hard would shut down this fragile conduit. "Some admin office. For a plumbing supply company, I think," Roxy shrugged, the gesture making the throw slip. She caught it and yanked it back up. "It was boring. She hated it." Said the guy who ran it was a creep, always looking at her. She got up, the movement jerky, uncoordinated. She shuffled to a cluttered kitchen counter, pushing aside empty soda cans and a grease-stained pizza box. She snatched a piece of junk mail from a haphazard pile, turned it over, and scribbled on the back with a chewed Bic pen that had teeth marks indented deep into the barrel. Her handwriting was a frantic, spiky scrawl. "Here," she thrust the paper at Katie, her arm extended stiffly. "The guys I was with that night, or at least the ones I remember. And her work address. It's all I got." Katie took the paper, her fingers brushing Roxy's cold ones. The contact made Roxy flinch and pull her hand back as if burned. "Can we see her room?" Katie asked, her voice softer now, almost gentle. Roxy just nodded toward a short, dark hallway, her arms wrapping around herself again, making herself small. "Down there. Last door on the left. Cops already went through it. Took some of her stuff. Her laptop, her phone, I think." Her voice was a monotone, drained. The bedroom was small, dominated by a bare mattress stripped of its sheets and blankets. The cops had done that, Katie guessed, bagging them for potential evidence. The mattress was stained with a faint, yellowish outline in the center, the ghost of a body. Faded floral wallpaper, a relic from a different decade, was peeling in one corner near the ceiling, revealing damp, grayish plaster beneath. A particle board dresser, its laminate veneer chipped at the edges, stood against one wall, its drawers slightly ajar. A small, wobbly-looking nightstand held a lamp with a cracked shade. The room felt hollowed out, violated twice over, first by the killer's intimate violence, then by the necessary, impersonal machinery of investigation. The air was colder here, stale and still. Katie went straight to the window. The latch was a simple lever type, coated in a fine layer of dust. She unlatched it, the mechanism stiff. She gripped the bottom of the sash, her fingers finding purchase on the flaking paint, and heaved. It stuck for a second, the painted seams sealed by time and grime, then jerked upward with a rasp of wood against wood. A rush of cold, fresh air flooded in, cutting through the room's staleness, carrying the distant sound of traffic. She leaned out, bracing her hands on the gritty, painted sill. A straight two-story drop to a cracked concrete alley littered with broken glass, a discarded mattress, and a shopping cart lying on its side. No fire escape, no sturdy downspout, no convenient lattice or tree. The brick face was smooth, the mortar lines too narrow to offer any purchase. A jump would likely mean broken ankles, a fractured spine at worst. A controlled descent was impossible. "He didn't go out this way," Brooke observed, joining her at the window. She leaned out beside Katie, her shoulder brushing the frame. She peered down, her eyes tracking the alley in both directions. "So how'd he leave?" Roxy said the front door was locked from the inside when she got home. "Deadbolt and chain." "Maybe he locked it behind him," Katie mused, pulling her head back in and brushing grit from her palms. She examined the window frame and sill closely, running a gloved finger along the seam, looking for any scuff marks, any fibers, any trace evidence the CSU might have missed in their initial sweep. There was nothing but dust and a single dead fly. "If he had a key." "A key," Brooke turned from the window, her brow furrowed. She kept her voice low. "And how?" "The lease is in Cassie's name." Roxy said they only had the 2 copies. "Landlord has one, they each have one." "Master key," Katie said, the idea crystallizing as she spoke, fitting into the puzzle of the clean scene. "A maintenance." "Landlord." "Superintendent." She began a methodical search of the room, not expecting to find what the local police had missed, but to understand Cassie, to feel the space she occupied. She opened the dresser drawers one by one. The top one held a jumble of socks and underwear, neatly folded into soft bundles. The next held jeans and sweaters, stacked with care. The bottom drawer was empty save for a small, locked metal box, about the size of a paperback book. Katie left it. She knelt, the floorboards creaking, and checked under the bed. Nothing but dust bunnies and a lone, fuzzy sock. The closet was a narrow alcove with a bifold door that stuck when she pulled it. Inside, a few hanging blouses on wire hangers and a puffy winter coat. On the shelf above, folded blankets and an old shoebox. On the floor, a pair of scuffed sneakers and some practical-looking boots. It was the room of someone who lived lightly, without deep roots or many possessions, a temporary way station. Roxy appeared in the doorway, silent now, watching them with hollow eyes. She didn't speak, didn't offer anything. She'd already given the note. She just stood there, leaning against the door jamb, a ghost in her own home, witnessing the autopsy of her friend's space. Katie glanced again at the paper in her hand. The scribbled names and numbers were on the reverse of a formal-looking letter. She turned it over, smoothing the crumpled page against her thigh. Her eyes caught the printed letterhead at the top. Tillman Property & Co. in a bold, no-nonsense font with an address and phone number below. A jolt of recognition hit her, a physical sensation like a low-voltage shock traveling up her spine to the base of her skull. Her breathing shallowed for a second, a quick, quiet intake. The first victim, Lindsay Harper, had lived in a building owned by the same company. Gary Tillman. The landlord from the first scene, the man pounding on a door, frustrated by a missing tenant. It wasn't just a similar name, it was the same. The connection was a solid thing, a heavy piece of machinery clicking into place in the dark maze of the case. It was access. It was means. She didn't speak immediately. She held the paper out so Brooke could see the letterhead, her finger tapping it silently, her nail making a soft tap-tap on the page. Brooke leaned in, her shoulder pressing against Katie's arm. Her eyes scanned the printed name and logo. Her lips parted slightly, her breath a faint cloud in the cold air from the window. "The management company," she said, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial murmur. "They own this building." "They owned Lindsay Harper's building." Katie nodded, a single sharp dip of her chin. "A master key," she said, the words definitive now, weighted with certainty. "You're a set of them. Maintenance worker, a superintendent, a landlord with a master ring that gets him into every unit." Brooke's eyes widened in understanding, the professional excitement cutting through the grim atmosphere of the tiny bedroom. She raised a finger, pointing it at the paper, her other hand coming up to grip her own elbow. "A master key. One key that gets him in. No forced entry. No need to go out the window. He walks in the front door like he belongs there, does what he came to do, and locks it behind him on the way out. A clean. A simple." "Exactly," Katie said, her mind racing ahead, weaving the new thread into the emerging fabric of the profile. "An access. A control. It wasn't magic. It wasn't supernatural skill or brute force. It was cold, simple logistics. A problem of hardware and opportunity solved in advance. He's organized. He plans. He secures the means of entry well in advance. This isn't a crime of passion that happens at the scene. It's a scheduled appointment. He's the repairman, the inspector, the guy with the right to be there." She looked back at Roxy, who was staring at them, confusion and a dawning, sickly fear on her pale face. "Roxy," Katie said, taking a step toward her, holding up the letterhead side of the paper. "Did you or Cassie ever put in a maintenance request? For a leak, a broken appliance, anything in the last few months?" Roxy hugged herself tighter, the velvet throw bunching under her chin. Her eyes darted to the paper, then away. "Yeah. Maybe. The kitchen sink was slow a few months ago. Draining like crap. We put in a request online. The super came and snaked it." She swallowed, her throat working. "Older guy. Gary, I think. He owns the place or runs it. He was weird. Quiet. Kept looking around, you know. Not at us, just at our stuff. But he fixed it." "Gary Tillman," Katie pressed, keeping her voice even. "And I guess. I didn't ask his last name. I just called him the landlord. He had a big ring of keys." Roxy's voice dropped to a whisper. "And you think he—" Katie exchanged a look with Brooke. The link was no longer theoretical. It had a face, a name, and a jangling ring of keys. "We're exploring every possibility," Katie said, avoiding a direct answer. "Thank you, Roxy. We may have more questions later. Stay available. And if you think of anything else, anything about that repair visit, or anyone else who had a key, or anyone Cassie might have been worried about, call me." She handed Roxy a crisp white card with her contact details. Roxy took it between two fingers, staring at it as if it were a foreign object. They left her standing in the doorway of her dead friend's room, a small, shivering figure silhouetted against the dim light from the living room. The apartment, with its oppressive smells and chaotic grief, seemed to swallow her up as they walked back through the living room, past the ashtray and the suitcase, and out into the buzzing, greenish glow of the hallway. Katie pulled the door shut behind them, the latch clicking with a sound of finality. Outside, the cold air was a slap, a cleansing shock that washed the apartment's cloying smells from their lungs and nostrils. They walked in silence for half a block, their shoes crunching on salt and grit scattered on the pavement, toward their parked sedan. The neighborhood was quiet in the late morning, just the distant hum of traffic on a main artery and the lonesome cry of a gull circling overhead. A plastic bag tumbled down the street, caught by a gust of wind. Brooke broke the silence as Katie hit the key fob, the car's lights flashing once with a soft chirp. So, Gary Tillman. He's our first solid, tangible link between the victims. He has master key access to both crime scene apartments. He had a legitimate reason to be in Cassie's apartment recently. Katie slid into the driver's seat, the cold leather making her shiver through her trousers. She started the engine, a low rumble that vibrated through the frame, and turned the heater dial to high, letting the fan begin its noisy work to push out the chilled air. He's a link. A strong one. But he's also the obvious link. It's the landlord. His name is on the lease agreements. His company manages the property. If he's our guy, he's either incredibly bold or incredibly stupid. He'd be the first person any detective would look at. Which might be exactly why he'd do it, Brooke said, buckling her seatbelt with a sharp click, her mind working visibly behind her eyes. She turned in her seat to face Katie, one arm braced on the center console. Hiding in plain sight. Who would suspect the landlord? He has a perfect, legitimate reason to be there, to have keys, to be seen coming and going. It's the ultimate camouflage. True, Katie conceded, pulling out into the quiet street, her eyes scanning the mirrors. But the method, the specific, intimate injection of a paralytic agent behind the ear, the post-mortem dismemberment with what looks like a surgical-grade saw, that speaks to a different kind of pathology. A medical background, or at least a deep, focused medical fascination. A need for precision and control that goes beyond property management. Does Gary Tillman have that in his history? We need to dig into him. But more importantly, we need to find out who else has access to those master keys. Maintenance staff. Former employees. Superintendents he's hired. A disgruntled ex-handyman. Tillman Property & Co. is our new focal point. It's the hub. Brooke was already tapping on her phone, the screen's glow lighting her face in the dim car. She pulled up the company's website, scrolling with her thumb. Now start a workup. Corporate structure, employee list if it's public property portfolio. See if they have any other buildings in the area that match the victimology. Maybe we can find a pattern in their holdings. Do it, Katie said, her eyes on the road but her mind elsewhere. In that cold garage from the case file, imagining the saw's buzz, the white hum of the freezer. The killer's confidence was growing. He was cataloging. He was planning the next one. He had a system, and they had just stumbled upon one of its core components. The clock they couldn't see was ticking, measured not in seconds but in the killer's meticulous preparations, and they had just found the first real, greasy wheel in the mechanism. It was a start. It was something to pull on. The garage was cold, a sanctuary of concrete and planned violence. The air was still and carried the faint, metallic tang of old motor oil and the sharp, clean scent of isopropyl alcohol. The only sound was the deep, steady hum of the large standing freezer against the far wall, a white, boxy sentinel in the gloom. He stood before it, his breath forming faint, ephemeral plumes that vanished almost instantly in the chilled air. He was dressed for the task with ritualistic care. A thick, black rubber apron tied securely over his clothes, nitrile gloves stretched taut over his hands and wrists, a simple surgical mask hanging loose around his neck for when the thawing began. He opened the freezer, its heavy, insulated door swinging outward with a sigh of compressed, frigid air. The white interior light spilled over neatly wrapped, labeled packages of mundane meat, pork chops, ground beef, frozen vegetables. A careful facade of normalcy, of domesticity, for anyone who might glance inside. He moved these decoys aside with deliberate care, his movements efficient, economical, never rushed. His gloved fingers, insulated from the biting cold, closed around his true prize, stored at the very back, wrapped in a double layer of heavy-duty freezer paper. He lifted the limb out. Lindsay Harper's leg. The freezer burn had formed a delicate, sparkling crystalline crust over the pale skin, a frost that glittered like 1,000 tiny diamonds under the garage's single, hanging bare bulb. He had been meticulous in his preservation, draining the major vessels via a small incision in the groin, injecting a buffered formalin solution into the muscle tissue to halt decomposition, vacuum sealing the limb in thick plastic to prevent freezer burn before the final deep freeze. It hadn't been entirely successful. The frost was a testament to time. The tattoos that had once marred the flesh, a cheap, blurry Chinese character on the ankle she likely thought meant strength, a small, poorly rendered rose on the calf, were now faint, ghostly impressions beneath the altered, waxy epidermis, like drawings on paper left in the rain. He had removed the one from the first girl, of course. That symbol, a garish tramp stamp of a cartoon devil, had been a personal insult, a visual trigger that needed to be physically excised. He had cut it away from the skin with a scalpel, the latex stretching and then parting under the blade, and disposed of the square of flesh in a separate county's landfill. Let the FBI waste their man-hours on cannibalism theories. The thought amused him, a dry, internal chuckle that never reached his lips. They were so literal, so bound by their procedural checklists, looking for teeth marks when they should be looking for measurement marks, for the data points of his design. He carried the limb to his workbench, a heavy, steel-topped table bolted directly to the concrete floor. The surface was spotless, wiped down with 70% isopropyl alcohol after every session until it shone dully under the light. He placed the limb on the clean metal, the frozen flesh making a soft, solid thunk that echoed faintly in the space. The cold radiated from it in waves, a pocket of deep winter on the table. He turned to a locked metal drawer set into the bench's frame, produced a small key from his pocket, and opened it. From within, he retrieved his tools: a black hardbound notebook with quadrille graph paper, a digital caliper with a stainless steel finish and a large, easy-to-read LCD screen, and a high-resolution digital camera mounted on a small, sturdy tripod. He began with the measurements, his focus absolute, the world beyond the pool of light from the bulb ceasing to exist. The data was the point. This was no longer part of a person, a woman who had laughed or cried or felt the sun on her skin. It was a specimen, a data point in his evolving design, a physical manifestation of a variable now controlled, quantified, and recorded. He opened the notebook to a fresh page, the paper crisp. Using a fine-point archival pen, he noted the date, time, and specimen designation, LH01. He measured the total length from the greater trochanter to the lateral malleolus, the caliper's cold, steel jaws gently gripping the frozen flesh. He watched the numbers stabilize on the screen, 78.4 cm. He wrote it down. He measured the circumference of the thigh at the midpoint, the calf at its widest bulge, the narrowest point of the ankle. Each number was recorded in a neat column, his handwriting small, precise, and unwavering. The intense cold made the plastic casing of the caliper stick slightly to his nitrile gloves, pulling at them with a faint, tacky resistance. Next, the photographs. He positioned the camera on its tripod, adjusted the angle, peered through the viewfinder. He used a remote shutter release to avoid camera shake. The flash was stark, a burst of white light that bleached the pale skin and made the freezer burn crystals gleam like crushed diamonds scattered across a corpse. He took a series of shots from 4 standardized angles: anterior, posterior, medial, lateral. In the flash's aftermath, the limb looked like a mannequin's part, surreal and utterly disconnected from any concept of humanity. It had been attached to a creature who sold intimacy for cash, who wrapped those same legs around the waists of paying strangers in cheap motel rooms along the interstate. The thought filled him with a clean, righteous disgust, a purifying fire in his gut that warmed him against the garage's chill. She had been so easy to lure. A fake email from a new client, a Gmail account created 10 minutes prior, a promise of a significant cash bonus for an A-level session. No kinks, no violence, just straight, vanilla sex. She'd been eager, her reply almost instantaneous, her grammar poor. It sounds good. What time? They all were. Their desperation was their primary vulnerability, a door left wide open and a welcome mat laid out. They invited the wolf in because he was holding a stack of bills, and they never looked at his eyes. Satisfied with his cataloging, he set the tools aside. He reached beneath the bench and switched on the radiant heater mounted there. A sharp click, then a faint orange glow began to emanate from the coiled ceramic elements. Slowly, a focused warmth began to bleed into the cold air directly around the limb, creating a visible shimmer, a heat haze that distorted the view of the brick wall behind the bench. The thawing process was critical, a calculated phase. It would serve 2 purposes. First, to make the limb pliable for its next presentation. The rigidity of frozen tissue and the lingering effects of rigor mortis would make precise positioning difficult, even for him. Second, and just as important, it would play deliberate havoc with the coroner's estimated time of death for the recovered part. The ice crystals melting within the tissue, the internal temperature rising erratically from the outside in, it would introduce another layer of frustrating, time-consuming misdirection for the forensic team. A simple, elegant confusion. Let them argue over post-mortem intervals while he moved forward. Leaving the leg to warm under the gentle, sinister heat, he walked through a plain door into the small, dark living room adjacent to the garage. The transition was abrupt, from the clinical harshness of the workspace to domestic shadow and stillness. The room was spare, almost austere. A sofa, a television, a single bookshelf with textbooks arranged by subject. He woke his computer with a touch of the spacebar. The screen glowed to life, a bluish-white rectangle in the dark room, illuminating his focused, expressionless face in its cool light. His next subject was already selected, her digital profile open and waiting in a browser tab. He had been studying her for days, learning her patterns, her online voice, her vulnerabilities. His name, Renat. Services listed: DFK, OWO, A-Level, GFE, the acronyms of degradation, a shorthand menu of defilement that she typed without a second thought. Her rates were listed like a diner special board: $200 hour, $500 for 3, overnight rates negotiable. She even had a smiling picture, taken in soft focus, leaning against a tufted headboard. Her legs were crossed at the ankle, 1 foot arched to highlight the curve. She had nice calves. Slender, well-defined ankles. Promising. He activated his VPN software, a digital ghost cloak that routed his connection through a server in Helsinki, then bounced it through another in Sao Paulo before reaching its destination. He navigated to the messaging portal of the discreet, high-traffic escort site. His fingers tapped the keys with deliberate, calm precision, the click-clack of the mechanical keyboard the only sound in the quiet room. The message box glowed on the screen. "Looking forward to our appointment tomorrow evening," he typed. "A small request, please wear something that highlights your legs. A skirt or dress. It's a preference of mine." He paused, his fingers hovering over the keys, considering. Then he added, "The hook within the hook, bonus included for the accommodation." He hit send. The message vanished into the ether, a digital whisper traveling through fiber optic cables across continents. The hook was set. The bait was specific, tailored, playing to her greed and her professional willingness to accommodate. The pattern, beautiful and inevitable in its symmetry, would continue. He leaned back in his chair, the old leather creaking under his weight. The glow of the screen painted his features in monochrome light and deep shadow, carving him into a study of planes and angles. In the garage, just beyond the door, the radiant heater hummed, its elements glowing a deeper orange now, slowly performing its patient work on the frozen flesh. The wait was almost over. The next specimen was already choosing its own coffin, typing her reply, counting the extra cash. She was making it easy. They always did. Chapter 9. The sedan rolled to a stop at the curb of a quiet, tree-lined cul-de-sac. The tires crunched over a scattering of fallen acorns and the last of the season's dried leaves. Katie cut the engine, the sudden silence broken only by the ticking of the cooling metal under the hood and the faint, rhythmic thump of a basketball from a backyard somewhere down the block. Her gaze fixed on the neat two-story colonial belonging to Gary Tillman. It was a picture of suburban stability. Beige siding, dark green shutters, a manicured lawn still holding the crisp lines from a recent mowing. The air smelled of cut grass and damp earth from a morning sprinkler, with an underlying note of wood smoke from a nearby chimney. The property records had delivered a glaring omission. Tillman owned the buildings where both victims had lived. That wasn't a detail you forgot to mention to the FBI. She let the silence stretch for a full minute, absorbing the scene, letting the normalcy of it press against the violence of the case. A red tricycle lay on its side in the neighbor's yard, one wheel still spinning lazily. A dog barked 3 streets over, the sound thin and distant. The ordinariness of it was a stark, dissonant backdrop for the conversation they were about to have. This was where a man came home after a day of cutting corners, of ignoring code violations, of collecting rent from people like Lindsay Harper. The banality of evil, she thought, wasn't always dramatic. Sometimes it was just a guy too cheap to change the locks. She glanced at Brooke Vance in the passenger seat. The young agent's knuckles were bone white where they gripped her knees, the tendons standing out in sharp relief like cables under her skin. Her face was pale beneath its determined set, a faint sheen of sweat visible at her temples despite the car's climate control. Her breathing was shallow, her chest rising and falling in quick, tight movements that didn't seem to bring enough air. She stared straight ahead at Tillman's house as if it were a fortress she needed to storm, her eyes unblinking. "You can wait here if you want," Katie offered, her voice low and even. She kept her own hands loose on the steering wheel, a deliberate contrast to Brooke's tension, her fingers tapping once, twice, a silent metronome against the leather. First door knock on a person of interest. It's a different kind of pressure. No shame in observing from the car. Brooke didn't look at her. Her jaw worked for a second, teeth grinding faintly before she spoke. No. I'm good. I can do this. The words came out clipped, rehearsed, like a line she'd been practicing in her head since they left the station. We're just talking, Katie said, her tone measured, laying out the blueprint. She shifted in her seat to face Brooke more directly. We present the facts and watch his reaction. His body language, his eyes, the things he doesn't say. The micro-expressions. If he panics or gets aggressive, we respond proportionally. But we don't start a fight we don't need. The advice felt borrowed, an echo of lessons learned from a tougher mentor in different cars, outside different houses. She could almost hear Nina's voice, gravelly and impatient. Don't go in hot unless you're planning to burn the whole place down. And kid, we ain't got the matches for that today. Brooke gave a sharp, jerky nod. She unclenched her hands from her knees, flexing her fingers as if they'd gone numb. The blood rushed back, leaving red pressure marks on her slacks. She slammed a fist lightly, almost apologetically, against the dashboard. I'm okay. Got it. Present, observe, react. Don't escalate. Let's go. They exited the car simultaneously, the doors thudding shut in the quiet street. The sound was too loud, a definitive punctuation that made a woman across the street glance up from her flower bed. Katie met the woman's gaze for a second, gave a small, neutral nod, and the woman quickly looked back down at her mulch. Katie led the way up the paved walk, her eyes scanning the front of the house. The blinds were drawn on all the visible windows, the slats perfectly aligned. No cars in the driveway, just an oil stain darkening the concrete near the garage door, shaped like a ghost of a vehicle. The house had a vacant, waiting feel, as if holding its breath. I'll take the front, Katie said quietly, her voice barely carrying over the rustle of a breeze in the oak trees. You circle around back. Check for any signs of life, lights on, a back door ajar, a window screen cut, anything out of place. Listen for a TV or radio. Meet me back here in 60 seconds. Don't linger if you feel exposed. Brooke nodded, already moving off the walk and onto the damp grass, her steps careful and quiet, avoiding the crunchy layer of fallen leaves. Katie watched her go for a moment, the rookie's posture rigid with concentration, her shoulders hunched slightly as if expecting a shout, then turned back to the front porch. She climbed the 3 steps, the wood creaking a protest under her weight. The porch floorboards were painted a dull gray, worn smooth in the center. She pressed the doorbell, hearing the 2-tone chime echo inside, a hollow, empty sound. Nothing. No footsteps, no shifting of light behind the peephole, no curtain twitch from the side window. She waited a full 30 seconds, counting in her head, then knocked firmly with the side of her fist, 3 solid, authoritative raps that shook the door in its frame and made the brass knocker jump. Silence answered, deeper than before. She leaned to the side, trying to angle a view through the narrow gap in the living room blinds. Darkness and the faint outline of a sofa, a standing lamp. A flicker of light, maybe the reflection of a TV on standby. She was about to knock again, harder, when she heard Brooke's footsteps coming back around the side of the house, crunching on the gravel landscaping border. Brooke rejoined her on the porch, her cheeks slightly flushed from the quick movement. Back doors locked. Deadbolt from the feel of it. Patio furniture, a gas grill with a cover on it. No movement. Windows are all covered with the same blinds. No basement door visible. All right, Katie stepped back off the porch, her shoes scraping on the concrete step. She felt a prickle of unease. It felt empty, but not abandoned. Lived in, but currently deserted. Check that front bay window, see if you can get a better angle. Look for mail on a table, dishes in a sink, anything to indicate how recently he was here. Brooke moved to the large bay window to the right of the door, cupping her hands around her eyes to peer through the slit between the blind slats. She leaned in, her forehead almost touching the cool glass, her breath fogging a small circle. She was shifting her weight, trying for a different view, when the growl of an engine shattered the suburban quiet. A red pickup truck, its paint gleaming wetly under the afternoon sun, sped into the cul-de-sac from the opposite end. It was moving too fast for the residential street, its suspension dipping with the weight of a turn. Katie's body tensed, a full system alert. Her hand automatically moved to rest on the butt of her holstered Glock, her thumb flicking the retention strap loose without drawing. The truck swerved sharply into the driveway, tires squealing a brief protest on the asphalt before biting into the gravel of the drive. It braked hard, rocking forward on its suspension. Dust and tiny stones kicked up in a small cloud, pattering against the undercarriage like rain. Gary Tillman stared out from behind the wheel, his face a mask of surprise that quickly hardened into suspicion, his brows drawing together. His eyes, wide at first, locked onto Katie standing in his walkway, then flicked to Brooke, who had spun away from the window, her hand instinctively going to her own hip. He didn't move to get out. He just sat there, engine idling with a low rumble, his hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel, gripping tight. Katie approached the driver's side, her movements deliberate and calm, each step measured. The gravel of the driveway shifted and grated under her shoes. She could feel heat radiating from the truck's hood in visible waves, smell the faint, sweet scent of coolant, and the stale coffee odor wafting from the open window as it slid down with an electric whir. The inside of the glass was smeared with fingerprints. The truck's interior was cluttered, lived in. Fast food wrappers, a burger chain, a taco place, littered the passenger seat and floor. A stained travel mug sat in the cup holder, lid askew. A faded baseball cap with a tractor logo hung from the gear shift. The dashboard was dusty, a film over the dials, and a pine tree air freshener dangled from the rear view, brittle and brown. Mr. Tillman, Katie said, stopping about 3 feet from the door, just outside his immediate reach. She kept her posture open, non-threatening, but her voice carried the full weight of federal authority. We need to speak with you. Step out of the vehicle, please. His hand, thick-fingered and sporting a heavy silver ring with a black stone, flexed on the gear shift, knuckles paling. We already spoke, he said, his voice tight, strained. At my office. Yesterday. I answered your questions. He didn't look at her. He was looking past her, at his house, at Brooke, his eyes doing a rapid inventory. We have new questions, Katie replied, her tone flat and leaving no room for debate. She kept her gaze steady on his, watching the pulse jump in his temple. Questions that require more complete answers. Kill the engine. I'm busy, he shook his head, a quick jerky motion. I've got appointments. Tenants to see. I just came home to grab some paperwork. His eyes darted past her shoulder again, checking the street, his neighbor's house, the empty sidewalk. A classic tell of a man assessing his options, looking for an exit or a witness, calculating the optics. This won't take long, Katie said, not moving an inch. Turn off the truck, Mr. Tillman. Now. His protest died in his throat as his focus shifted past Katie, fixing on a point behind her. His pupils dilated slightly, his grip on the steering wheel becoming a stranglehold. A flush crept up his neck from the collar of his polo shirt, mottling his skin. His lips pressed into a thin, bloodless line. Katie didn't need to look. She knew what he was seeing. The shift in his demeanor told her everything. Brooke stood in a solid, squared-off stance at the front corner of the truck's hood, her service weapon drawn and leveled at his windshield. Her arms were extended, locked, elbows slightly bent, her finger resting along the curve of the trigger guard, not inside it. Her face was set, all the earlier pallor replaced by a fierce, focused intensity, her eyes narrowed. The weapon was a stark black shape against the beige siding of his house. Out of the truck. Now, she commanded, her voice tight but clear, cutting through the idle rumble of the engine. Brooke, Katie said, a sharp, single-word warning in her tone. This was an escalation they didn't need, a potential lawsuit waiting to happen, a flashpoint. The legalities of drawing down on a subject in his own driveway, before any overt threat was made, would give the OPR lawyers a field day. But the move was made, the line was crossed. They had to control the aftermath, and backing down now could be read as weakness. This truck's got a real nice paint job, Brooke said, not lowering the gun an inch. Her gaze was fixed on Tillman through the glass, on his hands, on his face. Her voice gained a cold, metallic edge. Would be a genuine shame to ruin it. Now, kill the engine and step out with your hands where I can see them. Slowly. Tillman's hands came up slowly, palms open and facing her in a universal gesture of surrender. He moved with exaggerated, trembling care, his eyes wide on the muzzle of the gun. He turned the key. The engine coughed, sputtered, and died, leaving a ringing silence in its wake broken only by the distant thump-thump of the basketball. He used his left hand to push the door open, swinging it wide with a creak of hinges. He stepped out, his movements stiff, awkward, as if his joints had locked. He was a big man, taller than Katie by half a head, with a solid gut straining against a navy blue polo shirt. He kept his hands raised to shoulder height, fingers spread. Katie shot Brooke a hard look that said, "Stand down, now, you've made your point." After a tense second where Brooke's eyes flicked to hers, Brooke complied. She lowered the weapon in a controlled arc, thumbed the safety back on with a distinct, audible click, and smoothly holstered it. Her hand stayed near the grip, her body still thrumming with a visible current of adrenaline, her shoulders tense. "You can put your hands down," Katie said to Tillman, closing the distance between them to about 4 feet. The smell of his sweat, sharp and nervous, mixed with cheap, spicy cologne and the gasoline scent from the driveway. "We just want to talk. But you need to cooperate." He dropped his hands, but they hovered near his waist, restless, fluttering to his pockets before pulling back. "You pull a gun on a man in his own driveway for wanting to keep an appointment?" He blustered, but the fear undercut the anger, making his voice waver. "You were given a lawful order to exit your vehicle," Katie said, her voice devoid of sympathy. "You hesitated." Agent Vance perceived a potential threat. "Let's not relitigate it here. You own the Zion House apartments on Maple." "Yeah, so?" He crossed his arms over his chest, a defensive barrier, then uncrossed them, unsure what to do with his limbs. "It's public record. You also own Unit 213 at the Orchard Grove complex. You're the landlord of record for that specific condo." His eyes narrowed, the skin around them crinkling. He was trying to look confused, but it was a poor performance. "What of it?" "I own a lot of properties. Our first victim, Lindsay Harper, lived at Zion House. Our second victim, Cassie Sullivan, lived at Orchard Grove." Katie let the facts hang in the air between them, heavy and accusatory. The distant bark of the dog sounded again, a lonely punctuation. A breeze picked up, rustling the oak leaves and carrying the scent of someone's dinner, onions and meat from a kitchen vent. You sat across from us yesterday and didn't think that connection was worth mentioning. 2 of your tenants murdered within days of each other. Tillman leaned back against his truck's door frame, as if for support, the metal groaning slightly under his weight. He pulled a wrinkled blue handkerchief from his back pocket and wiped sweat from his brow and the back of his neck, mopping carefully. The fabric came away dark with moisture. Of course I knew how it looked, he said, his voice dropping, becoming more defensive, conspiratorial. The second I heard about the second one, I knew. That's exactly why I didn't say anything. I'm not an idiot. I can connect 2 and 2. I knew you'd be sitting on my doorstep the second you figured it out. I was just buying time. It looks worse now, Katie stated flatly. She took a half step closer, invading his personal space just enough to increase the pressure. A lot worse. Omitting material information in a double homicide investigation is obstruction. Where were you Wednesday night between 8 p.m. and midnight? Home. Alone, the answer was too quick, rehearsed. And last night? Same time frame. Thursday, 8 to midnight. Yeah. Home. Watching the game. Alone, he was fidgeting now, rubbing the back of his neck again with the handkerchief, then balling it in his fist. His eyes darted past her toward his neighbor's yard, where the tricycle lay, as if hoping the child would appear and provide a distraction. Can anyone verify that? Brooke asked, stepping closer. She had moved to Katie's left flank, her voice steadier now, all business, her earlier adrenaline channeled into a cold focus. Tillman's mouth twisted into a sour, defeated smile. He looked at Brooke with a mix of resentment and fear. My TV, maybe. You want to dust it for fingerprints? Check the cable box history. I live alone. I work alone. I don't have a dog to alibi me. He pushed off from the truck, his body language shifting from defensive to agitated, his volume rising. Look, I answered your questions. I've got things to do. Real things. People waiting on me. They'll have to wait, Katie said, her voice leaving no room for debate. We're going to need you to come to the local precinct with us for a formal, recorded interview. We can do it voluntarily, you ride with us, we're done in a few hours. Or we can make it official, place you in cuffs, and you sit in a holding cell until we get to it. Your choice, but we're doing it today. Right now. No way, he shook his head violently, his jowls trembling. Absolutely no way. I don't have time for that. I've got tenants to see, repairs to schedule, a supplier meeting at 4. He moved to get back into the truck, reaching for the door handle, his body turning away from them in dismissal. Katie's hand shot out, her fingers wrapping around the top edge of the open door, blocking his path. The metal was warm from the sun, vibrating faintly with the memory of the engine. The hard way, then. Are you sure? He tried to shove past her, using his bulk to muscle the door closed against her arm. Get out of my way. This is my property. You need a warrant. We need you to answer for lying to federal agents, Katie said, her voice dropping to a low, dangerous register. And for fleeing an interview. I'm not fleeing, I'm leaving, he shouted, and he gave the door a harder shove, his shoulder connecting with it. In one fluid motion, Katie shifted her weight. She didn't fight the door's momentum, she used it. As he pushed, she stepped with the door, then her left foot hooked behind his right ankle. At the same time, her right hand shot out and seized his wrist, not the arm he was expecting her to grab, but the wrist of the hand on the door. She twisted his wrist outward, a simple, painful torque that broke his grip on the door handle instantly. He gasped, more in surprise than pain. She simultaneously used her body to drive him sideways, off balance, pulling him away from the truck's frame. It wasn't a fight, it was a redirect, using his own force against him. He stumbled, his shoulder crashing into the door frame with a solid, meaty thump. Before he could recover, before his brain could even process the fall, she pivoted on the ball of her foot, snaking her arm under his and locking his elbow into the crook of hers. She drove his arm up behind his back in a controlled, firm come-along hold, her other hand pressing firmly between his shoulder blades, flattening him against the side of the truck. He grunted, a shocked exhalation of air that smelled of coffee and mint gum, and kicked out weakly, his boot scuffing the gravel, sending a spray of pebbles against the tire. The fight drained out of him almost immediately, replaced by stunned confusion and a dawning, humiliated fear. He went limp, his weight sagging against her hold. Brooke was already there, moving quickly to the open driver's door. She reached in, her movements efficient and smooth, and snatched the keys from the ignition, the ring jangling in her hand. She stepped back, clearing the door's arc, her hand resting on her holstered weapon, her eyes scanning the street, the neighbors' windows for any reaction. "I didn't do anything," Tillman yelled, his breath fogging the window glass his face was pressed against. His voice was muffled, strained against the pressure on his back. "You can't do this. It's assault. I'll sue. I'll call my lawyer." "I believe you," Katie said, her voice close to his ear, calm and almost conversational. Her grip was firm but not crushing. She could feel the rapid, frantic hammer of his heart through the muscles of his back, the heat of his skin through his shirt. "You fight like a startled kitten. But you're hiding something. You're sweating guilt all over your driveway. You're scared of more than an interview about your tenants. Spit it out. What are you so afraid we'll find?" "Let me go and I'll tell you," he pleaded, his voice cracking. "Just let me go, for Christ's sake." Katie glanced at Brooke over his heaving shoulder. She gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod toward the end of the driveway, where it met the street. "Block the exit. Control the environment." Brooke understood instantly, moving quickly to position herself there, a physical barrier and a watchful witness, her posture alert, her gaze sweeping the scene. Katie released her hold, stepping back smoothly to give him space but staying within arm's reach, her body coiled and ready. Tillman stumbled forward a step, catching himself on the truck's side mirror, which bent inward with a plastic crack. He turned, rubbing his wrist where she'd gripped it, his face a storm of anger, humiliation, and fear. His cheeks were flushed a deep red, his eyes watery. He scanned the empty street, the quiet houses, as if desperately hoping a neighbor would appear on a porch and witness his indignity, provide some leverage. The flush on his neck had spread to his ears. He couldn't meet Katie's eyes for more than a second, his gaze skittering away to the oil stain on the concrete, to Brooke, to his own feet. "Look," he began, his voice lower now, defeated, ragged. He cleared his throat. "I didn't kill anybody. I swear on my mother's grave, on my kids I didn't. I have a business to run. I don't like cops in my business. Local, FBI, whatever. It's bad for business. It scares off tenants, it makes suppliers nervous." "Why?" Katie pressed, her arms crossed over her chest. The suspicion that had been forming since they pulled up, the too-quick alibi, the evasiveness, the sheer, glaring stupidity of omitting the landlord connection, crystallized into a specific, ugly shape. This wasn't about murder. This was about money. Dirty, corner-cutting money. What part of your business can't stand the light? What's so fragile that a few questions from us breaks it? He hesitated, his eyes dropping to the gravel at his feet. He scuffed a stone with the toe of his work boot, pushing it into a small divot. The seconds stretched out, filled with the sound of the breeze and that relentless, distant basketball. Then the words tumbled out in a rush, as if a dam had broken, and he was relieved to let the pressure out. I own a lot of properties. More than I should, maybe. Over-leveraged. The mortgages, the taxes, the insurance, it's a constant squeeze. You cut corners where you can, okay? Everyone does it. What kind of corners? Katie's voice was relentless, a drill probing for the weak spot. Maintenance. Repairs. I use cheap materials. The absolute cheapest drywall, flooring, paint that blisters in a year. I hire guys who work for cash, no licenses, no insurance, no permits for electrical or plumbing. He spat on the pavement, a gesture of self-disgust. The city's building inspector has been on me about code violations for 2 years. Fines, notices, stop work orders. If you start poking around, talking to my tenants, asking about repairs, they'll bury me. They'll tie me up in court and fines until I lose everything. The banks will call the notes. That's what I was afraid of. It was plausible. Greed and negligence were common, pathetic motives for secrecy. They explained the anxiety, the omission. But they didn't fully connect to the specific, chilling detail of their crime scenes, the locked apartment doors, the lack of forced entry. A slumlord's negligence was a broad spectrum. It didn't usually point to a specific key. Keep going, Katie said, her eyes boring into him. That's the general fear. What's the specific one? What did you cut that connects to those 2 apartments? He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, his shoulders slumping further. He looked old, suddenly, and tired. The locks, he muttered, almost to himself, as if confessing to the gravel. Katie went very still. Every sense sharpened. The rustle of leaves sounded louder. The smell of onions from the neighbor's dinner turned cloying. What about the locks? He looked up, his gaze finally meeting hers, and in his eyes she saw the real gut-churning fear. It wasn't about bankruptcy anymore. It was about culpability. A few years back, 4 maybe, I had a couple of maintenance guys on payroll. Good workers, fast, cheap. Brothers, I think. To make their jobs easier. You know, when a tenant locked themselves out, or for turnover cleaning, I gave them master keys. To all the buildings I owned at the time. Master keys that would open every unit in a given complex. Brooke, from her position at the foot of the drive, took a slow step closer, listening intently, her earlier aggression completely forgotten in the face of this revelation. What happened to them? Katie asked, her voice dangerously quiet, each word precise. I fired them. Or one of them. The older one, for stealing tools from a job site. Power drills a song. The other one, he just stopped showing up a week later. Maybe they were a package deal. I was cheap, Tillman repeated, the words bitter, self-lacerating. I never changed the locks on the individual units after that. That's hundreds of locks, thousands of dollars in parts and labor. I just had the front office locks and the main building entry doors rekeyed at each complex. I figured, I told myself, what were the odds? The keys they had wouldn't get them into the buildings anymore, just the individual apartments, and they wouldn't know which ones were vacant or occupied. It was a stupid fucking risk. So I know that now. Master keys. copies still floating around out there, physical artifacts of his negligence, in the hands of disgruntled, fired employees. Katie felt a cold ripple of understanding move through her, tightening her scalp, chilling the sweat on her own back. The crime scene details snapped into a new, horrifying alignment, with a series of almost audible clicks. The lack of forced entry. The victims found behind deadbolted doors. The neighbors hearing nothing. The killer didn't need to pick a lock, didn't need to breach a door or find some hidden passage or con his way inside. He could have walked right up to Lindsay Harper's door, to Cassie Sullivan's door, inserted a copied key, and turned the lock. A simple, quiet, unauthorized. He could have been inside, standing in their living rooms, before the victim even registered the sound of the latch turning. It was the most intimate, terrifying form of violation, the illusion of safety betrayed by the very mechanism designed to ensure it. "That's why you were nervous," Katie said, her anger, hot and sharp a moment ago when he'd shoved the door, tempered now by the grim, practical horror of the revelation. It wasn't about him anymore. He was a conduit to a shadow. Not just the code violations. You knew your negligence, your cheapness, might have literally handed a killer a key. You knew it the moment you heard where the second victim lived. Yeah, the word was a sigh of utter defeat. He leaned back against the truck, as if his legs wouldn't hold him. If I'd changed the locks, spent the money, if I'd just done it right. Maybe it would have made a difference. Maybe not. Katie wasn't sure if she was offering absolution or stating a bleak, unchangeable fact. The chain of causality was too long, too tangled with other choices, other evils. But the link was there, solid and damning. A direct line from his ledger book to a murderer's hand. He might have found another way. But you gave him the easiest one. Tillman's head jerked up, a sudden, desperate hope flaring in his bloodshot eyes. The video. You asked about the security video of me and my brother at Lindsay's place. I have it. The copy from the building system. It shows the deadbolt was engaged from the inside when we got there. We had to force the door. That proves I didn't go in that way, right? I didn't have a key that worked for that door. The master wouldn't have worked on the deadbolt, only the knob lock. It helps establish a timeline, Katie acknowledged, though her mind was already racing ahead, to lists and databases and faces, to the logistical nightmare of tracking down two transient handymen from years ago. It corroborates your story about finding her. But it doesn't change the fact that those keys are out there. We also need a list. Every employee, every contractor, every handyman, anyone who's worked for you or your company in the last 5 years. Especially those two maintenance guys. Names, last known addresses, phone numbers, social security numbers if you have them, descriptions. I'll have my office manager pull it. I'll email it to you. Tonight. You'll give it to Agent Vance right now. Inside, Katie turned to Brooke, who was already moving forward, her face set in lines of grim purpose. Go with him. Get the list and a copy of that video file. Physical copy if he has it on a drive, or you download it directly from his computer to a secure drive. Watch him. Don't let him out of your sight near a computer. Don't let him check the back room alone. You stand right there. If he has paper files, you collect them. Clear? Brooke nodded, her earlier bravado completely replaced by a focused, cold efficiency. The transition was striking. The agent who had drawn her weapon too quickly was gone, replaced by a methodical evidence collector. Clear. I'll get everything. She looked at Tillman, her gaze impersonal, like a technician assessing a piece of equipment. Hey, let's go. I'm inside. Now. You lead, I follow. Tillman stared at Katie, a final flicker of resistance in his posture, a last vestige of pride. You're not coming. You're sending the rookie. I'll be right here, Katie said, pulling out her phone, her thumb already finding Chief Doyle's contact. The screen glowed in the shaded driveway. I need to make a call. Agent Vance is fully capable of handling it. Don't make her ask twice. And Mr. Tillman. If you think of anything else, a nickname they used, a truck they drove, a bar they frequented, you tell her. Immediately. With a last, defeated slump of his shoulders that seemed to shrink his frame, Tillman turned and trudged toward his front door, his steps heavy on the walkway. He fumbled in his pocket for his keys, dropping them once with a jangle before retrieving them. Brooke followed 3 paces behind, her posture alert, her hand no longer on her weapon but her eyes missing nothing. The way his hands shook, the glance he threw at a basement window, the sigh he let out as he fitted the key into the lock. As the front door opened and closed behind them, swallowing them into the dim interior, Katie was left alone in the quiet driveway. The sun had shifted lower, casting long, distorted shadows from the trees across the lawn, stretching the tricycle's shadow into a monstrous, spidery shape. The simple, chilling fact of a copied key fixed in her mind, a single point of failure in a system designed to provide safety, a literal skeleton key in the hands of a ghost. She brought her phone to her ear, listening to the ring, her eyes on the blank, reflective windows of the house, where Brooke was now inside with a man whose cheapness might have cost 2 women their lives. She watched the living room blind. A slat twitched. Brooke checking her position. Good. The call connected. Doyle, came the chief's gruff, impatient voice, background noise of a precinct behind him. Chief, it's Ford. She turned, leaning back against the warm fender of Tillman's truck, the gravel digging into the soles of her shoes. The metal was almost hot, a solid presence against her back. We need to run some names. And we need a bolo for a specific type of access. She took a breath, the suburban air tasting of grass and impending autumn. The killer isn't picking locks. He's using a key. We just found the source. She began to talk, her voice low and steady, laying out the bleak arithmetic of neglect and opportunity, the peaceful cul-de-sac now forever marked in her mind as a place where a terrible secret had been kept behind beige siding and green shutters, and where a single, overlooked detail had finally begun to unravel a killer's quiet, deadly advantage. Chapter 10. Katie Ford leaned her head against the car's cool window, the glass a hard pillow against her temple. Outside, the suburban street was a study in stillness. A single street lamp cast a jaundiced circle of light on the asphalt, moths dancing silent and frantic in its glow. The dashboard clock's digital numbers glowed a soft green, 5:47 p.m. They'd been parked for 12 minutes. She could feel the vibration of the idling engine through the seat, a low, steady hum. The air inside the rental car was still, carrying the faint, chemical scent of the rental agency's air freshener, something pretending to be linen, and the warmer, personal smell of their own clothes, the day's coffee, and the dry, papery odor of the case files in the back seat. Inside the landlord's house, Brooke Vance was gathering every document Gary Tillman had on his tenants and contractors. Katie watched the closed front door, the drawn blinds in the picture window. A porch light had flicked on as dusk deepened, throwing the neat shrubbery into sharp relief. Giving the rookie a tangible task was smart. It built investment, made her feel like she was digging for gold instead of just sifting dirt. Nina Shaw had done the same for her years ago, sending a then-green Katie, to collect surveillance logs from a reluctant precinct clerk. Make them work for the puzzle piece, Nina had said, her voice a gravelly instruction in Katie's memory. They'll guard it with their life once they've sweated for it. But the mention of a master key, a single key that could open any door in those buildings, had sent a cold wire of alarm through Katie's nerves, tightening the muscles across her shoulders into a solid ache. She rolled her neck, feeling the vertebrae pop. Her last case had ended with a disciple of Calvin Calloway waiting in her own apartment back in D.C., a shadow against her refrigerator light. The echo of that method, a killer with silent, sanctioned access, was too precise to ignore. It wasn't just similar, it was a direct tap on a nerve Calloway had exposed. She needed to hear Nina's voice, needed the grounding weight of her partner's cynicism to counterbalance the dread pooling in her gut. She thumbed her phone, the case cool and familiar in her palm, her thumb hovering over Nina's contact. The screen lit up her face in the dark car, a pale, blue-tinged ghost in the window's reflection. Nina hated being fussed over. She'd bite Katie's head off for a check-in that smelled of pity. But the worry was a physical weight, a low-grade pressure behind Katie's sternum that made each breath feel shallow, insufficient. She'd seen Nina broken and bleeding in the barrens, the dark earth soaking up her blood. The image was etched, a fresh scar over older ones. She pressed the call button before she could second-guess the impulse. The line rang once, twice. Katie watched a dried leaf, brown and curled, skitter and tumble across the road, pushed by a cold whisper of wind. Ford, Nina's tone was dry, alert, devoid of the groggy thickness of sleep or painkillers. A relief so sharp it was almost painful lanced through Katie's chest. Isha. You're okay, Katie heard the tightness in her own voice and consciously relaxed her jaw, unclenching her teeth. A short, dismissive sound, almost a snort, came through the speaker. I'm in a hospital bed, not a coffin. The food's marginally better. What's up? You sound tense. Not your usual world-weary tense, you're something as prickling my neck tense. Out with it. Katie let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, a plume of fog briefly clouding the window beside her. Harrisburg. Robert Vance stuck me with a mentoring gig. New agent. We've got a serial. She kept her eyes on the house, the unchanging door. Good. Stay there. Details. The shift was immediate, the clinical focus clicking into place like a rifle bolt. Katie could picture her, propped up on stiff pillows, a notebook materializing in her free hand despite doctor's orders, her dark eyes sharp even through the pain. 2 women, mid-20s. Killed by injection in their apartments. Each missing a left leg. The first victim's leg was left at the second scene. She kept it clean, factual, the way Nina preferred. No adjectives, just the architecture of the crime. A low, appreciative whistle came through the line, a sound Katie associated with a promisingly ugly piece of work. Is theatrical. Messaging. Any sexual component. Assault, positioning, removal of clothing. A none visible. No signs of struggle beyond the initial injection. It's a clean, violent disconnect. The injection is clinical, controlled. The dismemberment is surgical and detached. Like he's following a manual. I'm still piecing the profile together. It feels organized, but the trophy-taking is intense. Personal. Table the disorganization for a second. Katie heard the rustle of sheets, a faint groan Nina would never admit to. Look at service records. Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan. Don't get fancy. Combat medics, corpsmen. Men trained to administer injections, to triage under fire. Men who have seen what IEDs and mines do to legs. Sometimes in the fog of it, pieces became morbid trophies. A finger, a tooth. Severe PTSD can twist that memory into a reenactment. He's not eating the leg, Ford. He's curating it. Katie hadn't considered it. The perspective was a key turning in a locked door, illuminating a corner of the room she'd been standing in the dark. She sat up straighter, the car seat leather creaking. That's a solid angle. The injection method suggests medical knowledge or access. A specific drug, succinylcholine, injected behind the ear. Or precise. I was leaning toward cannibalism. A section of muscle was cut from one leg, a clean excision. Doubt it, Nina's dismissal was swift, absolute. Your guy sounds ritualistic, planned. He's building a sequence, leaving a trail. Cannibals are usually chaotic, driven by primal hunger, not ceremony. They defile, they consume. This is preservation. This is display. Table the cannibalism theory for now. It'll muddy the water. You're looking for a collector, not a consumer. Katie nodded to herself, the window glass cool against her forehead. Nina was right. The organized chaos of a Dahmer, the boiling, the storing, didn't fit this clinical, almost reverent staging. I noted. Thanks. It's good to hear your voice. The admission slipped out, softer than she intended. Save the sentiment for my eulogy, but the edge in Nina's voice was blunted, worn. You alone out there. No. They paired me with a trainee. A Brooke Vance. A beat of silence thick enough to feel. Katie could almost hear the connections firing in Nina's mind. A Vance. As in, related to the director, who's currently your boss and my occasional pain in the ass. His daughter. And before you ask, no, he didn't tell me. Oh, she did. In the car on the way up. And this is a one-time tutorial. I'm not signing on as a permanent trainer. I don't have the patience for hand-holding. Katie's words came out in a defensive rush. Nina chuckled, a dry, rasping sound that ended in a slight cough. I said the exact same thing about you. Word for word, if memory serves. To Henderson, in his office, after you tripped over a tripwire and set off a flashbang in that warehouse in Anacostia. I'm not a goddamn kindergarten teacher, sir. Life's funny, isn't it? Puts you right where you swore you'd never be. Hilarious, Katie deadpanned, feeling a flush of old embarrassment. And she's eager. Also pointed her service weapon at a non-threatening suspect today and lost her lunch at the morgue. First day jitters, but... So she's green. You were too. You froze solid the first time you saw a floater in the Potomac. Took you a full minute to remember how to use your radio. You'll have to work with someone after I'm gone. Might as well be one who comes with political armor. It's not the worst shield to have. The words "after I'm gone" landed with a dull thud in Katie's chest. Her grip tightened on the phone, her knuckles pressing white against the case. She felt her posture slump slightly, an involuntary surrender to the weight of the thought. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, she said, her voice tighter. I don't trust her to watch my back yet. I don't know her instincts. I can't predict her. Selective memory is a hell of a drug, Ford. Nina's voice lost its edge, softened into something closer to weariness, a teacher's patience. We edit our own pasts to suit the story we tell ourselves. Makes us the heroes of our own journey. You weren't a prodigy. You were a mess. A smart, determined mess, but a mess. I didn't trust you for months. I watched you like a hawk, waiting for you to break or bolt. You didn't. She might not either. What's that supposed to mean? Katie asked, though she knew. It meant she was being unfair. It meant she was holding Brooke to a standard she herself had never met. It meant she was scared of the responsibility, of the vulnerability that came with relying on someone new. You'll figure it out. Probably at 3 a.m., staring at a hotel ceiling. Now, did you really chew out Robert Vance about my security detail? The nurses are gossiping about the federal agent who reamed the director. I'm a celebrity. They keep bringing me extra Jell-O. A real smile touched Katie's lips. I made it clear. Are they posted? Actually posted, not just a walk-by. There's a uniform outside my door around the clock. A very bored-looking kid who jumps every time a cart rattles by. Unnecessary, but it keeps you from having a stroke, so I'm tolerating it. I'll be out of here in a couple days. Then we moved. Physical therapy, safe house, the whole song and dance. I'll close this fast, Katie said, the urgency returning, coiling in her stomach. Wrap this tutorial and get back. We'll find him, we'll find Calloway. Don't, the word was sharp, a scalpel cutting through her plan. Don't rush. If you're in Pennsylvania, only one of us is in Calvin Calloway's direct crosshairs. That's a strategic advantage. Use it. Do the work. A rushed profile gets people killed. A missed detail gets a third victim. You know this. We'll take him down together, Katie said, her voice firm, an oath spoken to the dark car, to the moths beating themselves against the glass. That's the plan. That's always been the plan. The plan requires you to be alive and thinking clearly, not dead because you hurried a scene assessment to get back to DC. No heroics. And stay sharp. You know his network has eyes everywhere. They don't need to be followers, they just need to be paid or scared or owe a favor. Pennsylvania is Mars. Katie did know. Followers, acolytes, or just mercenary criminals in Calloway's vast, rotten network had tracked her to a safe house in Maryland and a motel in New Jersey. Pennsylvania wasn't a sanctuary, it was just another square on the board, another place he could reach. I'm watching my six. I've got a local PD liaison, Chief Doyle. Seems competent. Cautious. Talk soon. Don't give the nurses hell. Eat the Jell-O. No promises. Keep your head down, Ford. And for Christ's sake, give the kid a chance. You might be surprised. Katie hung up, the silence in the car rushing back in, thicker now, filled with the hum of the engine and the sound of her own breathing. She dropped the phone into her lap and rubbed at the tension gathering at the bridge of her nose, pressing hard until she saw faint stars. The conversation had left her both settled and unsettled, grounded by Nina's logic, agitated by the reminder of her own green past and the ever-present specter of Calloway, a shadow that stretched from D.C. to this quiet street. Just then, the front door of Gary Tillman's house opened, spilling a wedge of yellow interior light onto the neat lawn, illuminating the perfect blades of grass. Brooke emerged, her silhouette awkward and top-heavy against the brightness. She was arms-laden with a teetering stack of file folders, binders, and loose papers, some slipping from her grasp. Katie watched, her analyst's eye noting the details. The way Brooke's shoulders were hunched up to her ears, the determined set of her jaw. Brooke tried to hook a foot around the door to pull it shut, her body twisting, and nearly lost her balance. The stack swayed dangerously. A manila folder slid free from near the bottom, its contents, a sheaf of white and yellow papers, fanning out silently on the dark welcome mat. Brooke let out a frustrated, audible huff, a cloud of breath in the cold air. She carefully bent at the knees, a slow, controlled descent, trying to scoop the papers without toppling the entire load. Her fingers scrabbled at the edges. She managed to get most of them, clutching the now messier, disheveled stack to her chest with her chin tucked down, and finally nudged the door closed with her hip. It clicked shut, plunging the porch back into the singular pool of the porch light. Her walk to the car was a slow, careful shuffle, each step deliberate. The papers shifted, one sharp corner digging into the side of her neck. As she winced, her expression, caught in the street lamp's jaundiced glow as she passed under it, was a mix of triumph and acute frustration, her brows drawn together but her mouth set in a thin, satisfied line. She reached the passenger side and fumbled for the handle, her fingers slick on the cold metal. Katie leaned over, the seatbelt pulling taut across her chest, and popped the lock with a solid thunk. Brooke slid into the seat with a grunt, dumping the avalanche of paper into her own lap and onto the floor mat with a cascading rustle. A few sheets fluttered free, sliding under the dash. The car was suddenly filled with the smell of old paper, dust, and ink. "Got everything he had," she said, breathing a little heavily, her cheeks flushed from the cold and the effort. Lease agreements, work orders, contractor invoices, even some old tenant complaint forms from 2010. It's a mountain. He had it all in a filing cabinet in the den. Not even alphabetized. Took forever to sort through what might be relevant. Katie eyed the chaotic pile, a monument to bureaucratic drudgery. Mountains are meant to be climbed. One page at a time, she put the car in drive, the gear shift smooth and silent. The headlights cut through the deepening twilight, illuminating the quiet street, the closed garage doors, the dark windows. Let's get to work. The fun part. The drive back to the precinct was a 20-minute journey through the transition from dusk to full night. Katie drove with a quiet focus, her hands at 10 and 2 on the rental's smooth steering wheel. The hum of the tires on asphalt was a steady rhythm, a low whine on the straightaways, a softer shush on the turns. The car's interior held the faint, clean scent of the rental agency's air freshener, undercut by the subtle, metallic smell of the heater, now blowing warm air across their shins. The world outside the windows became a stream of passing lights. The neon signs of closed stores, the rhythmic pulse of traffic signals, the occasional sweep of an oncoming car's headlights that lit up the interior in a sudden, blinding flash before plunging them back into intimate darkness. Brooke spent the first few minutes in concentrated silence, trying to reorganize the papers from her lap into a single, precarious stack on the floor between her boots. It was a losing battle. Every bump or turn sent a few sheets sliding. "He was weirdly chatty once I was inside," Brooke offered, finally giving up and leaning back, the seatbelt clicking across her chest. She kept her hands on the top of the pile as if to steady it. "Kept offering me iced tea. Can you believe it? Iced tea. In November. Asked if the FBI was going to compensate him for his consultation time. I just kept smiling and taking papers. Nodded a lot. Said thank you for your cooperation about 15 times. Standard," Katie said, her eyes flicking to the rearview mirror, checking the pattern of headlights behind them. People either clam up or pour their life story. The ones who want money, are usually the ones hiding the least. They're just greedy. They think everything has a price tag, even a murder investigation. You think he's hiding something. Beyond being a slumlord, I mean. Brooke turned her head to look at Katie, her profile a pale outline against the passenger window. Katie signaled, turned onto the main road leading toward the town center. Everyone hides something. The question is, if what he's hiding is relevant to our two dead women. A gambling debt and affair, tax fraud, probably. Letting a killer copy his master keys. That's a different league of secret, she glanced over. The green glow of the dashboard instruments, the speedometer, the fuel gauge, lit Brooke's face from below, carving shadows under her cheekbones and chin, making her look younger, more vulnerable. You did fine. Got the material. That's the job a lot of the time. Logistics. Moving the pieces from point A to point B so you can look at them. Brooke seemed to absorb the minimal praise, sitting a little straighter, her shoulders dropping from their defensive hunch. She looked out the window at the passing strip malls and darkened office parks, the fast food signs glowing like lonely beacons. It feels different than Quantico. The cases there were contained in a folder. You knew the beginning, middle, and end because it was already written. This is all loose ends and dead air. You don't know what you're listening for. It's real, Katie said simply, turning into the precinct's district, the streets becoming narrower, older. The air always feels dead before you find the thread. Then the whole room starts vibrating. They pulled into the precinct parking lot, a vast, potholed expanse of asphalt under harsh sodium lights that buzzed faintly with a sound like angry insects. The lights cast a sickly orange pall over everything, bleaching color from the cars, their skin. The brick police building was a block of light in the darkness, a few windows still glowing on the upper floors like watchful eyes. Katie guided the car into a spot-marked visitor, the tires crunching over gravel and a discarded coffee cup. She killed the engine, and the sudden quiet was punctuated by the tink-tink-tink of the cooling engine block, a metallic heartbeat slowing down. For a moment, neither moved. The task ahead felt large, amorphous, waiting for them inside the stack of papers. Then Katie unbuckled her seatbelt with a decisive snap. Grab what you can. We'll make 2 trips if we have to. Inside, the precinct office they'd been loaned was a study in institutional weariness. A box of beige walls, scuffed linoleum floors that showed the paths of countless chairs, and the relentless fluorescent hum that seemed to vibrate in Katie's molars. A sound felt more than heard. The air carried the familiar, stale bouquet of burnt coffee from a pot left on too long, industrial lemon-scented cleaner, and the faint, sweet-sour smell of hot toner from a photocopier down the hall. Their desk was a battered metal affair, its gray surface littered with the ghost impressions of coffee rings and the subtle scratches of 1,000 pens. 2 chairs were pushed haphazardly under it, upholstered in a scratchy navy blue fabric that sighed wearily when sat upon, releasing a faint puff of dust. Katie dumped her bag and jacket on one chair, the heavy fabric landing with a soft thump. She powered up her laptop, the machine whirring to life, its screen a sudden blue rectangle in the drab room. Brooke carefully deposited the mountain of Tillman's documents onto the desk, the sound a dry avalanche. She began sorting, creating 2 separate piles, one for tenant records, leases, applications, one for contractor invoices and work orders. Divide and conquer, Brooke suggested, rolling her shoulders in a tight circle, trying to work out the stiffness from the car and the weight of the papers. You take the contractors, Katie said, pulling her chair in with a scrape that echoed in the empty room. She sat, the chair sighing under her weight. Look for anyone with medical training, military history, access to medical supplies or equipment. Pharmacists, nurses, orderlies, vets. Anyone who's ever been sued or investigated. I'll cross-reference the tenant list with our victims' buildings and look for any overlaps or prior addresses. See if anyone lived in both places or moved out right before the killings. For the next 3 hours, the only sounds were the tapping of keys. Katie's a steady, rapid-fire staccato, Brooke's more hesitant, punctuated by pauses, the rustle of paper being turned, the occasional creak of a chair as one of them shifted position, and the distant, muffled sounds of the night shift carrying through the closed door. A radio dispatch crackling with static, a burst of laughter from the break room down the hall, the heavy tread of boots passing by. Katie entered name after name from Tillman's tenant list into the federal database, her eyes scanning the screen for the flash of a red flag, a violent offense, a sex crime, a restraining order. Each query felt like dropping a stone down a deep, dark well and waiting for a splash that never came. The silence after each enter key press was a small defeat. Marcus James. No record. Petrovsky Anya. A speeding ticket, 2018. Paid. Green David. No record. Archer Linda. Civil suit, 2015, dismissed. The frustration was a familiar, heavy cloak settling on her shoulders, weighing down her movements. She'd been here 1,000 times, in 100 different fluorescent-lit rooms that all smelled the same, chasing ghosts in the machine, sifting sand for a single grain of gold. Her vision began to blur at the edges, the lines of text on the screen swimming slightly. She blinked hard. Across the table, Brooke stifled a yawn behind her hand, her jaw cracking audibly, then rubbed at her eyes with her knuckles, leaving red marks on her pale skin. Last contractor was a dud too. Handy Andy's home repair. Andy has a DUI from 2015 and a lien against his truck for unpaid parts. That's our biggest hit so far. She pushed her laptop away with a soft, grating scrape. 37 names between us. 37 dead ends. You'd think in this many people, someone would have jaywalked at the wrong time. Or gotten a parking ticket. Something. Katie leaned back, her chair groaning in protest. The numbers on her screen seemed to mock her, a grid of null results. The clock in the corner of her display read 8:14 p.m. Now what? Brooke asked, her voice tinged with the first real note of discouragement Katie had heard from her, a hollow fatigue. Do we start over? Look at the wives, the cousins, the business partners. Go back to Tillman and lean on him harder. We need a new vector, Katie admitted, the words tasting like chalk like defeat. She pinched the skin between her eyebrows, the pressure a small, sharp pain to focus on. Or we call it a night and attack it fresh tomorrow. A tired mind misses patterns. It sees what it wants to see, or it sees nothing at all. Brooke checked the time on her phone, its screen a bright, blinding rectangle in the dim room. She winced at the light. It's past 8. My brain is switching off. It's just throwing up error messages now. She hesitated, chewing on her lower lip, then ventured, what about VICAP? Run the MO through the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program. See if leg amputations or specific injection killings show up elsewhere in the country. Maybe he started somewhere else, got spooked, moved here. It's a long shot, but... Katie shook her head, a firm, definitive motion born of long experience. If there were similar cases, I'd know. I review the VICAP highlights bulletins every Monday. This is his debut. The staging is too specific, too personal. I wouldn't forget a signature like that. He's local. He's working his home ground. He knows these buildings, these streets. He feels safe here. Right. The famous memory. Brooke perked up slightly, fatigue momentarily forgotten, replaced by a spark of raw, professional curiosity. She leaned forward, elbows on the desk, disturbing a small pile of papers. Her eyes were intent on Katie's face. Is it true? The thing everyone says at Quantico. The instructors, the other analysts. Katie kept her eyes on her screen, on the last blank result field, avoiding the eager gaze. What do they say? She knew what they said. That you see a file once, a case summary, a photo, a witness statement, and it's etched in your brain forever. That you can recall license plates from scenes you worked 5 years ago, the brand of cigarette butts found in an ashtray, the exact wording of a ransom note. They call it the Ford file cabinet, like your head is a locked room with perfect shelves. A faint, wry smile touched Katie's lips, there and gone. It was a distraction, but a harmless one, a moment of human curiosity in the grind. It's not magic. It's not a party trick. It's just how my brain works. It organizes information spatially. I remember where things are on a page, the font, the coffee stain in the corner. I remember where I was standing when I read them, the smell of the room. Ask me something useful, like the chemical composition of the paralytic agent we found, and I can tell you. Ask me what I had for breakfast 2 weeks ago, or what color shirt Glenn was wearing last Tuesday, and I have no idea. It's selective. It's for the work. Brooke looked a little chastened, her enthusiastic dialing back a notch. She looked down at her hands on the desk, at the smudge of ink on her thumb, and gave a slight, acknowledging shrug. Okay. Fair enough. Sorry. I didn't mean to make it sound like a circus act. She was quiet for a moment, then her eyes lifted, and she seemed to come to a decision. She reached up, her fingers finding the beaded metal chain of the overhead lamp that hung like a pendant over their desk. The click was loud and decisive in the quiet room, a tiny gunshot of sound. The central fluorescents were still on, bathing everything in their flat, shadowless glare. But now a warm, golden pool of incandescent light spilled directly onto the desk from the lamp, creating an island of intimacy in the institutional sea. Well, Brooke said, her tone shifting to something deliberately casual, bracing, as if preparing for a minor physical exam. Don't freak out, she leaned forward, tilting her face up into the sudden, warm pool of light. She positioned herself deliberately, her chin lifted. The harsh fluorescents from above were now diffused by the lamp's shade, leaving her features illuminated from below by the lamp's golden glow, highlighting the curve of her lips, the arch of her brows. She blinked slowly, deliberately, her gaze meeting Katie's directly, unflinchingly. Katie saw it immediately. One iris, the left, was a deep ocean blue, the color of a deep winter sky or a cold mountain lake. The other, the right, was a warm, hazel brown, flecked with subtle hints of green and gold around the pupil, like sunlight through a forest canopy. The difference was stark and beautiful under the direct, raking light, a startling asymmetry that made her face uniquely captivating. Heterochromia iridum, Katie said, the clinical term coming automatically from the file cabinet of her mind. Complete, not sectoral. Bingo, Brooke said, a small, self-conscious smile playing on her lips. She didn't look away, holding the gaze, allowing the inspection. I usually wear a colored contact lens over the brown one. Makes them both blue. Matches. Stops the constant, whoa, your eyes comments from every cashier and barista. It's easier for the academy, for briefings, for blending. People focus on the words, not the weirdo feature. They see a uniform, not a person. It's striking, Katie said, her analyst's mind noting the uniqueness, the instant identifier, the thing that would be remembered by every witness, every clerk, every person who ever met her. A distinctive. In our line of work, distinctive is often seen as a liability. Something to be hidden, masked. A flaw in the camouflage. She paused, considering the young woman holding her gaze in the lamplight. But it's also a part of your landscape. Own it. The people who get distracted by it aren't paying attention to what matters anyway. They're not listening. You want people who listen. Brooke held her gaze for a moment longer, the two different eyes searching Katie's face for judgment, finding none. Then she leaned back, out of the direct light, her face returning to the softer, blended shadows of the room. The two-toned effect was less obvious now, the colors merging in the dimmer light but still present, a fascinating detail. A faint, genuine smile touched her lips, reaching her eyes, both of them. Thanks. I'll try. The lens feels like a lie sometimes. A costume. But sometimes the costume is the job, right? Sometimes, Katie conceded. She stood, the chair releasing her with a final, weary sigh. She began gathering her scattered pens, her notebook, the loose pages she'd been annotating, stacking them with neat, efficient motions before shouldering her bag. The weight of it was familiar, a comfort. Let's get to the hotel. Maybe a night's sleep will shake something loose. The brain works in the background, sorting when you're not looking. Sometimes the answer comes when you're not staring right at it. In the shower. In a dream. Brooke nodded, packing her own laptop with quick, efficient movements, zipping it into its case. She carefully gathered the two piles of Tillman's documents into a single, messy stack to be left on the desk for tomorrow. 7 a.m. Start. Meet in the lobby. 7, Katie confirmed, checking her own phone. The screen was blank, no new notifications. We'll grab coffee on the way. The diner near the hotel opens early. They walked out of the office, Brooke turning off the desk lamp with another click, plunging the small pool of warmth into darkness, leaving only the relentless fluorescence. Katie hit the light switch by the door, and the room was swallowed by shadow, the glowing exit sign over the hall door providing the only illumination. The precinct hallway was quieter now, the night shift settled into its rhythm. A janitor's cart rattled in the distance, the sound of bottles clinking. The linoleum felt sticky in spots underfoot. They pushed through the heavy glass doors at the front, a burst of cold night air hitting them like a physical wall, and stepped out into the cool Pennsylvania night. The air had a sharp, clean bite to it, carrying the scent of damp earth from the planters by the steps and the distant, comforting smell of wood smoke from someone's fireplace. It cut through the residual staleness of the office, clearing Katie's head. Their footsteps echoed on the empty concrete steps, a sharp clack of Brooke's boots and the softer tread of Katie's own, then crunched on the gravel-strewn asphalt of the parking lot, scattering tiny stones. Somewhere far off, beyond the town, a train whistle sounded, a lonely, drawn-out note in the darkness that faded into a vast silence. The sodium lights cast long, distorted shadows from the parked cruisers, stretching them like taffy across the pitted asphalt. At their rental car, Katie pulled out her phone to check the time, her fingers stiff with cold. The screen lit up, a bright, blinding rectangle in the dark, showing the time, 8:42 p.m., and below it, a missed call notification from an hour ago. The number was local, a 717 area code, but unknown. No name attached. No voicemail icon. Just the digits, impersonal and stark. 717,555,187. She stared at it, her thumb hovering over the notification, a coldness that had nothing to do with the night air settling in the pit of her stomach. The digits seemed to pulse on the screen. The wrong numbers. A reporter who'd gotten hold of her temporary cell. A crank call from someone who'd seen the FBI presence. Or something else. In her world, an unknown local call after hours, during an active serial investigation, was never just a wrong number. It was a stone dropped into a still pond, and she was standing on the bank, waiting for the ripples to reach her, waiting to see what shape they would take. "Everything okay?" Brooke asked, already clicking her key fob, the car chirping twice, the interior lights blinking on, illuminating the empty seats. She paused, one hand on the door handle, looking back at Katie's frozen posture. Katie pocketed the phone, the action deliberate, sliding it into her jacket pocket. The screen went dark, taking the enigmatic numbers with it, but the imprint remained in her mind. "Fine. Just work." A notification. She hit her own fob, the driver's door unlocking with a solid thunk. "We start fresh at 7. Don't be late. I leave on the hour." Brooke nodded, sliding into the passenger seat and immediately buckling in with a swift, practiced pull of the belt. "I'll set 3 alarms. And put the coffee pot on the bathroom sink so I have to get up to turn it off." Katie got behind the wheel, the leather seat cool through her clothes, sending a slight shiver up her spine. She started the engine, the dashboard illuminating with a soft, greenish glow, the speedometer needle at 0, the fuel gauge hovering just above half, the clock now confirming 8:42 p.m. It was the only light against the vast dark of the parking lot, and the deeper, impenetrable black of the woods that lined the far side of the fence. She put the car in reverse, the backup lights painting the ground behind them a stark white for a moment, revealing cracked asphalt and oily stains, before she turned the wheel and headed for the exit, the unknown number a silent, persistent weight in her pocket, a tiny anchor of dread in the night. Chapter 11. Katie Ford slid the key into the lock of her hotel room door, the brass cool and slightly tacky against her fingers. She felt the tiny ridges of the cut metal before she turned it. The mechanism engaged with a series of heavy, internal clicks, culminating in a satisfying clunk that echoed in the quiet hallway. Behind her, Brooke Vance wrestled a bulky suitcase down the hall, its wheels catching on the worn, geometric-patterned carpet with a rhythmic thump-thump-thump. The pattern was a dizzying array of burgundy diamonds and beige swirls, stained in places with darker patches where spills had been scrubbed but not erased. The Fairview Inn was a modest, independent place, a short walk from the Harrisburg precinct, a 3-story brick building that smelled of lemon-scented polish overlaid on the ghost of old cigarette smoke embedded deep in the drapes and carpets. Katie preferred these smaller operations. The staff usually paid attention, and the clientele was less anonymous than in the chain hotels. You saw the same faces at the Continental breakfast, heard their conversations. It made the shadows easier to spot. She pushed the door open a few inches, holding it with her shoulder as she glanced back at Brooke. The hallway lighting was a dim, yellowish glow from tarnished brass sconces spaced too far apart, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to lean toward them. "We meet at 8 sharp in the lobby," Katie said, her voice low but carrying in the quiet corridor. She could hear the faint hum of an ice machine from around the corner. "Per diem is $90. Don't blow it all on booze." Brooke grinned, heaving her suitcase over a final, stubborn ridge in the carpet. The suitcase tilted precariously, and she threw out a hand to steady herself against the wallpaper, which had a subtle, gritty texture. "I don't drink. I prefer stimulants. Vaster. Katie paused, her mind still half on the case file. The pale, waxy image of the severed leg on the stainless steel table, the landlord's evasive, shifting eyes. Then she caught the joke. A faint, almost imperceptible twitch at the corner of her mouth, a brief tightening of the skin. Efficiency is key, she said flatly, her tone dry as dust. She nudged the door open wider with the toe of her boot. My room's right here if you need anything. And I mean anything. A noise, a feeling, a wrong smell. You call. Don't hesitate. Don't talk yourself out of it. With a nod, her expression sobering at the granite in Katie's tone, Brooke continued to her own door further down the hall. The sound of her keycard beeping at the lock, a high-pitched electronic chirp, echoed softly, followed by the heavier thud of her door closing. Katie stepped inside and let the door swing shut behind her, the weight of it closing off the hallway's faint sounds with a final, muffled seal. Her room was a generic box of beige and brown, illuminated by the harsh, blue-white light of a single lamp on the desk. The lampshade was tilted slightly, throwing a skewed oval of light across the textured, oatmeal-colored wallpaper. She dropped her black nylon go-bag onto the luggage rack with a soft thud. The rack squeaked in protest. The familiarity of yet another temporary home settled over her with a dull, physical weight, a pressure on her chest and shoulders. She let out a slow, controlled breath, feeling her shoulder blades slide down her back as her eyes swept the space without really seeing it. The bland landscape painting of a red barn in a field, the frame slightly askew, the dark wood laminate of the desk, its surface scarred with faint circular burns from forgotten cigarettes, the heavy, mustard-colored drapes drawn partway across the window. The air smelled faintly of artificial pine from a plug-in air freshener near the baseboard. The constant travel, the parade of violence from one anonymous room to the next, was starting to grind at her edges, leaving fine cracks in her focus. Nina Shaw had warned her about the attrition years ago, over bad coffee in a vinyl booth of a diner before a dawn raid. It's not the bullets that wear you down, Ford, she'd said, her gaze steady over the chipped rim of her mug. It's the fucking wallpaper. The sameness of it. The way every place starts to feel like a stage set for the next bad thing. Katie had always dismissed it as veteran cynicism, a shield Nina wore. Saving lives, catching predators was supposed to feel heroic, not draining. But the hypervigilance, the automatic scan of every parking lot for vehicles that didn't belong, the assessment of every stranger's hands, and the set of their shoulders, the sense that every shadow in a quiet hallway held a potential threat, was a tax on the soul she hadn't fully calculated. It compounded, interest accruing with each new case, each new motel room, each new set of blank, waiting walls. Was it worth it? She sat on the edge of the stiff mattress, the bedspread scratchy and synthetic under her palms. The springs beneath groaned a low complaint. The answer came quickly, born of stubborn conviction and the memory of faces that would never see another sunrise if not for her work. Yes, it had to be. If her vigilance, this grinding, exhausting awareness, spared one person from the darkness, it was the job. It was the only math that mattered. She toed off her shoes, flexing her aching feet against the coarse, low-pile nylon of the carpet. A shower, maybe. 10 minutes of quiet, of hot water beating against the knotted muscles in her neck. She stood, her knees popping softly, and moved to secure the deadbolt. Her hand froze an inch from the brass lever. The bolt was already thrown, the latch retracted into the door frame. It was unlocked from the inside. Her breath caught in her throat, a sharp hitch, then deliberately slowed, deepening. She drew the air in through her nose, held it for a 3 count, let it out silently through parted lips. She had just received the key from the front desk, less than 10 minutes ago. The clerk, a pimply young man with tired eyes, had fumbled with the plastic keycard holder, his fingers stained with blue ink from a leaky pen. No one else had a key. He said so. Standard protocol for law enforcement blocks. The door had been locked when she inserted her key. She'd heard the lock disengage. But this deadbolt, this manual, brass throwbolt, could only be engaged from inside the room. Someone had been in here. Someone had left it unlocked. Every nerve ending fired, a cascade of cold electricity from her scalp to the soles of her feet. The fatigue vanished, burned away by a surge of cold, focused adrenaline that left a metallic taste on her tongue. Her right hand went to the holster at her hip, her fingers finding the familiar, textured grip of her Sig Sauer P320. The draw was smooth, silent, a practiced motion that required no thought. She racked the slide, the sound a sharp, metallic shick-clack that was absurdly loud in the quiet room. A cartridge was now in the chamber. She held the pistol in a two-handed grip, muzzle pointed at the floor at a 45-degree angle, her body turning in a slow, deliberate arc, her weight balanced on the balls of her feet. She cleared the room with methodical precision, her breathing controlled to a slow in and out, her eyes scanning sectors, not darting. The closet first, to her immediate right. She used her left hand to yank the bifold door open along its track, stepping back a half step to present a smaller target, her pistol rising to center mass on the revealed space. Empty. Just a row of empty wire hangers dangling from a wooden rod, swaying slightly from the motion. A single, folded blanket sat on the top shelf. She moved to the bathroom, pausing at the door. She listened, tilting her head. No sound of breathing, no shift of weight, no drip of a faucet. With a quick, sharp motion, she shoved the door open with her foot, letting it swing inward to bang against the tiled wall, and followed it in, sweeping the small space. The vanity, the toilet, the shower tub combo. The shower curtain was an opaque beige vinyl. She hooked it with her foot and pulled it back sharply along the rod, the plastic rings screeching in protest. The tub was empty, dry, with a non-slip sticker of a flower peeling up at the corner. Behind the toilet, nothing. Back in the main room, the air felt colder. She checked behind the heavy, mustard-colored curtains, using the barrel of her gun to push the stiff fabric aside. The window looked out onto a dark parking lot, and the street beyond, a streetlight casting a jaundiced pool of light on wet asphalt. Her own reflection, pale and grim-eyed, stared back at her for a split second from the dark glass before her vision adjusted to the world outside. The bed was made, tight hospital corners. Her luggage rack was empty save for her go-bag. Nothing seemed disturbed. Then she saw it. The window, which should have been sealed shut in a cheap, climate-controlled building like this, was cracked open by a half-inch. A sliver of cold, damp night air whispered through the gap, carrying the distant smell of diesel exhaust and wet pavement. She hadn't opened it. She reached out and touched the aluminum sill. It was clean, no dust or dead insects. Recently moved. A sudden, hard knock rattled her door, 3 sharp, authoritative raps that vibrated the wood in its frame. Her head snapped toward the sound, her braid whipping against her shoulder. "Who is it?" Katie called, her voice steady, devoid of the tremor she felt in her diaphragm. She was already moving laterally, putting the bulk of the wall between her and the door's line of fire. She kept her pistol raised, angled slightly down but ready. Silence answered her. She approached the door from the side, pressing her left shoulder against the cool, textured wallpaper. She leaned in slowly, bringing her right eye to the fisheye lens of the peephole. The distorted hallway stared back, elongated and curved, empty, the geometric carpet pattern stretching into a blurry infinity. The sconce light glared like a tiny sun in the warped glass. She waited, counting 3 slow heartbeats that thudded in her ears. Nothing moved. With her left hand, she disengaged the chain with a soft rattle, then turned the handle and yanked the door open in one fluid motion, stepping out into the corridor in a low, balanced crouch, her weapon sweeping left then right in tight arcs. The hallway was deserted, a tunnel of dim light and quiet. The air was still, smelling strongly of industrial carpet cleaner and underlying dust. She looked down at the carpet near her door. The patterned pile showed no fresh impressions, no obvious footprints, just the permanent depressions of years of traffic. Her own door was at the end of the hall, just a few feet from the gray metal door of the emergency exit stairwell. The stairwell door, painted a dull, battleship gray, was closed, its push-bar handle gleaming dully. A soft squeak of rubber soles on linoleum. A young woman in a crisp white shirt and black vest, a hotel name tag that read, Megan, glinting under the sconce, appeared from around the corner near the elevators, pushing a wheeled cart laden with folded towels and stacks of miniature soaps and shampoos. She stopped short, her cart wobbling, her eyes widening to white circles at the sight of Katie's drawn weapon. Her knuckles went white where she gripped the cart's handle. "Everything all right, ma'am?" Her voice was high, tight with nervousness. Katie lowered the pistol to her side but didn't holster it, her finger resting along the trigger guard. "Did you see anyone up here just now?" "In the last 2 minutes. A person running, walking, anything at all." The clerk shook her head, her ponytail swishing against her shoulders. "No, ma'am. I just came up from the lobby to restock the linen closet on 5. This floor is reserved for law enforcement. It's just you and your colleague tonight. I have the list right here." She gestured vaguely toward a clipboard clipped to the side of her cart, her movements jerky. "Was anyone else issued a key to this room today?" "Maintenance, cleaning, management." "No, ma'am. Not that I know of." Housekeeping finished their rounds by 4. "We have a log." The clerk's professional training was overriding her fear, her voice becoming more measured. "Were any maintenance requests made for this room?" "A leak, a broken appliance." "No," Katie said, her mind racing down parallel tracks. "A copied keycard." Technically possible, but the deadbolt that meant physical entry, then exit without relocking the main knob. "A deliberate choice." "Oh, a message." "A thank you, Megan." The clerk, Megan, nodded, still wary, and gave the cart a tentative push, continuing down the hall. The wheels emitted a faint, persistent squeak with every rotation, the sound fading slowly. Katie retreated into her room, locking the door and engaging the deadbolt herself with a decisive, solid click. She slid the thin brass chain into its groove for good measure. The sounds felt insufficient, flimsy. She holstered her weapon, her hand lingering on the grip for a moment before she let it fall to her side. She walked back to the center of the room, the coarse carpet fibers crunching under her socks, and stared at the slightly ajar window, the thin black line of night visible between the sash and the frame. The implied violation was a cold stone in her gut, heavy and sinking, pulling at her insides. It wasn't random. It was a fingerprint. Someone knew she was here, in this specific room. They had come in, looked around, maybe touched her things and left this calling card, an unlocked bolt and open window. A whisper carried on that cold draft, "I can get to you." "I was here." She walked to the window and checked the lock mechanism. It was a simple, flimsy latch, the kind a child could open. easily jimmied with a thin blade or a strip of plastic from the outside. She pushed the window closed, the frame shuttering, and engaged the latch. The gap was too small for a person to enter, but big enough for a message to slip through. Big enough to let the cold in. Across town, in the sterile, hushed quiet of the Harrisburg General Private Ward, Nina Shaw was losing a battle with a hospital pillow that felt both too flat and too lumpy, a feat of engineering incompetence. She punched it for the third time, a short, sharp jab that sent a warning twinge, like a hot needle, through the muscles of her abdomen. The room's antiseptic silence was maddening. It wasn't true silence. Beneath the persistent, low hum of the fluorescent lights in the ceiling panel was the distant, electronic beep, beep, beep of a cardiac monitor from another room, the occasional squeak of a nurse's soft-soled shoes on the linoleum in the hall, the low, incomprehensible murmur of a television from a nearby room. But it was a silence of confinement, of forced stillness, a vacuum that her own thoughts rushed to fill, loud and circling. She deconsumed a trashy romance novel out of sheer, desperate boredom, a tale of heaving bosoms and brooding dukes so saccharine it made her teeth ache and her mind numb. She dethroned it onto the bedside table an hour ago, where it lay splayed and spine-cracked like a wounded bird. The table was a pale beige formica, its surface cool and slightly sticky in places despite the cleaning. Her mind, however, kept circling back, a predator on a worn track. Katie and the rookie in Pennsylvania. A dismemberment case. The pattern killer. Calvin Calloway, loose somewhere, a ghost with money and patience and a very long memory. Their locations were static now, fixed points on a map. Katie in a hotel, herself in this bed, a room number on a chart. If Calloway had eyes inside the system, and after the meticulously planned, brutally executed prison transport ambush, she was operating on the certainty that he did. It made them sitting ducks. Bait in a trap or targets on a range. The helplessness of it, the passivity, gnawed at the edges of her control. She flexed her hands on the starchly sheets, feeling the crisp cotton rasp against her palms. A nurse peeked in, her round face friendly under a cap of tight brown curls. The door sighed softly on its hinges. Still awake, Agent Shaw. It's past 11. You need your rest to heal. Wide awake, Nina grumbled, shifting against the unyielding pillows. The sheets made a crinkling sound, the kind made by cheap, high-thread count cotton. Any chance of coffee? Real coffee, not that lukewarm brown water from the trolley. Something that actually tastes like beans and regret. The nurse smiled, a practiced, tolerant expression. She was used to the demanding, restless patients from the law enforcement block. I'll have your officer fetch it from the staff lounge. It's marginally better. Closer to regret, anyway. She vanished, her soft-soled shoes whispering a swift retreat on the linoleum. A moment later, the uniformed cop stationed outside her door, a young guy with an earnest, open face and a too-tight collar that dug into his neck, poked his head in. His head was a blocky silhouette in the brighter hallway light. Coffee run, Agent Shaw? His voice was respectful, slightly eager. Make it strong, officer, she trailed off, the name escaping her again. It started with a D. A Dawson. A Dalton. It didn't matter, and that thought, the carelessness of it, irritated her further. Denton, ma'am, he supplied, a hint of patient resignation in his tone. He'd told her twice already today. Is strong. Got it, he gave a short, sharp nod, his Adam's apple bobbing above the tight collar and disappeared. His heavy, duty boot footsteps receded down the corridor with a firm, fading clomp, clomp, clomp. Alone again, the silence felt thicker. Nina picked up the thin case file from her bedside table, the one Katie had summarized for her over the phone in terse, professional sentences. The Pennsylvania case. Dismemberment. Single leg taken. Paralytic agent. Possible cannibalism. The words blurred on the page, her focus shattered by a deeper, more pervasive unease that had nothing to do with this specific killer. The endless parade of evil was exhausting. Not the work itself, the work was necessary, it was the purpose, but the cultural echo of it, the grotesque fascination. Would they be making slick, dramatic, prestige shows about Calvin Calloway in 30 years? Some handsome actor chewing scenery, reducing the horror, the visceral reality of his butchery, to plot twists and actorly tics, while the real scars on the survivors and the families never faded, never became aesthetic. The thought was a cold stone in her gut, a solid weight of profound disgust. She set the file down, the manila folder making a soft, definitive slap against the formica. She closed her eyes, not to sleep but to listen. To feel the dimensions and the energy of the space around her. The room was a standard private. Pale green walls the color of old mint, a single vinyl-padded chair in the corner, a stainless steel sink with a gooseneck faucet, a TV mounted high and silent on an articulated arm. The door was to her left, partly open as per hospital policy, showing a 6-inch slice of the bright hallway. The window to her right was a dark square of night, reflecting the room's dim nightlight back at her, a small, orange LED glow near the floor. She cataloged the sounds, layering them. The omnipresent electrical hum, the distant, rhythmic beeps, the rattle of a cart being wheeled quickly far away, the faint whoosh of air from a vent above her. A new set of footsteps approached in the hall. Heavier, more deliberate than the nurse's soft shuffle, with a different, more measured rhythm than Officer Denton's confident, slightly hurried stride. These steps were careful, almost tentative, but with an underlying purpose. They stopped outside her door. No knock. Nina kept her eyes slitted to the barest crack, her breathing deep and even, the slow rise and fall of her chest under the sheet a performance of sleep. Her right hand, lying palm down on the sheet beside her thigh, tensed, the tendons standing out. The door, already ajar, clicked softly as the latch was fully, quietly depressed from the outside. It swung inward without a sound, well-oiled and silent. A tall, narrow silhouette slipped inside, moving with a fluid economy, and closed the door with a gentle but definitive click. Not medical staff, they never closed the door all the way at night, protocol for observation. Not her guard. Denton would have knocked, announced himself. This figure was dressed in dark, nondescript clothing, a black sweatshirt, dark pants. A black balaclava obscured his face, turning his head into a featureless, ominous oval, absorbing the low light. Her hand slid under the mattress, her fingers searching with urgent familiarity for the cool, checkered grip of her backup pistol, a compact Glock 43. Her fingertips brushed only the taut, vinyl-covered mattress and the cold bed frame. An empty space. Her heart hammered once, a hard, painful knock against her ribs. She remembered the nurse, during the evening vitals check, tutting as she straightened the sheets, her hand brushing the lump. "We can't have this here, Agent Shaw." For safety, she moved it to the top drawer of the bedside table. Damn it all to hell and back. The figure advanced, moving with a predator's quiet grace, each step placed deliberately to minimize noise. A sliver of light from the hall, seeping under the door, glinted off a long, slender, metallic object in his right hand. A surgical knife, or something very like it. Not a slashing weapon. A piercing one. A tool for precise, deep penetration. Nina tensed every muscle, from her calves to her shoulders, coiling like a spring. ignoring the immediate, hot protest from the healing wound in her abdomen. She forced her breathing to remain slow, her body to project limp vulnerability. She waited, measuring his approach with her slitted vision. 3 more steps would bring him to the bedside, within striking range of the bed. 1 more step. She could smell him now, a faint odor of sweat, of cold night air, of something chemical like rubbing alcohol. As he raised the knife, his arm drawing back for a controlled, downward plunge aimed at her chest, Nina erupted from the bed. She didn't sit up. She launched sideways off the mattress, dragging the sheet and thin thermal blanket with her in a tangled, confusing wave. She barreled into him, a low, powerful tackle aimed at his midsection, using her weight and momentum to drive them both off balance. They crashed into the metal medication cart parked near the foot of the bed. It toppled with a deafening, metallic crash that seemed to explode in the small room. Glass vials shattered, plastic packages ripped open, and stainless steel instruments clattered and skittered like frantic insects across the linoleum floor. The impact jarred her teeth, a bolt of white-hot pain tearing through her stomach, so sharp it stole her vision for a second, leaving white sparks. She felt a wet, tearing sensation beneath the bandages, stitches giving way, the fragile healing flesh parting. She gritted her teeth until her jaw ached, using the pain as a sharp, clarifying focus. Her left hand shot out and seized his knife wrist, her fingers closing like iron vices around his forearm, her nails biting deep into the tendons beneath the sweatshirt fabric. He grunted, a sound of surprise more than pain, shocked by the ferocity and speed of her counterattack. She slammed his hand, the one holding the knife, against the sharp, upturned edge of the overturned cart. Once, the blade wavered. Twice, his grip loosened. On the third, brutal impact, his fingers spasmed open and the blade clattered away, spinning with a metallic whine across the floor and vanishing under the bed. The intruder recovered with alarming speed. He was strong, wiry, younger. He tackled her legs, his arms wrapping around her thighs in a wrestler's grip, and drove forward with his shoulder, sending them both crashing down onto the hard, unyielding floor. The breath was knocked from her lungs in a painful whoosh. He scrambled on top of her, his weight pinning her hips, his knees digging into her thighs. One of his hands broke away, fumbling for something at his belt, not another knife, a small, zippered pouch. Her own fingers scrabbled blindly across the gritty, cool linoleum, through the spilled detritus of the cart, crushed pills, shreds of plastic, broken glass. They closed around a smooth, cylindrical, familiar object. A sealed hypodermic needle, its plastic wrapper intact, likely pre-filled with saline or heparin. Without thought, guided by years of ingrained training and raw, screaming survival instinct, she ripped the packaging open with her teeth, spitting out the torn plastic. She couldn't see what was in it. It didn't matter. With a short, powerful upward jab, she plunged the needle into the side of his neck, just below the edge of the balaclava where the fabric met skin, and depressed the plunger with her thumb, emptying the entire contents into his carotid region. He gasped, a wet, choked sound of shock and sudden, debilitating pain. His body stiffened atop her, muscles locking, then went abruptly, bonelessly slack. "You bitch," he snarled, the words thick and slurred as he rolled off her, one hand clutching feebly at his neck where the needle still protruded, a grotesque feather. That voice, guttural, strained with pain and the onset of whatever was in the syringe, but it tickled a memory, a recent one. Not Calloway's cultured, mocking, theatrical tone. This was rougher, younger, with a flat Pennsylvania accent underneath the snarl. Nina pushed to her feet, pain be damned, the world tilting for a second. Blood was warm and sticky against her stomach, seeping through the thin cotton of her gown, a spreading patch of damp heat. He was on his knees now, disoriented, shaking his head slowly like a dog trying to clear water from its ears. The drug, whatever it was working fast, disrupting motor control. She didn't wait for him to recover. She stepped in close, pivoted her hips to generate force, and drove her heel into the point of his jaw with a sickening, wet crack of cartilage and bone. His head snapped back violently. He collapsed onto his back, limbs splayed, utterly limp. Breathing hard, each inhale a sharp stab in her torn side, she dropped onto him, her knees coming down hard on his biceps, pinning his arms to the floor. She grabbed the bottom of the balaclava, where it bunched at his neck, and yanked it up and over his head in one violent, jerking motion. The door flew open, crashing against the wall stop. Harsh, full fluorescent light from the hallway flooded the room, bleaching everything in a sudden, shocking glare, framing Officer Denton in the doorway, his service weapon held in a textbook two-handed grip, aimed into the room. A freeze. Hands where I can see them. And now. Stand down, Denton, Nina barked, her voice raw and ragged from the fight. It's contained. Suspect is down. The officer's eyes were wide, pupils dilated, taking in the overturned cart, the scattered medical supplies, the glitter of broken glass. Nina crouched like a avenging angel on a man in dark clothing, her hospital gown stained with a rapidly spreading patch of crimson that was already dripping onto the floor. He lowered his weapon slightly, the muzzle wavering, his training warring with the shocking, violent scene. Agent Shaw, your side, you're bleeding. I'm fine, she lied through clenched teeth, the pain a bright, constant fire in her abdomen. She looked back at the face of the man beneath her knees. The adrenaline, the fierce, all-consuming fight focus began to recede, leaving a hollow, weary ache in its place, a fatigue that went deeper than bone. The face was young, late 20s. Pale, with a stubbled jaw that was already swelling and visibly misaligned from her kick. Short, sandy hair matted with sweat. His eyes were glassy, unfocused from the drug, but they stared up at her with a mix of confusion and fading, impotent malice. Of a stranger. Not a ghost from her past, not the monster she was primed for. Her hope for a definitive, cathartic confrontation, for the brutal satisfaction of finding Calvin Calloway in her room, of ending his game here and now on this cold linoleum, dissolved into a weary, profound, soul-deep frustration. It wasn't him. This was just a face. A tool. A weapon sent, perhaps, or an opportunist drawn by the news of a wounded federal agent. Another entry in the endless, grinding parade of violence that defined her world. A world where evil was not a singular monster, but a hydra, always growing new, anonymous heads. The cold stone in her gut grew heavier, an anchor. She looked from the stranger's slack, unfamiliar face to Denton's shocked, young one, saw the pulse hammering in his throat, and knew with absolute certainty that the night, the case, the parade was far from over. The silence after the crash was already being filled with the sound of running footsteps, with shouted questions from down the hall, with the inevitable, grinding machinery of procedure. She remained where she was, knees pinning the unconscious man, her hand pressed against her bleeding side, waiting for the storm to reach her door. Chapter 12. Delilah adjusted the strap of her black lace dress, her fingers smoothing the delicate fabric over her hip. The material was cool and slightly textured against her skin. Her final glance in the full-length mirror confirmed the desired effect. Elegant, approachable, expensive. The midnight blue silk robe lay discarded on the rumpled bed, its purpose served. The heels, not the boots, had been the right choice. The black stilettos added 4 inches, elongating her calves, making her legs look like something from a magazine. She flexed one foot, watching the muscle tighten and curve. In her line of work, presentation was 90% of the transaction. For many of the men who booked her, the encounter was less about physical release and more about the fantasy of proximity to a woman who seemed unattainable, or sometimes just the chance to talk to someone who wouldn't judge them for an hour. She was a companion, a confidant, and occasionally a therapist. The oldest profession had certainly diversified, and she prided herself on being a premium service. She did a slow turn, the heel grinding slightly on the hardwood, checking her reflection from the back. The dress was cut low, the lace sheer in key places. It was an investment piece from a boutique in New York, and it paid for itself every time. The apartment around her was part of the set dressing. Soft, ambient lighting from a curved floor lamp and two dimmable sconces washed the open-plan living area in a warm, forgiving gold. She de-dialed the dimmer switch to just above halfway, the perfect level to soften edges without obscuring details. A faint, expensive scent of sandalwood and vanilla hung in the air from a reed diffuser she'd turned on an hour ago, the thin sticks standing in a pool of amber oil. On the sound system, a playlist of unobtrusive jazz piano played, just loud enough to mask the building's ambient noises, the faint groan of pipes, the distant thrum of an elevator. Her phone, face up on the cream-colored duvet, chimed with a specific, soft tone. The prearranged code from the building's security app, her client had arrived at the exterior gate. Her pulse, which had been steady, gave a single, professional thump. She picked up the phone, the glass cool against her palm, and confirmed the notification. "It's showtime." She walked through the living room, her heels clicking a precise rhythm on the polished oak, and slid open the glass door to her top-floor balcony. A gust of cool night air hit her, raising goosebumps on her arms. She leaned on the wrought iron railing, its black paint cold under her forearms, and looked down at the parking area 3 stories below. The evening air carried the distant, constant hum of Harrisburg traffic from the highway a mile east. Her building was in a quiet, semi-residential area that blurred the line between suburb and city, nice enough to feel safe, anonymous enough to avoid questions. The lot was half empty, illuminated by the sickly yellow glow of outdated security lights that cast long, distorted shadows. A faded sedan, a decade out of date, idled near the keypad entry. Its color was a nondescript beige, the paint dull and patchy on the hood under the artificial light. It matched the description he'd given when booking, older Toyota beige. She let out a slow breath, watching it mist briefly in the chill. A slight, unconscious tightening pulled at the corner of her mouth. Discretion was one thing, but a little pride in your vehicle wouldn't hurt. The driver's side door opened with a faint, protesting squeak. A figure in dark jeans and a charcoal gray hoodie got out, the fabric baggy, swallowing his frame. He kept his head down as he approached the intercom panel, a black cloth mask, the kind people had left over from the pandemic, obscuring the lower half of his face. Married, probably, or just paranoid about being recognized in this part of town. Either was fine. Paranoia often meant a quicker, quieter transaction. He moved with a slight hunch, his hands buried in his pockets. She watched him press the intercom button, then stepped back inside, closing the balcony door and sealing out the chill. The intercom on her wall buzzed, a harsh electronic sound that was always too loud, making her flinch minutely every time. She pressed the button. Yes. Redbird, a male voice said, giving the password she'd required in her instructions. The word was flat, devoid of inflection, like he was reading a grocery list. She hit the button to unlock the exterior door, hearing the distant metallic clunk echo through the speaker. Come up. Top floor, end of the hall. She moved to the door, standing on the balls of her feet to peer through the peephole. The distorted fisheye view showed her empty hallway, the patterned carpet stretching to the elevator doors. A moment later, the elevator chimed, a muted ding that was barely audible through the door. The figure emerged, head still down. A soft rustle came from the other side of her apartment door. The brass mail slot flipped open with a scrape of metal on metal. A plain white envelope, thick, slid across the polished oak floor, coming to rest just inside the threshold. Standard procedure. She waited a beat, listening to his retreating footsteps fade toward the stairwell, another sign of excessive caution, avoiding the elevator's potential witnesses. She bent at the knees, the lace of her dress whispering against her thighs, and retrieved the envelope. She didn't open it in view of the door. She carried it to the kitchen island, her heels clicking with a different tone on the ceramic tile. Under the brighter light of the single pendant, a modern chrome dome, she slid her thumb under the flap. It wasn't sealed. Inside were crisp bills, all hundreds, the full fee up front. She fanned them with a practiced thumb, the paper making a soft, satisfying rasp. Good. No games, no short counting. She slipped the envelope into a drawer beside a stack of takeout menus and a junk drawer's worth of batteries and loose change. She returned to the door, placed her palm flat against the cool wood for a second, and took a breath that filled her lungs, held it, and let it out slowly through her nose, settling her expression into one of warm, neutral welcome. She unlocked the deadbolt with a solid clunk, then turned the handle and opened the door with a practiced, smooth motion. The man who stepped inside was younger than she'd expected from his voice and his car, maybe mid-20s. He was handsome, in a rough, unkempt way, a strong jaw shadowed with dark stubble, heavy dark eyebrows, eyes a pale, unsettling blue that looked almost gray in her entryway light. But it was the anxiety rolling off him that she noted first. His eyes darted around the small entryway, over her shoulder into the living room, to the ceiling cornice, before finally settling on her face and then quickly skittering away to the abstract print on the wall. He held himself stiffly, his shoulders hunched up near his ears, his hands shoved deep into his hoodie pockets. He trembled slightly, a fine, constant vibration she could see in the line of his jaw and the slight shake of the fabric over his chest. "I'm Nathan," he mumbled, the words barely making it past the cloth of his mask. His voice was higher now, tighter than it had been on the intercom, with a faint rasp. "Delilah," she said, her voice a calibrated blend of warmth and professionalism. She leaned in slightly, intending to brush a light, European-style kiss against his cheek, a common icebreaker. He stiffened, his whole body going rigid, and recoiled almost imperceptibly, pulling his head back an inch. Definitely a first-timer. Maybe a virgin. She didn't flinch, just gave a small, understanding smile, as if his reaction was perfectly normal, taking a subtle half-step back to give him space. "Make yourself comfortable. You can leave your shoes there if you like." She gestured to a small, woven rug by the door designed for that purpose. He looked down at his scuffed black sneakers, the laces loosely tied. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other, the rubber sole squeaking on the floor. "I'm okay," he said, his voice firmer on those two words. "Of course." She closed the door behind him, the lock engaging with a solid, final sound that seemed to echo in the small space. "Right this way." She guided him past the small, unused dining table, its surface bare except for a ceramic bowl holding decorative orbs, toward the large, L-shaped sectional sofa that dominated the living area. It was plush, upholstered in a soft, charcoal gray fabric that was cool to the touch, the designated space for her work. The coffee table before it was clear, except for a single, heavy art book about photography, and a small box of tissues tucked discreetly to the side. She sat at the end of the long section, smoothing her dress beneath her, and patted the cushion beside her. Please." He hesitated, his eyes doing another quick circuit of the room, the balcony doors, the kitchen, the hallway to the bedroom. Then he sat at the far end of the same section, leaving a full cushion of empty space between them. He kept his hood up, his mask on, and rested his hands on his knees, where she could see his fingers twitching. "You can relax, Nathan," she said, her tone gentle, the one she used for nervous clients. She slowly, deliberately, placed a hand on his knee, feeling the tense muscle jump and tighten beneath the rough denim. "This is a judgment-free zone. That's the whole point. You're safe here." He didn't meet her eyes. His gaze was fixed lower on her legs, where they were crossed at the knee. He stared with an intensity that was beyond nervousness, beyond appreciation. It was a hungry, focused scrutiny, as if he were memorizing the curve of her calf, the angle of her ankle, the way the stiletto heel arched her foot. It made a primal part of her want to uncross her legs, to break his line of sight, but she held the pose. This was the product. This was what he was paying for. She let her hand remain on his knee, a light, steadying pressure. I like legs," he said suddenly, his voice gaining a strange, thin thread of certainty, though his eyes remained glued to hers. He finally looked at her face, but his eyes were glazed, distant, as if he were reciting lines from a script he'd rehearsed in the car. "I want the full package. The best you have. For the whole time." A warning bell, soft but persistent, chimed in the back of her mind. The phrasing was odd. Clumsy. Transactional, but in a crude way he probably thought was suave. The full package was a term from a different, cheaper tier of her business, the kind advertised on backpage sites, not the discreet, high-end service she curated. She kept her smile in place, letting it warm her eyes. "That's quite a commitment for a first visit," she said, her voice light, teasing, as she gently squeezed his knee before withdrawing her hand. "Let's not rush. We have the full hour. Can I get you a drink? Something to relax you?" It wasn't really a question. She needed to pace this. If he was as inexperienced and wound up as he seemed, the main event could be embarrassingly brief, and she still had to fill the allotted time professionally. A drink would burn 5 minutes. The pour, the ice, the handing over. Conversation, another 10. The ritual of it all would calm him down, give him a sense of normalcy. He blinked, his gaze flicking from her eyes to her mouth, then back to her legs. He gave a short, sharp nod, his Adam's apple bobbing above the neckline of his hoodie. "I'm okay. I'm perfect. I'll be just a moment." She stood, feeling the immediate, heavy weight of his stare follow her as she walked the short distance to the kitchen island. The open layout meant he could see her from the sofa, but it created a semblance of separation, a tiny stage for her to perform on. Her phone was on the counter where she'd left it, next to a wooden bowl of lemons. She picked it up, the case cool and smooth, her thumbs moving quickly across the screen. A quick text to her boyfriend, Martin, whose smiling photo, taken on a beach vacation, was on her lock screen. "Client here. All good. Check in around 3. She sent it, the whoosh sound muted. A routine safety step. Martin was a light sleeper, a bartender with odd hours, and he knew 3 a.m. was her standard all-clear time after a late booking. He'd text back a simple heart emoji if he was awake. She set the phone down, screen facing the veined marble countertop. She reached into a low cabinet for a bottle of mid-shelf bourbon and a heavy-bottomed glass. For herself, she took a second, identical tumbler and filled it from a bottle of store-brand sparkling water, her standard vodka, for clients who needed to believe she was matching them drink for drink. The illusion of shared intimacy, of lowered inhibitions together, was part of the service. The bubbles in the water caught the light, mimicking the look of a clear spirit. She opened the freezer, the seal breaking with a soft thump, and a wave of cold, dry air wafted out, condensing briefly in the warmer kitchen. She scooped a few ice cubes from the tray, their frosty edges biting into her fingers. The cubes crackled and hissed as she dropped them into the bourbon glass, a sound that always seemed too loud in a quiet room. As she reached for a second cube for her own water glass, her hand hovering over the frosty tray, a shift in the air made the fine hairs on the nape of her neck prickle and rise. The soft jazz played on, a meandering piano solo. The diffuser puffed its scented mist with a nearly silent exhalation. But the quality of the silence behind her had changed. The faint, anxious energy that had been a static buzz from the direction of the sofa was now closer, concentrated. The light in the room seemed to dim slightly, as if a cloud had passed over a sun that wasn't there. A shadow, long and distorted, fell across the stainless steel front of the refrigerator, blotting out the reflection of the pendant light and the blurry shape of her own back. It was a dark, formless blot that grew, stretching toward her. He followed her. He was standing right behind her, silent. Her professional brain quickly ran the scenarios. Impatient. Eager. Maybe he'd changed his mind about the drink and wanted to get started, to not waste any of his paid time. It happened, especially with the nervous ones. The key was to maintain control, to guide the energy back to the script, to re-establish the boundary with charm. She didn't turn around. Instead, she leaned forward slightly against the cool granite counter, a subtle, inviting motion, one hand still resting on the open freezer door, the cold beginning to numb her fingertips. The fantasy, always maintain the fantasy. Couldn't wait, she asked, her voice dropping to a playful murmur, aiming for a tone of conspiratorial welcome. The hand that seized her upper arm wasn't gentle or passionate. It was a clinical, iron grip, fingers like steel cables digging into the muscle and bone, just above her elbow with shocking, brutal strength, pinning her torso against the hard, unforgiving edge of the counter. The shock was so absolute, so violently contrary to every scripted interaction of her career, that her mind blanked for a full second. Her professional persona shattered, leaving only raw, animal confusion. Before a sound, a gasp, a yell, a demand could leave her lips, she felt a sharp, cold pinch behind her right ear, high up near the hairline, just below the curve of her skull. It was not like a needle at the doctor's office, a quick sting of antiseptic and professionalism. This was a deep, invasive puncture, a violation of her personal space becoming a sudden, intimate violation of her body. There was a brief, sickening pressure, then a pop as it broke the skin and drove deeper. Her vision blurred at the edges, the kitchen swimming into a smear of light and color, the chrome pendant becoming a silver streak, the marble counter melting into a white river. The world tilted on its axis, the floor seeming to rise toward her left. A wave of profound, terrifying stillness washed through her muscles, not like sleep, but like a master circuit breaker being thrown in a dark house. It started at the point of the pinch, a spreading, cold numbness down her neck, into her shoulder, and then flooded outward in a silent, unstoppable tide. Her lungs seized, the diaphragm freezing mid-contraction, forgetting the rhythm of breath. The command to scream, forming in the panic center of her brain, died in the synaptic gap, in a nervous system that could no longer talk to her throat, her mouth, her tongue. The glass of clear, fake vodka slipped from her paralyzed fingers. It seemed to fall in a dream, tumbling end over end, catching the light in a dizzying spiral. It struck the tile floor between her feet with a violent, high-pitched crash, exploding into 1,000 glittering shards that skittered across the tile like diamonds. The sound arrived at her ears as if from a great distance, muffled and unimportant, a TV playing in another apartment. Her legs, those beautiful, cared-for legs he had admired, the ones she moisturized daily and had just examined in the mirror, buckled. There was no collapse, no dramatic fall with arms flailing. It was a silent, graceful, horrifying folding, as if her bones had simply vanished. She slid down the smooth cabinet face, a marionette with all its strings cut at once, coming to rest in a limp heap on the cold tile. Her head lolled to the side, coming to rest with a soft thud against a lower cabinet door, her unseeing eyes wide open, fixed on the spreading pool of water and melting ice that mingled with the glittering fragments of glass. She could see it all with perfect, trapped clarity. She could hear the faint, steady drip of condensation from the freezer behind her, the last languid notes of the jazz piano fading into the next track. She could feel the cold tile against her cheek, the rough, gritty line of grout pressing a groove into her skin. She could smell the bourbon from the spilled glass, the sweet vanilla from the diffuser, and underneath it, a new scent, the clean, antiseptic smell of rubbing alcohol, sharp and clinical. But she could not move her eyes. She could not twitch a finger. She could not draw a breath to fog the polished surface of the refrigerator door, which now reflected only the blank white ceiling and a dark, hooded shape leaning over her, blotting out the world. The terror was a silent, internal scream that filled every atom of her frozen being, a pressure building with no release. It was the only thing left that was hers. And in the reflection, she saw a hand, clad in a black nitrile glove, reach down toward her. Chapter 13. Katie jolted awake, the echo of gunfire still ringing in her ears. Her chest was a tight cage, her breath coming in shallow, silent gasps that did nothing to fill her lungs. The sheets were a damp, tangled knot around her legs, trapping her in the memory of struggle. For a disorienting second, she didn't see the hotel room's bland, beige wallpaper or the generic landscape print bolted to the wall. She saw the black balaclava, the glint of streetlight on a knife. She felt the violent kick of her service weapon in her hands, the deafening crack that never seemed to end. She saw Nina's face, pale and terrified, blood stark against her temple. The phantom smell of cordite and wet asphalt filled her nose, so real she could taste it. Then reality seeped in, cold and unwelcome. The hum of the HVAC unit under the window, a steady mechanical drone. The stale, recycled air carrying a hint of industrial cleaner and old, damp carpet. The gray, early morning light slicing through the gap in the heavy curtains, illuminating dust motes dancing in the silence. The Cravenwood. Pennsylvania. Not D.C. Not that alley. Her heart was still hammering, a frantic rhythm against her sternum. She pressed a palm flat against it, feeling the beat through the thin cotton of her t-shirt. Her phone was shivering on the nightstand, a persistent, angry buzz against the laminate wood. 7:03 a.m. The screen glowed, casting a pale blue light on the empty water glass beside it. Nina's name pulsed on the display. A call at this hour was never good. A call from Nina in the hospital was a 5-alarm fire. Katie's hand shot out, fingers clumsy with sleep and adrenaline. She fumbled, her knuckles hitting the base of the lamp. The phone skittered off the edge and hit the floor with a plastic thud. A curse hissed between her teeth as she leaned over the edge of the bed, the mattress creaking, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs. The coarse carpet fibers prickled against her forearm as she groped blindly, finally closing her fingers around the cool, hard case. She snatched it up, thumb smearing the screen as she answered, bringing it to her ear. Shaw, her voice was rough with sleep and fear, the word cracking. She cleared her throat, tried again. Are you hurt? Sorry for the dawn patrol, Ford. Nina's voice was its usual gravel, but there was an undercurrent, a slight tension in the cadence that Katie's instincts immediately catalogued. It was in the space between the words, a fractional hesitation. Did I drag you out of a dream? Something like that. Katie was already moving, pushing the damp sheets aside with her legs. The room's chill hit her bare skin, raising goosebumps. She swung her legs out, her bare feet hitting the coarse, low-pile carpet. It felt gritty. She stood too fast, a brief head rush making the walls tilt, the bland furniture swimming. She braced a hand on the nightstand, the cheap particle board wobbling under her weight, the phone pressed hard to her ear. What's wrong? Talk to me. Is it the wound? An infection. Got some mixed reports for you, Nina said, the words deliberate paced. She was choosing them. Had a visitor last night. In my room. Katie's blood went cold. A sudden, visceral chill started in her stomach and radiated out, tightening her skin, making the fine hairs on her arms stand up. Her breath caught in her throat, sharp and painful. She dropped the phone onto the rumpled bedspread, the fabric scratchy against her knuckles, and thumbed the speaker button. The tinny echo of Nina's voice filled the quiet room, making the intrusion feel more real. Calloway, the name was a blade in her throat. Her own voice sounded strange to her, thin and strained. Tell me it wasn't him. Tell me he didn't get to you. Her eyes darted to the hotel room door, to the chain lock she'd engaged last night. It looked flimsy. Wasn't him, Nina's denial was swift, firm. A ghost from a different case. Remember that mess in Manhattan? The gas station that went up. The one with the two perps cooking meth in the back. Took out half a block. Katie was in motion, yanking open her suitcase where it lay gaping on the luggage stand. The metal legs squeaked. The New Jersey medical murders, a tangle of drug deals and botched surgeries, felt like a decade ago, a case from another life. She sifted through the folded clothes, her movements jerky. Vaguely, she said, pulling out a pair of dark jeans. The fabric was cold and carried the faint, generic scent of laundry, detergent from the hotel service. The details are foggy. There were two brothers or cousins. I was on the periphery. Brothers. The younger one, Leo, died in the explosion. The older one, Billy Barber, got away clean. I was the lead on tracking him. Had a beat on him in Philly last year, but he slipped the net. A pause, the sound of Nina shifting, a faint rustle of stiff fabric. Apparently, he held a grudge. Did his homework. Figured out where I was, what happened to me. Saw a news clip, maybe. Hospital name was in the crawl. Took his shot. Katie shoved a foot into a boot, not bothering with socks. The leather was stiff and cold against her skin. She yanked the zipper, the sound loud in the quiet room. I'm on the next flight, she said, her voice leaving no room for argument. It was automatic, the only response that made sense. She turned, scanning the dim room for her other boot. It was half under the desk chair. Text me the hospital details. I'll be there by noon. I'll call Vance, get you transferred. You are not, Nina's tone shifted, becoming the familiar, immovable object. It was the voice that ended arguments. Stand down, agent. I handled it. Where were your guards? Katie's voice rose, frustration and fear sharpening the edges. She found the boot, tugged it on. Vance promised you a secure detail. 24-hour rotation. What the hell happened? Who was on the door? My fault, Nina said, and Katie could hear the grimace in the admission, the self-directed anger. Around midnight, I sent one of the uniforms down for coffee. Real coffee, not that brown water from the nurse's station. Barber must have been watching, waiting for a crack. He picked his moment. The other guard was at the end of the hall, chatting up a nurse. Standard complacency. Human error. Katie stopped, one boot on, one off, her bag half-zipped. She pressed her palm to her forehead, fingers digging into her temple. A headache was brewing behind her eyes. Nana, Jesus. He just walked in. I picked a better one, Nina continued, her voice dropping into a lower, flatter register. The story was coming now, not as a sanitized report, but as it happened, moment by moment. He came in quiet. I had a shiv. Plastic, probably a filed-down toothbrush or a piece of chair leg. I was dozing, but you know how it is in a place like that. You never really sleep. The lights are always on. The sounds, you listen to them. I heard the door sigh open, a tiny click of the latch. Saw a shadow against the light from the hall, long and thin, stretching across the floor. Katie stood frozen, listening. The hotel room faded away, the hum of the HVAC, the pattern on the curtains. She was in that hospital room with her, seeing the sterile white walls, feeling the starched sheets. He whispered my name, Nina said, and the way she said it made Katie's skin crawl. Agent Shaw said he had a message from Leo. I played possum, let him get close. Slowed my breathing. Felt the weight of him leaning over the bed rail, his smell, sweat, and cheap cigarettes. When he raised his arm, I moved. Took his wrist, twisted hard. I heard something pop. A ligament, maybe. He screamed, a high, shock sound. Dropped the shiv. It clattered on the linoleum. I yanked him forward, over the rail. Used his own momentum to slam his face into the bedside table. The metal edge caught him right across the bridge of his nose. Put him on the floor. The description was clinical, but Katie could see it. The stark hospital lights. The grunt of impact. The wet, crunching sound she didn't describe. The clatter of the plastic weapon. The following silence, then the shouts from the hall. Tore a couple stitches doing it, Nina added, a note of pure irritation there. Bled like a stuck pig all over the new sheets. Woke up the whole damn wing. By the time the coffee run guard got back, Barber was cuffed to the bed rail, sobbing about his wrist and his face. They've tripled the security here. Even shipping my dogs down from DC. Later today. It's contained, Ford. Gets over. He's in custody, facing a list of charges that'll put him away until he's old and gray. Katie let out a long, slow breath she hadn't realized she was holding. It shuddered out of her. She sank onto the edge of the mattress, the springs groaning in protest. The coincidence was a rotten smell in her mind, a suspicion she couldn't shake. An attack right after Nina's showdown with Calloway. A ghost from an old case conveniently appearing now. It stank of a setup, a distraction, a message meant for her as much as for Nina. Calloway was a puppeteer. He loved using other people's hands. You're sure he was working alone? Katie's voice was low, intense. She leaned forward, elbows on her knees, the phone between them on the bed. Not a proxy. Not someone who got a nudge from another source. Calloway has connections everywhere, Nina. In prisons on the street. He could have found Barber, pointed him your way, offered him a favor, or made a threat. This feels too neat. I'm sure, Nina said, but the hesitation was a fraction of a second too long. A beat of empty air on the line. The cops grilled him. He's a lone wolf, always has been. Motive is pure, stupid revenge. This was personal, not professional. He's been nursing this hate for 2 years. Now stop worrying about me and tell me about your case. Any progress? Or are you just sitting in a hotel room having bad dreams and yelling at me? The shift was deliberate, a door slamming shut on the previous topic. Sinking back, Katie let her head fall against the headboard. It was hard and unyielding. She stared at the water-stained ceiling tile above her, a brownish bloom in the corner. The frustration was a physical weight in her gut, a dense, sour ball. A none. A 0. We hit a wall so hard I think I have a concussion. She ran a hand through her tangled hair, encountering a knot. She pulled at it, the sharp sting a minor distraction. Walk me through it. From the top. We pulled a list, Katie began, the words tasting like ash. She closed her eyes. Every male tenant, maintenance worker, part-time contractor, even regular delivery drivers associated with both of the victims' apartment buildings. 70 names. Brooke and I spent last night after the morgue running every one of them. Local PD, state databases, federal checks. All of them have spotless records. Not so much as a parking ticket. No domestic disturbances. No DUIs. No angry ex-girlfriends filing reports. Nothing. She remembered the grim, silent hours in the makeshift command area at the precinct, a borrowed conference room that smelled of old coffee and lemon-scented disinfectant. The glow of the laptop screens casting a blue pall on their faces. Brooke's focused frown as she cross-referenced names with property management payroll records that were incomplete and poorly organized, some entries just a first name and a phone number. The stale coffee in styrofoam cups. The slow, sinking realization, like a ship taking on water, that the digital trail was a desert. No footprints. No signs of life. So, Nina's tone was matter-of-fact, unimpressed. It was the voice of 20 years in the field. Not every killer leaves a paper trail before he starts. Some are quiet. They hold it in, let it fester in the dark. They function. They go to work, pay their taxes, mow their lawns. Then one day, a switch flips. They just begin. The first kill is their first crime. You know that. The toolbox killers, the BTK strangelers, they were pillars of the community until they were. I know, Katie snapped, the words biting the air. Then immediately regretted it. She squeezed the bridge of her nose hard. I know. But how am I supposed to find him? Interview all 70. Shake hands, look into their eyes, and just know. This guy has killed 2 women in 3 days. He's accelerating. The pressure is building in him. I don't have weeks for polite door knocking. He's going to take a third and will be sitting in a rental car staring at a list of Boy Scouts while another family gets the phone call. The image was vivid and sickening. Sometimes that's exactly what you have, Nina said, her voice relentless, a drill sergeant's calm. No magic wand, Ford. No psychic link. Just legwork and patience. It's the grind. The part they don't put in the movies. You knock on 70 doors. You ask 70 times about routines, about who they see, what they hear. You look at their hands, their shoes, what's on their walls. And one of them, maybe the 71st person you talk to, because you followed a hunch from the 70th, gives you a look that isn't right. A smile that doesn't reach the eyes. Or you see a detail in their apartment that doesn't fit, a tool that's too clean, a book that's out of place, a smell. That's how you find a ghost. You make him solid, one piece of dust at a time. There was a pause. Katie heard the distinct, distant beep of a hospital monitor on Nina's end, a steady, rhythmic punctuation. The rustle of starched sheets. A muffled voice in a hallway. The sounds of a world where Nina was trapped. Tell me about the victims' living situations, Nina commanded, shifting gears into analytical mode. The apartments, right? Multi-unit buildings. Who had access? Not just keys. Who had reason to be there? Standard rental units in older buildings, Katie recited, forcing her mind to focus. Lindsay Harper was in a 3-story walk-up, built in the 60s. Thin walls shared laundry in the basement. Cassie Sullivan was in a slightly nicer complex from the 80s, but still a box with neighbors on all sides. Both had standard deadbolts, chain locks. No signs of forced entry on doors or windows. No scratches, no pry marks. The landlord, Gary Tillman, has a master key for all his properties. He's a creep, we've got him on.
I hope you enjoyed part 1 of that audiobook. Again, please consider subscribing to the channel Book Empathy on YouTube so that you can keep listening to my audiobooks free of charge. And do consider buying a copy of this book to support the author. Thank you.